Chapter 05 Unexpected Illness. After a quick meal and concealing the peak period beasts, the four set off again, aiming to lure out and slay the beasts. Their speed wasn't particularly fast. While the beasts generally ignored them, provoking them would lead to a different outcome entirely. They could only hunt solo beasts. With each hunt, Qinwei remained closed-eyed, her body trembling, but her blessing remained undiminished, still providing support. He Fan yawned. Feeling like a bystander throughout, he couldn't understand why they'd agreed to his terms and invited him along. Time passed, and beast after beast was slain, including the previous ones. This was already the 6th peak period beast at this rate. They'd finish tomorrow. This graduation mission is in the bag. Lin Pangzi, shouldering a beast's attack, laughed. Yeah, we're finally graduating. Just thinking about it is exciting. Niyun brought down his sword, echoing the sentiment. It's all thanks to Wei Ji. Get out of the way, me handle this! Just as the two relaxed slightly and the beast weakened, Qinwei, who had been closing her eyes, suddenly opened them, swung her fists, charged towards the beast and shouted, "Get out of the way, let me handle this!" Quickly grab her, drag her away. Drag her away immediately! Niyun and Lin Pangzi panicked instantly, shouting in alarm. What the hell was going on? He Fan was completely dumbfounded. What exactly was happening? Quick, drag her away! Roar! The weakened beast went berserk. Seeing Qinwei charging towards it, it opened its bloody maw and lunged directly at her head. Qinwei seemed to be panicking, her whole body trembled, but her fists remained raised, as if she intended to hammer the beast to death. Niyun and Lin Pangzi were flustered and in a mess, still reeling from the beast's previous attack. Whoosh! A rich golden light flashed suddenly. He Fan moved with extreme speed, his golden blade instantly piercing the beast's mouth. The sharp horizontal blade, the lethal blade's edge, pierced through the beast's body in an instant. Splash! Blood sprayed as the monstrous beast plummeted. Lin Pangzi and Niyun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He Fan stared impassively at Qinwei. Who sent you? Are you an undercover agent? Or are you deliberately trying to set me up, hoping I'll pay for damages? Let me tell you, I'm not so easily fooled. I have a diagnosed delusion. Dare to screw me over, and you'll all be carrying the can. Qinwei's face flushed, and she lowered her head. Whether from shame or something else, it was unclear. Niyun rubbed his temples, sighing with a troubled expression. This is why we've failed fort. Wei Ji's supposed to be a blessing priestess, but she insists on being a warrior. 4 times in a row, we were on the verge of victory. But Wei Ji always couldn't contain her inner turmoil, wanting a battle where she gets crushed by the beast. I never in a million years imagined you'd have this affliction, He Fan said, genuinely surprised. The trembling before wasn't fear, it was excitement. I really want to say, it's not me who's crazy. What do you mean? And awakened with delusions. Should I get you a diagnosis certificate? I seem to remember you being quite envious. Next time I see Lao Huang, I'll ask him to get you one too. Why not just say it straight? He Fan's expression darkened. Let's be blunt. Are you still in? Lin Fatty's face was a little awkward. Those level 9s from evolution school aren't coming, and we can't find anyone else. Alright, that's a pretty strong argument. I'm speechless. He Fan glanced at Qinwei. Where's your proof of evolutionist delusional disorder? What proof? Qinwei looked bewildered. You don't know you have this. It's called evolutionist delusional disorder. You fantasize about being an evolutionist, and when you encounter beast or evolutionist fighting you want to jump in. He Fan explained. I'm very familiar with this illness. Evolutionist delusional disorder. I am an evolutionist, Qinwei said, confused. Then it's combat evolutionist delusional disorder. It seems you don't have a certificate. Next time you see Lao Huang, get him to issue one for you. He Fan scoffed. I can hardly imagine what kind of traumatic experience a blessing priestess had to endure to warp your mind so much that you want to become a warrior. What traumatic experience? What warping? I just can't control myself. Xian glared at him. But as she stared, her head drooped. Completely lacking confidence. It's not really a disease. The school says the other blessing priestesses are like this. They need to restrain themselves before nirvana. And blessing priestesses don't need to be on the front line, so we wanted to ask someone to protect Wei Ji. Lin Fatty said. He Fan understood. It meant restrain and carry her away when necessary. In this case, it wasn't the beast getting close to her. Not a disease. Of course it is. Evolutionist delusion syndrome. Definitely infected by the blessing sacrifice. But, doesn't mental illness usually not spread? He Fan looked at Qinwei. Such a good. And she as an evolutionist, too. What kind of look is that? Qinwei could stand his gaze. This disease is almost incurable. In your case, it's probably late stage. See fewer evolutionists and ferocious beasts in the future. He Fan said regretfully, this is the 5th time you haven't been able to control it. Definitely late stage, incurable. Raw earth-shattering roar echoed. A ferocious aura permeated the air. A powerful wave of air rolled in. The mountains shook. A gigantic figure smashed through mountains and rocks, the rolling airwaves destroying countless primeval trees. The 4 figures, even at a considerable distance, swayed. Ding! Qinwei's wristwatch rang. It was a message from the base. Qinwei, return immediately! The base has detected a mature pure blood ferocious beast in a rampage. Return immediately! Go! Looking at the swaths of ruined forest ahead, the 4 felt a heavy sense of oppression. As if their hearts had slowed half a beat. Roar! The beast roared again. The shockwave shattered the rocks, causing Qinwei to tremble, groan, and bleed from her 7 orifices. Niyun and Fatty Lin turned pale, their speed faltering. He Fan hugged Qinwei. The beast behind them hadn't noticed them, seemingly searching for something, its roars echoing, its steps shaking the earth for miles, causing the ground to crack. Terrified beasts scattered. Or, You could go up there and hammer it to death. He Fan asked Qin Wei as they ran. What time is it? And you're still joking? Qin Wei was slightly annoyed. Can we not talk about that? It's fine. The beast doesn't even care about us. The pureblood beast hadn't even looked at them. Qin Wei cautiously glanced back, noticing the indistinct figure in the dense forest hadn't charged out. Seemingly searching within the woods, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. The area behind them gradually calmed down, but they didn't dare go back to look after all. It was a terrifying mature pureblood beast. On their way back, He Fan said calmly, "I'll tell you the story of the little duckling. I've heard that story. You just want to tell me that the little duckling was actually a swan with superior genes, right?" Qin Wei said, dissatisfied. "Since you know, don't you understand? The little duckling was a swan, but you were never meant to be a warrior. Just be a blessing priestess. He Fan's most wanting you bastard." Chapter for 2. Listen to that, how realistic the beast's roar is. Inside the base, a base personnel member looked at the four with a grave expression, questioning them about what had happened and what they had seen in the beast domain. The four answered truthfully, not even concealing the pure blood trap. "You should temporarily terminate your graduation mission," the base personnel member said gravely. "Why?" "We're almost," Qin Wei said. "We only need 3 more, although I didn't control myself this time. I wasn't injured like before, and He Fan also understands now. If we go out one more time tomorrow, we can complete the mission and graduate successfully, because before you arrived, there were also pure blood traps in other areas, and then the beast there started rioting," the base personnel member explained. "If you go again, we can only guarantee that we will try to rescue you. But we cannot guarantee that we can arrive in time." "There were blood traps in other places. Which evolutionary biologist came?" Lin Fatty asked. "It wasn't an evolutionary biologist." The base personnel member shook his head. "This is classified information. You don't need to ask. Rest for a few days. In 2 days, a teacher from the evolutionary school will arrive. He will take students on missions, and it will be much safer for you to follow them then. It's still early. There should be a riot, and the beast didn't attack us today. But now that mature, pure-blooded beasts have appeared, these terrifying creatures we can't hunt," the base personnel said gravely. "I hope you value your lives, that's all I have to say. Are we still going out?" Qin Wei looked at them. "Yes, we only need 3 more for the graduation mission. Why don't you stay at the base?" "Wei Ji, we can go," Lin Fatty said. "I'm not worried about Xiao Fan, but without my support, it will be difficult for you two to deal with a peak stage beast." Qin Wei said worriedly. "I want to go out. We only need 3 more. Naiyun said. "Xiao Fan, what about you?" Qin Wei looked at He Fan. "Me." He Fan had a thoughtful expression. "Have you checked the peak stage beasts you hunted? Are they edible? 3 of them. Are you even listening to us? Can you focus on the important stuff?" Xiao Fan. Lin Pang said. "We'll continue hunting ferocious beasts tomorrow. A feast afterward." He Fan shook his head. "I'm just hired help. I'll follow you." He definitely wanted to get out, had barely escaped the city and his fun was about to end. Besides, Liu Qingyuan might come here. Before that, he needed to gather more medicinal herbs. Qin Wei said before leaving, and well set off on time tomorrow. He Fan returned to his room, running the evolution method, drawing evolutionary energy into his cells for slow refinement. Meanwhile, he pondered the direction of his swordsmanship. Ignoring the base personnel's warnings, the 4 of them ventured into the ferocious beast territory the next morning to hunt. They traversed vast forests and grasslands, entering the mountain range. A kilometer-wide area leveled, the former boulders reduced to rubble, the original trees and grasses to dust. The 4 fell silent. A mature pureblood ferocious beast, terrifying. Qin Wei's face was pale even with her lack of control. Facing a pureblood ferocious beast wouldn't be exciting. "Let's," Qin Wei said. The base detected that the pureblood ferocious beast left this area several kilometers ago. "Let's find some ferocious beasts first. That'll be a bit of trouble now." The mixed blood ferocious beasts have all scattered. Niyun chuckled bitterly. The purebloods present sent the mixed bloods fleeing in terror. They would dare confront it. "Since we're here, we have to make it worthwhile. Let's go," He Fan said flatly. This time he was on high alert, wary of a sudden beast attack and Qin Wei charging in for a brawl. The 4 of them crossed the ruins and continued onward. Arriving at the foot of a small mountain, without hesitation, they began to climb, determined to complete their graduation trial. No matter how far they had to go, He Fan occasionally asked questions in a low voice. He learned that only graduating students from the evolution school were allowed to freely enter the city and the beast territories. Non-evolution school students, as long as they were evolvers, were not restricted. As for someone like He Fan, he'd be barred from the beast territories for life. Ordinary people, unless employed by a powerful faction and under their protection, were also forbidden entry. While chatting, they kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. He Fan considered finding a way to leave the group and explore on his own. Beyond the small mountain lay a stream. The risk level was low, unsuitable for large beasts, so the 4 crossed it and entered the area beyond. Deep mountain and dense forest, dim light, damp environment, thick foliage, venomous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere. "Roar!" A beast's roar echoed, the shrieks of various beasts reverberating in all directions. The 4 raised their guard to the highest level. Naiyun and Lin Fatty went ahead to scout. Searching for beasts, He Fan felt he could handle the task, but knowing his inexperience they would agree, so he abandoned the idea, volunteering. "Good luck." Not long after Lin Fatty returned, whispering, "A solitary beast nearby. We can safely proceed to be safe." "Xiaofan, he'll trouble you," Ni Yun said, looking at He Fan. "Don't worry, I've had experience. There won't be a second time." He Fan assured him. The four of them moved through the woods, pushing through the undergrowth, until they saw the peak stage beast. It was the same routine as before. Qinwei provided a blessing. The two charged, and He Fan stood guard as expected. Qinwei began to rush forward and be crushed by the beast. Just as she closed her eyes, her body felt light, as if suspended in air. Opening her eyes, she stared in astonishment at He Fan. "What are you doing?" "I said there will carry you for now to avoid trouble later," He Fan said calmly. "Qinwei, ding!" He Fan's wristwatch beeped. He wanted to check it, but he was holding Qinwei. "Who's contacting me at this time? Hang up and turn it off," Qinwei said. "Then we definitely can't answer it," He Fan said gravely. "But I already answered it," Qinwei said innocently. "I accidentally pressed the video call button." He Fan, "I think Lao Hong might be coming to arrest me in a police car."
He Fan, where are you? It sounds like a forest!
"You're supposed to be at home sleeping, not working your night shift. And what's with those animal roars?" Liu Qingyuan's voiced with suspicion. "Came through him filming a movie. 2 jobs during filming. Please don't call me." "Thank you," He Fan said, setting Qinwei down with a serious expression. "Filming?" Liu Qingyuan frowned. "What kind of movie? Where are you filming him coming over?" "A movie about evolved humans fighting ferocious beasts."
"Implay a corpse. Listen to those realistic roars."
He Fan chuckled dryly. "Okay, that's all. Study hard and I'll buy you a gift later." He Fan, click. The phone call ended abruptly. Who had been listening the whole time sighed, "Your sister is so clingy. A few sentences and she wants to come find you." "Brother Con," He Fan chuckled dryly. I understand, but your phone contact is Liu Qingyuan. Your name is He Fan. Why don't you two share the same surname?" Qinwei looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 053. I will definitely cultivate you. There's a simple explanation for why the siblings don't share a surname. We're both orphans. He find. I adopted her. We're not actually related by blood. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll turn off my phone to avoid more calls at crucial moments. This brother Con is really unbearable. Qinwei expressed understanding. Liu Qingyuan was indeed a bit clingy. Why would she even come to watch him film? What's so interesting about that? He hung up the phone, glanced at Qinwei, and before she could say anything, hoisted her onto his shoulder again. So much more convenient. Qinwei felt helpless, but considering her situation, this was the safest option. Soon, the beast fell under their combined attack, its life force extinguished. Lin Pangzi, shouldering the beast's corpse. Only 2 more to go. This time it's definitely a sure thing. It should be, Ni Yun said sympathetically, watching Qinwei being carried the entire time. "But poor Wei Ji." "Go back directly," He Fan asked. "Go back for a bit, then come back again." Qinwei. Lin Pangzi and Ni Yun nodded in agreement with Qinwei. The 4 of them retraced their steps, crossed the stream, and were about to climb over the small hill when He Fan's expression changed slightly. "Don't move. What's wrong?" "Why?" She knew He Fan's sensory abilities were exceptionally strong, even stronger than hers. "The mountain ahead seems to be shaking. Run." He Fan focused his senses, sensing the danger, and abruptly hoisted Qinwei onto his shoulders. "You're on your own." Rumble. Ni Yun's words were cut short by a violent tremor. The small hill ahead shook violently, billowing dust and smoke. A dark, oppressive mass of ferocious beasts, like a single, monstrous line, surged from the distance.
"Roar!"
The beast's roar echoed again. Its savage ferocity so intense that it felt oppressive even from across a small mountain. Weren't the pureblood beasts supposed to be gone? Ni Yun and Fatty Lin took off running.
"This base is unreliable.
Return immediately. A growing pureblood beast has been detected. Return at once." Qinwei's phone buzzed the message from the base. "We can't go back now. The area is in chaos, and the beast is on the path back. We can only flee in the opposite direction," Qinwei said. The base personnel were silent for a moment before replying. "We've detected your location. A kilometer away there's a cave, a resting place used by the base when it was investigating the beast's territory. Take shelter there. If things calm down outside. If not, contact us immediately and we will try to rescue you. Thank you." Qinwei expressed her gratitude, the tremors behind them growing stronger, the earth beginning to crack. "One more thing, only go as far as the cave entrance. You won't be able to contact the base, and rescue will be extremely difficult." The base personnel's voice was heavy. "Stay alive." He Fan was incredibly fast, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The beasts behind them were clearly panicked, scattering in all directions. Their ferocious aura lingered, heavy on his heart. They were coming! The cave a kilometer away. "We can't go there." Qinwei's face was pale. If they entered the cave, they'd likely be trapped inside. "We can only go deeper and hope for the best," He Fan said, pushing his evolutionary power to its limit as he leaped and swung through the trees. Lin Pangzi, "Ditch the beast corpse. What are you carrying it for at a time like this?" Ni Yin shouted. "He toss it to me. Little Fan, can you manage? If not, just drop it." Lin Pangzi was reluctant, but he knew which was more important, his life or a beast corpse. "My head may roll, my blood may spill, but the ingredients cannot be lost." He Fan replied gravely, "I'll cook this beast corpse later." "Qinwei, are you crazy? You really want to eat the meat of a peak stage beast?" Lin Pangzi used his evolutionary power to throw the beast corpse to He Fan, who was ready and waiting. He caught the corpse with one hand while carrying Qinwei, his speed unwavering. Normally, discarding the corpse would still attract the pursuing beasts, but now that pure blood was behind them, even leaving 2 corpses would stop them from fleeing. Don't go in a straight line, find a path with fewer beasts, Qinhui said. Okay, He-Fan subtly altered their direction a slight deviation, with Fatty Lin and Niyun trailing behind. The beast behind was sprinting desperately, terrified of being slaughtered by the pureblood beast if they lagged. He-Fan glanced back. The pureblood's passage was one of utter destruction. Nothing could stand in its path. Fortunately, it wasn't pursuing with full force, seemingly searching for something. Just as it had yesterday, He-Fan carrying Qinhui and the beast corpse maintained a rapid pace, putting a considerable distance between himself and the pursuing beasts. Qinhui could only barely enhance their speed with her blessing power.
Don't go so fast!
My blessing only works within 100 meters, Qinhui urged, realizing that at this speed, they'd soon lose sight of Niyun and Fatty Lin. Alright, He-Fan slowed down, though with the blessing power, the two men's speed increased, keeping pace with the beasts. While running, He-Fan spotted a foe, 5 flower, and abruptly stopped, startling King. What are you doing, ingredient? He-Fan calmly plucked the flower, tucking it into his bosom before resuming his run with Qinhui. Qinhui was speechless, recognizing that He-Fan's speed was indeed phenomenal. At full speed, the peak stage mixed blood beasts couldn't catch them, leaving ample time to gather ingredients. Fatty Lin and Niyun watched enviously. Fatty Lin couldn't help but ask, Xuanhuan, how did you train to be so fast? You want to know? I can cheat. But my training methods are brutal, most people can't handle them. He-Fan replied, as an evolver, what brutal training is unacceptable? Lin Fatty responded in a low voice, good, just for that sentence, I will definitely train you. He-Fan was very satisfied with Lin Fatty's understanding. It'll let you contribute to the culinary path later. Let me pick this herb first. After running wildly for more than 2 hours, both of them were almost exhausted. They didn't know where they had run to. But the sounds from behind finally stopped, so He-Fan led them to a halt. There are mountains and water. A good place. He-Fan looked ahead, a small stream, behind which were several mountain peaks. Xuanhuan, you said you would teach me. How did you train? Tell me quickly. Lin Fatty collapsed on the ground, not forgetting He-Fan's promise. Coming right up, He-Fan took out pots, pans and bowls, a knife in hand, skillfully peeling, washing, chopping, some to be boiled, some to be roasted. You brought so much stuff. Eat and teach. Lin Fatty sat up and asked, I intend to pass on to you the true path of evolution,
The culinary path!
He-Fan looked enigmatic. Watch closely. In this culinary path, you must first handle the ingredients properly. The knife work must be precise. You must cut across the grain. 3 people. Are you sure you're teaching your evolutionary path and not just cooking? He-Fan talked incessantly, but the other 3 weren't interested in the slightest. He didn't discard the herbs. There were only a few, not enough for his own herbal feast. He'd start with the beast meat. This stew required precise control of the heat and time. Not too much, not too little. It was burnt. The 3 men twitched their faces. Really good. No, it should be. Do you really know how to cook? You just don't understand, He-Fan said with a confident air. This is called crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Actually, it's tender inside.
Well, actually,
he didn't know the inside was probably burnt too. Chapter 054's I don't want to hear the word stable right now. He-Fan fiddled with the grilled meat, while a pot of stew simmered on the side. His culinary skills had improved significantly, far surpassing Liang Dao's. Even while preparing several dishes simultaneously, he could maintain perfect control. Don't you need to stew it anymore? Lin Fatty asked. From his professional gourmand's perspective, any further simmering would render the stew inedible. He-Fan glanced at the gene numbers and calmly said 5 more minutes. The grilled meat accounted for 03, the stew 02. He-Fan noticed the grilled meat's gene count was increasing, while the stew remained unchanged. 5 minutes later, charred grilled meat and burnt stew were presented before the 3. He-Fan nodded with a satisfied expression. Don't let the burnt exterior fool you. This is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. I fully utilized my knife skills and heat control, slicing the meat without breaking it, ensuring it was cooked through inside. This is the essence of knife skills and culinary artistry. Different ingredients require different cutting technique. That makes perfect sense, the fatty said. Puzzled, but why don't other chefs' dishes have a burnt exterior while still being cooked through inside? They simply haven't reached a high enough level, He-Fan declared proudly. They're still stuck in the rudimentary stages of cooking, obsessed with superficial presentation. I've transcended all that. Lin Pangzi, clearly not a picky eater, picked up a piece and took a bite, seeing the dark, charred interior. He looked at He-Fan with admiration. This isn't just crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it's crispy all the way through. You said your cooking was amazing. You promised you'd show off your skills after getting a peak-level beast. This is worse than nothing. Don't focus on appearances, He-Fan said earnestly, looking at Lin Pangzi. It's all about substance. Just like you, I never say you're not as handsome as me. I've always valued your inner qualities. Lin Pangzi's chubby fetched. This conversation is going nowhere, he mumbled. Let's just eat this and find somewhere to stay. It'll be dangerous out here at night. Qinhui and Niyun found it hard to swallow, but knowing they might encounter beasts and needed to maintain their strength, they forced themselves to eat. He-Fan, however, was unfazed. His appetite was even better than Lin Pangzi's. He-Fan ate the lion's share of the meal, with Lin Pangzi managing a small portion, and Qinhui and Niyun barely touching theirs. The meal provided He-Fan with negligible benefit. While eating, the 4 checked their wristwatches and maps. They were already outside the range of the base's map. With no signal and unable to contact the base, they'd gone beyond signal coverage. After a brief discussion, the 4 decided to head into the mountains. Mountains usually have caves, the lairs of ferocious beasts. If they killed a peak stage mixed blood beast, its aura would dissipate for a while, saving them a lot of trouble. We've gone a bit deeper, but we still have plenty of time, a month. We only need 3 more peak stage ferocious beasts. We'll hunt them here and bring them back. It'll be a sure thing, Fatty Lin said. I don't want to hear the word sure again. Every time you said sure, things went wrong. Fatty Lin's face turned awkward, and he wisely shut up. Entering the mountain range, they followed their usual routine. Nayun and Fatty Lin scouted ahead, while Hifan protected Chun. Thorns and brambles choked the mountain peak, the roars of beasts faintly echoed from above, and birds of prey circled in the sky searching for suitable prey. Movement. Hifan stopped, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Careful, it's on the left. Qin Wei's blessing enveloped the 3, this time including Hifan. Hifan felt the blessing strengthening him. His cells were a little more active than before, but the boost wasn't significant. The grass swayed. Ink green eyes from between the stalks locking onto the 4. Nayun and Fatty Lin's faces changed slightly. It was a giant python, same old routine. Lin, Fatty and Nayun left a single sentence behind. Charging straight ahead, Hifan nodded lightly. When his gaze fell upon something ahead, don't get too excited. At least wait until I handle this. More beasts. Qin Wei's expression changed slightly. She sensed something. A low growl. A beast. Its entire body covered in backward-facing spines like a lizard crawled out from a head. Its mouth was full of fangs, and its 4 claws were like sharp knives. 1 person. Is that enough? Though confident, Qin Wei still harbored some worry. As long as you don't have another episode. Hifan glanced at her, then said, I'll definitely control myself this time. Qin Wei gritted her teeth. Roar. The lizard-like beast let out a fierce roar, spraying a jet of black visc. Its whole body lunged forward, the ground unable to bear the impact cracking subtly. Hifan pushed Qin Wei aside, his evolved power shimmered, his blade flashing, transforming into an unparalleled wave of blade energy that enveloped the black viscous fluid. Faster than the beast's own ferocity, Hifan struck with full force, aiming for a swift victory. Wary of unforeseen complications, the beast's claw, a razor-sharp weapon itself, swiped down. Hifan met it with his horizontal blade. The vibrant glow of his evolved energy, a dazzling spectacle as steel clashed with claw, clang, a resounding clang like the impact of metal on metal. Even the meteorite-forged blade could sever the beast's claw, the most formidable weapon in its arsenal. To its strength and sharpness, the impact sent the beast reeling back several meters, while Hifan remained unwavering. His enhanced strength, amplified by his evolved energy, surpassed the beast's own. Qin Wei watched, her heart pounding. The disparaging 2-against-1, a slow, grinding battle she'd expected, but Hifan was completely dominating. Hifan, having repelled the beast with a single blow, didn't pause, his blade a whirlwind of motion, a storm of slashes descending upon the creature. Qin Wei continued to observe, a thrill coursing through her. She yearned to join Hifan to fight alongside him, but managed to restrain herself. What puzzled her, though, was that despite Hifan's precise strikes, they caused no visible damage, only forcing the beast back. Was it a faulty blade from Fat Lin? Qin Wei wondered, though she found it hard to believe the man would do such a thing. Each of Han, while failing to infantry, was deliberate. He avoided inflicting non-lethal wounds. Such injuries would not only compromise the quality of the meat but also enrage the beast. He aimed for a single, decisive strike. The lizard beast let out a low growl. Hifan dodged just in time. Where the slime landed, the grass withered instantly, the ground corroded. This was a highly venomous beast. His horizontal blade whirled, evolutionary power surging. Waves of blade energy shot out. Hifan moved like lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Seizing the beast's moment of confusion, he closed in instantly, driving his blade deep into its neck. Roar! The beast roared, its eyes blood. The neck wound, however, hadn't severed its life force. It spat another jet of venom. Hifan quickly released his grip and retreated, but he was a fraction of a second too slow. A little of the venom touched him, instantly corroding his clothes and burning his skin. Lucky I'm still alive, Hifan muttered, glancing at where the venom had landed. It was only slightly red, nothing serious, just a ruined shirt. After the lizard beast expelled its final jet of venom, it finally died. Hifan retrieved his horizontal blade, dragged the corpse, and returned to Qin Wei's side. Are you alright? Qin Wei rushed over, a glow emanating from her hand. Unlike the blue light before, this was a faint white aura that flowed into him. This was her healing ability. Your blessing priestess ability can heal too. Hifan was surprised. Aside from the delusion side effect, it seemed quite useful. Of course, though it's not as effective as its buffing capabilities. Qin Wei shook her. Hifan said nothing more. He could feel he was fine. Apparently his resistance was quite strong. He began to reflect on his swordsmanship. Just now, although I easily overpowered it, it was difficult to use the power of evolution to enter the beast's body without damaging its skin and directly destroy its joints. My understanding of the internal structure of the beast is still insufficient. My own control over my power is still imperfect. Lacking in many areas, I struck many blows, but the force was uneven, with only a small portion of my energy entering the beast's body, causing little damage. Chapter 55:4. Too abnormal. The giant python was finally killed by the 2 of us, both of us covered in wounds. Hifan expressed disdain. It's ruined the ingredients again. Taking away 2 beasts is unrealistic. We'll take one intact one. Forget the python's head. Let's take the gall bladder and some of the meat. Nayun was reluctant to leave the python's head behind, but it wasn't practical to carry it in this condition, so he had to give it up. What a pity about the merit points. Okay, the snake meat is quite good. Hifan smacked his lip. This time he could proudly say he'd eaten snake meat, and had experience. Then he questioned, what are merit points? I doubt you're even a student at the school if you don't know that, Qinhuan explained. When you processed your evolution certificate, didn't they tell you that you'll be rewarded with merit points for hunting beasts? These points are stored in your evolution certificate and can be used to buy evolution drugs and special equipment. The biggest use of merit points is to buy products developed by evolutionary scientists. Some places even require a sufficient number of merit points to access. It's a benefit for evolvers. Oh, He-fan responded, indicating understanding. Can I hoard merit points? As dusk approached, He-fan wrapped the lizard's wound with cloth and carried it, running swiftly. Xuanhuan,
You're not being fair. You promised to teach me.
Lin Fatty envied his ability to single-handedly kill ferocious beasts. I will teach you. You passed the test just now. Once things settle down, I'll properly teach you, He-fan said. Qinhuan opened her mouth, wanting to ask, is it your culinary skill? Niyun remained silent. If I learn from him, I'll have to eat burnt food. I'll have to think about that. The beast mountains were even more dangerous at night. Ferocious beasts constantly attacked, but He-fan always dealt with them. They protected Qinhuan. There was no other way. The two of them combined couldn't kill as quickly as He-fan. Every time He-fan made a move, he swiftly dealt with the beast without damaging the ingredients, simultaneously reflecting on his knife skills and making improvements. After 2 hours they found a cave inhabited by a ferocious beast, which He-fan quickly dispatched and cooked into a pot of delicious stew. To their surprise, they also found a medicinal herb inside the cave. A fortunate discovery. Lin Fatty moved a large boulder to block the cave entrance, and they built a bonfire. The four of them sat around the fire, watching He-fan cook the meat. What if we can't get back? Niyun suddenly asked. Atmosphere grew heavy. The roars of beasts echoed through the night outside, but inside the cave, a silence fell. It's my fault. Qinhuan felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for me, you would have graduated long ago, Sister Wei. That's not what I meant. If it weren't for you back then, I don't know how much bullying I would have endured at the evolution school. Niyun quickly explained. I was just saying something casually. Don't take it to heart. Niyun, you just love to talk nonsense. We four are all level 9 evolvers. As long as the pureblood ferocious beast doesn't attack us, no matter how many mixed blood beasts there are, we can still escape, Lin Pangzi said. He-fan glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, instead of worrying about this, you'd better think about how to fight in the future. I don't want to stay by Qinhuan's side. Xiaofan, what do you mean? Niyun and Lin Pangzi's faces darkened. Qinhuan was about to say something, but He-fan waved his hand. After all, this is the beast territory. You saw the situation today. 2 ferocious beasts appeared at the same time. What if a third one appears? Can you guarantee they'll only come 1 or 2 at a time? What are you trying to say? Qinhuan looked at him. The most important thing is your self-control. Also, your empowerment range is 100 meters. Pay attention during battle. Always maintain a 100-meter distance. Even if you can't control it, they'll have reaction time. They'll get slightly injured. He-fan said. As for me, I'll be responsible for scouting the surroundings. I won't go too far just to check for any beasts. If I can handle them, I'll deal with them myself. If not, I'll signal you to retreat. 100-meter distance. With my speed, even if I can't stop you in time, with them prepared to respond immediately, it will be enough time for me to get back. That's what I mean. Consider it. I'm incredibly strong in a one-on-one fight, so why waste it? I need to use my full potential. Clear out the surrounding monsters, and look for ingredients. But your experience in the beast's territory, forget experience. My sensory abilities are stronger than all of yours. Besides, a little trouble won't stop me. The three of them thought for a moment, eventually agreeing with him. Lin Pangzi added, then when will you teach me? Soon, He-fan said. You're the first one eager to try my cooking. I appreciate that. Come on, let's eat. He-fan sliced the meat with his knife. Eat up. We continue hunting beasts tomorrow. Or, next time I'll cook. Qinhuan looked at the blackened grilled meat. Why haven't you improved at all? You can cook. He-fan felt danger approaching. His position as chef might be in jeopardy. If you teach me the steps, I should be able to make it look better. Qinhuan said. No way. He-fan decisively refused. I won't teach you my culinary skills. It's a secret, never to be passed on. Having said that, looking at the 3 dumbfounded people, He-fan angrily said, I didn't expect you to be someone who only cares about appearances. Can't you be like me and focus on the inner qualities? Qinhuan. I'd love to focus on the inner qualities, but it's all messed up inside. How can I possibly focus on it? For the first time, I feel how much I miss the food in the cafeteria, Lin Pangzi mumbled. Niyun looked at the meat on his plate with a sad expression. Why? Out of the 4 of us, are 2 of us abnormal? Lin Pangzi glanced at Qinhuan, then at He-fan and silently nodded in agreement. A blessing priest with battle evolutionist delusion syndrome, and an evolutionist obsessed with cooking, who makes terrible food yet is full of confidence in their culinary skills. Just thinking about it is abnormal. I suddenly feel that the 5th graduation mission is testing our courage. Sigh, taking a fierce bite of the roast meat. No way, I'm hungry. If I don't eat now, I won't have the energy to face the beast tomorrow. He-fan touched his spatial bag, feeling a little reluctant, and also wondering if he should tell them that his evolutionist certificate was actually a delusion syndrome certificate. He wondered if they would cry their eyes out, eat up and get some sleep. He-fan was the first to finish. He opened his spatial bag, took out 2 blankets, threw one to Qinhuan, and covered himself with the other to sleep. 3 people. What on earth did you bring? Pots, pans, even a sleeping blanket. You were planning to spend the night outside all along. Where? Looking at He-fan asleep against the cave wall, the 3 of them sighed helplessly.
He's so carefree.
Aren't they worried about ferocious beasts smashing through the rocks and charging in at night? He-Fan didn't fall asleep immediately. First, he channeled his evolutionary power into his cells to refine his body. Then he contemplated his swordsmanship. He does this every day, constantly thinking and refining to improve. Wei Ji, get some rest early. Na Yun and Fat Lin exchanged. Fat Lin went to sleep first, while Ni Yun sat by the fire, keeping watch during the first half of the night. The night passed without incident. He-Fan woke up early and found the others already awake. Together they left the cave to hunt beasts. This time using He-Fan's suggested method, maintaining a 100-meter distance, with He-Fan scouting the surroundings. At first He-Fan didn't venture too far, in case something went wrong, and Qin Wei was trying her hardest to control herself. He-Fan checked the surroundings, searching for herbs. He collected anything useful, then checked his books to see if they were recorded there. Everything went smoothly. Qin Wei managed to control herself, avoiding any impulsive actions. They hunted a beast, but both were badly injured. He-Fan honed his knife skills, selecting the tenderest piece of meat. Chapter Oru 56. Xuanhuan said he knows you well. The beast hunt occasionally failing due to unforeseen circumstances. Thankfully He-Fan returned in time, preventing any major problems. After each beast hunt, the three of them looked wistful and heartbroken. Those were merit points, all gone. He-Fan didn't feel much about merit points for now, because he didn't have an evolutionist certificate. Even if he took them to the base, he wouldn't receive any merit point rewards. Occasionally hearing them talk about the uses of merit points, He-Fan felt a bit envious because in their mouths, merit points were almost omnipotent, proof of how many beasts an evolutionist had hunted, a testament to their contribution to humanity. They could exchange for so many things, such as evolution methods. As long as your merit points were sufficient, the Alliance would search far and wide for all evolution methods, finding ones you could cultivate. Even the evolution method revered as the highest, the Xuanhuan evolution method, could be obtained. Besides merit point exchange, if you accumulate enough merit points, you'll also receive rewards. Moreover, after exchanging the hunted beasts for merit points, you don't lose the corpses. They remain your spoils of war. The Alliance only cares about the number of beasts you kill, not the corpses themselves. Can one beast corpse be exchanged for merit points multiple times? He-Fan asked. No. The Alliance has long since dealt with such a simple question. The data of exchanged beasts will be recorded, and a mark will be made. Harmless and undetectable, only the Alliance can find it. Qin Wei explained. By the way, are you really a student from Evolution School? He-Fan didn't know these basic things. I'll go take a look outside, be careful. He-Fan coughed lightly and quickly left. They've been here for 3 days now, hunting numerous ferocious beasts. He-Fan checks the situation outside every day, making sure the beasts aren't rioting. If they're calm, they'll return the way they came. Another herb. He-Fan discovers yet another medicinal plant, a rarer variety 0.1. Following the principle that even a small mosquito leg is still meat, He-Fan doesn't let a single one slip by. He hopes the way back is peaceful today. He-Fan looks ahead. He doesn't want to stay in the beast territory indefinitely, especially with the possibility of pureblood beasts appearing at any moment. He-Fan leaves. Qin Wei and the other two tidy up and leave the cave. This time He-Fan isn't here. Wei Ji, you must control yourself, Ni Yun says. I understand. Qin Wei nods. Just control myself. The teacher also said that blessing sacrifices rely solely on one's own will. Let's hurry this time. We'll build our own fire and roast the meat. Even without any seasoning, it'll be better than anything Little Fan makes. Lin Pangzi exclaims excitedly, finally getting his chance. Try saying that to Little Fan's face. Qin Wei glances at him. I'm not going to discuss how terrible his cooking is with that abnormal guy. Lin Pangzi rubs his face where some bruises still remain. Ni Yun looks at him with pity. It's a good thing he was clever enough not to criticize He-Fan's cooking. Lin Pangzi got beaten up by He-Fan for his criticism. Even his earth ability couldn't withstand it. Sister Wei, you're still the best. Even if you're not exactly normal, at least you don't beat me up. Lin Pangzi said. That's because I can't beat you. Otherwise I'd be even harsher than Xuanhuan, Qin Wei retorted without hesitation.
Don't think I'm a pushover!
The three of them chatted and laughed as they exited the cave and entered the vast, dense forest, searching for peak-level beasts. What's going on today? We haven't encountered a single peak-level beast. Could they all have been killed? Ni Yun frowned. An hour had passed, and they were almost through the forest, yet they hadn't found a single peak-level beast. They occasionally encountered a few mature stage beasts, but they weren't interested and didn't bother attacking. Let's just hunt any beast and fill our stomachs first, otherwise Xuanhuan will be back, Lin Pangzi suggested. Qin Wei agreed. Ni Yun left a brief message and ventured into the forest to hunt beasts. Mature stage ones would be enough for him alone. Not long after, Ni Yun returned dragging a beast, his expression grim. I managed to stop this one. These beasts are exhibiting the same strange behavior as before. I had to chase it down at full speed. Pureblood beasts are coming here. Qin Wei's face paled. This was definitely not good news. With the current uncertain situation outside, their only options were to detour or go deeper into the forest. Detouring won't get us anywhere. If we keep going around, we'll get completely lost. Let's wait for Xuanhuan to come back and discuss it together, Lin Fatty mumbled. Even if we're going to die, let me eat my fill first. I finally know how awful it is to be hungry every day. Ni Yun didn't speak. He gathered a pile of firewood to prepare for roasting the meat. The long sword smoothly sliced through the beast's hide. He awkwardly began skinning it, Ni Yun feeling a headache coming on. when he watched Xuanhuan skin beasts. It was not only fast but also flawless. Why do I always cut it up so badly? What's the point of doing a good job skinning it? Lin Fati was very dissatisfied with Hifan's culinary skills. The important thing is to cook it well. After half an hour of hard work, Niyun finally finished processing the beast and used his sword to skewer it for roasting. Turning the roasting meat, the flames were large. Qin Wei watched the beast meat gradually turning yellow and swallowed her saliva. She hadn't eaten her fill in days either. What feminine reserve? Try going 3 days without food. It should be done, right? The outside is already golden yellow. Niyun swallowed his saliva, looking at the beast meat oozing oil. Based on my years of experience eating meat, it's definitely done. That golden yellow color on the outside is just right, Lin Fati said with absolute certainty. Then let's eat. Niyun took down the roasted beast meat, giving everyone a piece. As 9th level evolvers, they weren't afraid of the heat and eagerly bit into it. Assis, they took a bite, all 3 of them gasping they couldn't even break through. Looking at the still bleeding cut, their faces twitched. Fati, you said it was done. I'm eating normal barbecue. Lin Fati stared blankly at the barbecue, completely raw inside. Is roasting meat really this hard? School training course. Qin Wei gritted her teeth. Even if it's raw, I'd rather have it burnt. That was just training a little bit to get by. You're actually eating it raw. Niyun looked at the bloody beast meat and decisively put it over the fire to roast. Suddenly, I feel like Xuanhuan's cooking skills are actually pretty good. What are you guys doing here? A voice suddenly rang out, a figure appearing silently, frowning at the 3 of them. I heard you talking about a training course. Are you from the evolution school? Who are you? Enforcement team. The 3 of them abruptly turned, looking at the middle-aged man in his enforcement uniform, almost bursting into tears with relief. Do you have any food? Give us some. You don't even know how to roast meat. The middle-aged man looked at the bloody beast meat, slapped his waist, and opened a cloth bag containing some flatbreads. Take these, eat them. I'm the enforcement team captain, Huang Shu. What are you doing here? Enforcement team captain. Qin Wei's eyes lit up at the news. We know you. Xuanhuan said he's very familiar with you. Xuanhuan? Who's Xuanhuan? La Hong looked bewildered. His nickname is He Xuanhuan and his full name is He Fan. You even got him a special permit for evolution, He Fan. La Hong's mind went blank, his whole body stunned. You mean He Fan? A special evolution permit? A red one? Yes, red. Qin Wei nodded. It seems Xuanhuan really knows you well. Don't speak, I need a moment. La Hong felt his heart pounding. He Fan, the delusional evolutionist, escaped from the city and came to the beast territory. How come the enforcement bureau doesn't know about this? Liu Qingyuan, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him and not let him out? Chapter 057. We understand you. Where are your teachers? Lao Hong's face was grim. You don't know He Fan. At least the teachers at the evolution school should have some impression of him, right? Teachers, we're experienced now, we came on our own. Lin Fati said, munching on a flatbread. On your own? You brought He Fan here and nobody else knew. Lao Hong's face turned ashen. Didn't you ask about He Fan's identity? I ask. He's a student at evolution school, has a special school ID card, and just became a level 9. What's wrong? Isn't Xuanhuan a close friend of yours? Qin Wei was puzzled. It didn't seem like they had a good relationship. Close? I've only met He Fan a few times! And it was always during missions. Do you really believe he's a level 9 evolver? Where's He Fan now? Lao Hong took a deep breath, feeling this was the key question. He went to check the situation outside. If it's calm, we'll return the way we came. Qin Wei mumbled, chewing on a flatbread. Check the situation. Lao Hong had a bad feeling, sighing. Let's go. Go where? Let's wait for Xuanhuan to come back, and then go together. Lin Pangzi said. He Fan is probably not coming back. Lao Hong sighed sadly. He brought it on himself. What can I do? Impossible. Xuanhuan. Team leader Huang, look who I brought back. A voice called out. Xiao Lu from the enforcement team, carrying a person, walked over with a pained expression. Xuanhuan, He Fan, staring at He Fan, held innocently in Xiao Lu's hand. The 3 of them looked astonished. Lao Hong's face a mixture of emotions. How did you get here? I came to contribute to humanity, He Fan explained. With my strength as an evolved being, if I don't kill ferocious beasts and contribute to humanity, am I even human? Just staying alive is the greatest contribution you can make to humanity, really. Lao Hong said earnestly. Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you even know where this is? And you still dare to come? What do you mean? Qin Wei and the others were bewildered. Xuanhuan is very strong, why can't he come? Even though he hasn't graduated, familiarizing himself with the graduation task ahead of time isn't impossible. Should I tell him, or should you? Lao Hong sneered at He Fan. Tell me what? He Fan looked at him strangely. They're right, I am very strong. Heh. Lao Hong's sneer deepened, looking at Xiao Liu. Where did you find him? About 100 meters away. He was digging up a medicinal herb. Xiao Liu replied, did you hear that? All that talk about checking outside was a lie. He went digging for something. Lo Hong said, without waiting for a response. Let's go, come to our place. This area won't be safe for much longer. He Fan looked at Lao Hong helplessly. Was this a case of him being completely unwilling to believe that he was an evolver? Xiao Fan even hunted a peak stage beast alone before. Qin Wei quickly said. No need to speak up for him, no need to excuse yourself. Lao Hong said calmly. This is outside the city, no one was hurt, I don't want to make a fuss. Let's just pretend this never happened. Get back and focus on your studies. Excuse ourselves, we're telling the truth. Lin Pangzi was puzzled. Are all the people in the enforcement team this difficult to talk to? Take it out. Lao Huang looked at He Fan. He Fan slowly took out the red certificate. Let you have a look. Level S Evolver Delusional Disorder Certificate. The three of them were stunned. You have a delusional disorder. It's all nonsense, I don't. He Fan explained. People with delusional disorders never say they have a delusional disorder. Lao Huang sneered. You didn't check his ID before. He covered up his delusions. Qinwei twitched her lips, then said, I understand you. Understand. Lin Pangzi and Naiyun nodded heavily. They thought of Qinwei. He Fan's awakening should be as a battle evolver, but he wants to be a cook. That's perfectly fine. Look at Qinwei, a blessing priestess who wants to be a battle evolver. Perfectly normal. Understand what? He Fan rolled his eyes. You understand nothing at all. Qinwei looked at the red booklet and no longer felt envious. Would she also receive one? As a blessing priestess it was quite possible, because she really couldn't control herself. After crossing the mountain peak, Lao Huang led them forward, warning them, once we reach our destination, don't wander around. Xiaolu will keep an eye on you every day. If you want to hunt ferocious beasts, that's fine. I'll record it and count it towards your graduation task. Thank you, Team Leader Huang. Qinwei thanked him, then asked with a puzzled expression, what happened around here? Why did the pureblood ferocious beast suddenly riot? You don't need to concern yourselves with that. Just complete your own tasks, Lao Huang said flatly. Okay, Qinwei and the other two responded, without asking further. They knew it was not something they should inquire about. After walking for about 3 hours, Lao Huang led them to a cave where two more members of the enforcement team, a man and a woman, were waiting. Seeing them return, they quickly greeted them. From now on, I'll go scout ahead alone. You guys guard the perimeter. Xiaolu keep an eye on them, especially He Fan. Lao Huang assigned the tasks, ending with a vicious glare at He Fan. To actually dare to run out here from the city, I can't even imagine what else he wouldn't dare to do. Lao Huang glanced at the sky and said, it's still Louis. You should also impart some experience, teach them how to hunt the beasts. I'll go out for a bit, you guys continue to wait. Oh, right, Hey Fan, you can cook, right? You'll prepare whatever beast we hunt later. Captain Huang. Lao Huang left. The three remaining men looked miserable, waving and shouting forlornly, why did you make such a wrong decision?
Captain Huang, safe travels! Guaranteed mission completion!
He Fan smartly saluted. You're truly my Captain Huang. As long as I can cook, I absolutely won't wander off. Let's go. We'll go hunt some beasts too, and impart some experience to you guys along the way. Xiaolu chuckled. With me here, there's no problem. There's no problem, but right now, we're just praying we don't run into any beasts. Save me some of that flatbread, Lin Pangzi pleaded, looking at the two enforcement team members. My survival depends on that flatbread. Xiaolu glanced at He Fan and said, stay far away later. I'll stay far away. He Fan replied. 5 people left the cave and went to search for ferocious beasts. They had already explored this area, and there were no pure-blooded ferocious beasts at most, only peak mixed blood ones. Xiaolu first investigated the surroundings. When he found a lone peak stage ferocious beast, he would bring them over. If he encountered a group, he would simply bypass them. There's a ferocious beast 500 meters ahead. There are no beasts within 600 meters around it, so you can safely hunt it, Xiaolu said after checking the area. Thank Officer Liu. The three thanked him and quickly went towards it. This time, with the help of the enforcement team, the mission was absolutely secure. He Fan wanted to go forward, but Xiaolu stopped him. He had to stay away. His delusion could cause him to uncontrollably pounce, and He Fan also had to close his eyes and not look. He Fan sat alone under a big tree dozens of meters away and said faintly, I'll be here. Is that alright? Good. Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction. He had checked the surroundings. There was no danger. Chapter Odin Phileft. You don't understand. He Fan was only too glad to be relieved of the task. His blade skills were still immature, and he needed to control his strength and hone his technique while simultaneously searching for herbs. It was clearly better that he didn't have to get his hands dirty. I told He Fan to close eyes. Why are you closing your eyes? Xiaolu looked at Qinwei strangely. I'm a blessing priestess. Qinwei hesitated before deciding to tell the truth. Then keep them closed. Xiaolu's face twitched. Who the hell gave you two lunatics the courage to come here? Is a blessing priestess a kind of delusional disorder? Qinwei asked with her eyes closed. Xiaolu watched Nian and Fat Lin besiege the beast before replying. It's hard to define. Evolutionary biologists have studied it. Blessing priestesses have rather unique genes. Some at the nirvana level don't have this problem, but that's only some, Qinwei said wryly. Others die at the beast's maw. Blessing priestesses are actually better off than most delusional patients. Turn around and look at He Fan, Xiaolu said compassionately. That's a late-stage delusional patient. There's no chance of recovery. He Fan. Qinwei turned and opened her eyes. She saw He Fan, who had been sitting on the ground, had somehow gotten up and was now wielding his broadsword, hacking at falling leaves. He couldn't help himself. It's a release of tension. He's trying to control it, but don't lose to a true delusional patient, Xiaolu said. I won't lose, Qinwei declared firmly. The school teacher said the blessing sacrifice offers a chance for improvement, and I will improve. He Fan's ears twitched. He inwardly cursed, treating me like some kind of teaching aid. I'm practicing my knife skills, not having a seizure! He Fan's knife wasn't fast. He was focusing on the veins in the leaves, practicing his accuracy. Each cut had to land precisely on a vein without the slightest error. Rigorous practice was the key to honing his knife skills. All his evolutionary power flowed into his cells, refining his body. With pure strength, he wielded his knife. Leaves fell shattered by the flashing blade, reduced to fragments that scattered on the ground. The hunt for the beast was successful. Qinwei once again controlled herself, and He Fan's knife skills were improving. His control over the force of his strikes was better than before. Ni Yun, you're fast. Go lure a beast over here, Xiaolu said, pausing before turning to He Fan. Stop practicing. Let's start cooking. He Fan ceased his knife training. Xiaolu dragged over the beast's corpse. Need help processing it? No, my knife is sharp enough, He Fan replied. Xiaolu glanced at it, confirming that it was indeed a fine blade before walking away, still muttering to himself, evolutionary psychosis and such a good knife. School compensation. He Fan quickly skinned the beast, taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with its structure and bone joints, disassembling it completely. Then he looked at Xiaolu. Got any water? I need to clean it. Make do, Xiaolu said. Just cut off any dirty parts. Alright. He Fan could only continue cooking. Not being able to stew the meat wasn't a problem.
That wouldn't stump a chef!
He Fan looked at the beast meat, his knife moving swiftly. Each cut was identical in thickness and size. Even a professional would find nothing to criticize. The cleaver spun rapidly, and the meat peeled away from the bone with speed. The slices were uniform, with no deviations caused by the quick pace. My knife skills have improved considerably, He Fan thought, giving himself a mental pat on the back. When I can slice a beast into perfectly even pieces with even greater speed, then I'll have truly mastered it. He Fan took out pots, pans and bowls, marinating the meat with seasonings. At the same time he asked Xiaolu, where shall we eat later? Right here. I've told them to come over, Xiaolu replied, looking at him. It's done so quickly. Qinwei and the others hadn't even killed their second beast yet, but He Fan had already processed his. The speed truly surprised him. He took a look and said, it's still raw, isn't it? Call them when it's cooked. Beast meat is tricky, cook it a little longer. Alright. He Fan glanced at the marinated meat slices. He had no choice but to proceed. The conditions were simple this time. He planned to make a fried meat dish, so he'd cut the meat thinly. Once the oil was hot, he vigorously flicked off the bloodstains from the meat slices. If he couldn't remove them all, he would use his evolutionary power when no one was looking. His evolutionary power, like flowing water, enveloped the beast meat, carefully removing the bloodstains. He Fan realized this was also a form of training for his evolutionary power. He mused, so I won't need water to wash vegetables in the future. Could I use my evolutionary power to stew meat? He shook his head, dismissing the bizarre idea. Cooking meat with evolutionary power was too difficult. He didn't want to attempt it for now. He heated the oil and added the meat slices, preparing some seasonings. Those who liked strong flavors could dip them. After about 5 minutes, the first batch of meat slices turned slightly brown. He Fan took them out and fried the second batch. He decided to make a better meal this time, as compensation for Lin Pang and the other two. After frying 3 batches, the first one was almost cold. He Fan said, it's ready. Eat it before it gets cold. I just made 3 batches. You guys eat first. 3 batches. It should take at least half an hour, even with reheating. Xiaolu said, pausing before adding, you don't understand. Half an hour is sufficient, no more, no less. Yes, half an hour. Lin Pang, Qinwei and the others said as they fought the ferocious beast. This time, listen to Officer Liu. He Fan, don't show off your cooking skills, Qinwei said. Fine, half an hour then half an hour, He Fan mumbled, putting a new batch of meat slices into the pan. But the cooked ones will taste bad if reheated. Throw them away. Are you afraid you won't have enough to eat? Xiaolu said without turning around. Throw them away. He Fan looked at the 3 burnt pieces of meat. Following the principle of not wasting anything, he ate them as he worked. They were a bit tough, but that was fine. They were far better than completely burnt. Improvement and enjoyment, which was more important. Definitely the first. He Fan felt their choice was correct. He had made the wrong choice this time, and should have followed the genetic instructions completely. But this time I sliced them thinly. After frying them for half an hour, even I couldn't eat them. Do you guys even dare to try? In the end, He Fan followed the numbers. Each piece of meat provided only minimal assistance, but it was still there. After frying for 10 minutes, it completely disappeared, and the meat was charred like coal. 9 minutes was optimal. After the beast hunt, Xiaolu notified the other 2 enforcers. They had professional communication tools that worked even without a signal. Soon, Ni Yun returned, accompanied not only by 2 enforcers but also by Lao Huang, who had just come back. However, Lao Huang's expression was not good, clearly indicating a frustrating mission. Captain. Xiaolu greeted him. Lao Huang waved his hand. Let's eat first. Hurry up, it'll get cold soon, He Fan said. Finally no more eating bread. Lao Huang nodded, a smile appearing on his face. He took the chopsticks and bowl He Fan offered, squatting down. His outstretched hand froze.
Is this your cooking?
He Fan nodded. You can cook, can't you? This is all burnt. Did you do it on purpose? Lao Huang's fleeting good mood vanished. I made it according to their instructions. They said at least half an hour. Thankfully I followed my own intuition and only fried it for 9 minutes. He Fan said. Eat up. Qinwei and the other 2.
You didn't say you'd cut the meat so thinly.
Is there a difference between your 9 minutes and their half hour? Let's just eat the flatbreads. Chapter 0 Thief and I, that makes sense, you're just eating flatbreads, what about the beast meat, are you going to waste it? He Fan stared at them in disbelief, his eyes conveying a disdain for such wastefulness. Lao Huang didn't bother to respond, munching on his flatbread. To be honest, he was practically sick of flatbreads, they'd been eating them every day for a while now. He Fan watched them eat flatbreads while he devoured the beast meat with gusto. Little Lu couldn't bear to watch. There are still flatbreads, don't eat like that, he said. I don't want to eat flatbread now. He Fan shook his head. Flatbread only fills the stomach, it's of no help at all. He Fan quickly finished the grilled meat, feeling a slight warmth spread through him. He sighed softly, put the meat slices in the pan, fried them for a few minutes, took them out and ate them, looking at them with a strange expression. Why don't you fry your own, everyone? Fry them to your preferred doneness yourself. He Fan dropped the words, eating his own 9-minute fried meat, stuffing it into his mouth as soon as it was done. Do you just like eating burnt food? Qinwei tried it, frying a piece herself, and looked at He Fan. You can clearly fry it properly, why do you like it burnt? He Fan didn't explain, but glanced at Lin Pangzi. Now that the enforcement team is here, and Qinwei can heal, should he research a new dish, make a contribution to the culinary arts, and cultivate him at the same time? Lin Pangzi felt very uncomfortable under He Fan's gaze, quickly took a bite of the flatbread, and said warily, don't look at me, I don't like burnt food. He Fan was a little disappointed. Even this small test couldn't be endured. It was a disgrace to foodies! Next time we'll eat this. Lao Huang was very satisfied, he could do it himself. Although he didn't fry it properly several times, it was better than his own grilled version. He was also a culinary idiot, always burning his grilled food. After dinner, Lo Huang went out again. Xiaolu led them to continue hunting ferocious beasts. He Fan finished all the meat and continued to hone his knife skills. Seeing their obedience, Xiaolu relaxed his vigilance. Excellent, that's the fourth one. Including the ones you've already hunted, you've completed your graduation assignment, Xiaolu said. You'll graduate smoothly when you return to school. Thank you, Officer Liu, the three said, their faces beaming. Would like to hunt some more ferocious beasts to gain more experience. After all, after graduation we'll be in the beast's territory and rarely return to the city. That's a good idea. In that case, I'll help you keep an eye out and share some hunting experience. Different beasts have different weaknesses, you must be good at finding them, Xiaolu explained. The three listened intently, and Xiaolu was happy to teach, speaking eloquently and seemingly enjoying the experience, becoming somewhat carried away. Alright Niyun, go lure another beast. Remember what I taught you, don't rush to kill, focus on finding the weakness. This will save you a lot of time and energy, Xiaolu said. Okay, thank you Officer Liu, Niyun replied, turning to leave. His peripheral vision suddenly caught something at the base of a large tree. It was empty. Officer Liu, where's He Fan? He Fan. Xiaolu paused, looking back. At the base of the tree were only scattered leaves. He Fan's disappeared. Maybe he couldn't stand watching us hunt and went off to find a beast to fight alone, Qinwei guessed. I'll go look for him. Stay here and don't wander off, Xiaolu said anxiously, his heart pounding at the possibility. It's alright. He Fan is very strong, even if his delusion flares up nothing will happen, Qinwei said. If he were that strong he wouldn't be a delusion sufferer, Xiaolu retorted, hurrying off to search. In his mind, He Fan's survival until now was entirely thanks to the protection of these three. Furthermore, he'd heard that He Fan had previously been by Qinwei's side, clearly a protected individual with a low danger level. If he couldn't survive, Qinwei wouldn't have either. Xiaolu was very strong, a Nirvana level expert. Any movement within a radius of hundreds of meters couldn't escape his notice. Finding He Fan if he was nearby. He Fan hadn't gone far, just wandering around nearby. When Xiaolu found He Fan, he was digging up a medicinal herb, carefully putting it away. He Fan, you ran out just to dig up this herb. Xiaolu looked at him with a complex expression. I understand your desire to become an evolver, but not every herb can be eaten indiscriminately, and not everyone benefits from taking medicine. I'm treating my illness. Once I become an evolver, this delusion will be cured. Don't you want me to be cured? He Fan glared at him. Xiaolu, you're right. I have absolutely no idea how to refute you. If you're sick, you should take medicine. Don't worry, I copied down the herbal remedies. I know which ones are safe to eat and which ones aren't. He Fan produced a thick book. You still shouldn't wander off. Come back with me. It's too dangerous for you to encounter ferocious beasts alone, Xiaolu said. Even prisoners get time out in the yard. I'm a patient, why can't I move around? He Fan mumbled, but obediently followed. Otherwise he'd be dragged back. He returned docilely to the large tree and continued practicing his swordsmanship. Xiaolu continued his training, teaching them his experience in hunting ferocious beasts. In the evening they returned to the cave to rest, blocking the entrance. He Fan took out a blanket and continued sleeping, causing Lao Huang and the others to grind their teeth. You're here for a vacation or what? Forget the pots and pans, you even have a blanket. Covered in the blanket, He Fan pondered getting a large dimensional bag. Then he could bring all the necessary supplies. He also wanted to replace his pots and pans with better ones and bring a large water jug. The next morning, Lao Huang and the others left early. Xiaolu continued training them, while He Fan continued practicing his swordsmanship, occasionally going out to look for herbs before being brought back by Xiaolu. He Fan was always obedient, returning whenever Xiaolu told him to. Then he'd find a chance to sneak out again, only to be brought back. After a while Xiao Lu got tired of it and let him wander, only requiring him to report back once an hour. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During those 3 days Lao Hong's expression grew increasingly grim, as the frequency of the riots outside increased, showing no signs of abating. He Fan didn't care about that. He only cared about what ingredients he'd gathered that day, where to find more, and how to find a water source. He was tired of eating fried meat slices every day. He preferred stews, especially those with herbs. He Fan practiced his swordsmanship for 2 hours this time, then left on schedule. Xiao Lu glanced at him but didn't say anything. He was off to find medicinal herbs, not to fight ferocious beasts. The area had been checked, so Xiao Lu let him be. Next time he'd need to extend his time. The medicinal herbs in this area were dwindling. He Fan searched for half an hour without finding anything. He needed to get back soon, otherwise Xiao Lu would come and drag him back. Bang! Just as he was worrying about how to extend his time outside, a pebble flew and landed precisely 1 meter in front of him. Who's there? He Fan looked around. He'd been so focused on finding herbs that he'd let his guard down and hadn't noticed where the pebble came from. Bang! As he pondered, another pebble flew, landing 2 meters in front of him. This time he saw it come from the dense forest to his left. He sensed a faint breathing sound coming from that direction. Should he go and check it out? He Fan wondered. Another pebble flew, landing 3 meters away. What did it mean? Was it a signal to move forward? Was someone in the woods trying to lure him? Chapter Odrid 60. Is your delusional disorder this severe? He Fan looked at where the pebbles had landed, thought for a moment, and walked forward. Another pebble came, landing steadily ahead, guiding his path. 15 minutes passed before He Fan suddenly checked his wristwatch. The break was over, he had to report back. With that, He Fan turned and left without hesitation, a good obedient child. The people in the dense forest were stunned. What did that mean? He was walking along perfectly well, and then he just turned around and went back. Couldn't they make their intentions clear? Seeing He Fan leave without a backward glance, the people in the forest grew anxious. They quickly flicked several stones in his direction, hoping he would turn back and follow their guidance. Are you crazy? I only have 1 hour a day to forage for ingredients. Can you please stop wasting my time? He Fan glared at the forest, the faint presence within it noticeably stronger. There was no reply. Another stone shot out, landing at He Fan's feet. If you have something to say, come out and say it. If you have something to give me, bring it over. Don't waste my time. He Fan said, pausing before adding urgently, I need to hurry back and cook. Several people are waiting for me to eat, and they'll go hungry if I don't go back. As he spoke, He Fan kept an eye on the forest. Hearing that he was cooking and that people were waiting to eat his food, the breathing from within the forest wasn't just stronger, it was intense, almost excited. Could it be his culinary fans? How many people had eaten his food who could be this excited? There shouldn't be any, right? Did they know the secret of his cooking? Just as He Fan was secretly pleased that someone appreciated his cooking, a raspy, low male voice came from the forest. Someone eats your cooking. He Fan stared at the dense forest, silent for a long time, then suddenly cupped his hands in a farewell gesture. Farewell. Can you talk? You lure me here and then you say no one eats the food I cook.
Go play by yourself.
He Fan didn't bother with someone who couldn't speak. Anyone who insulted his cooking skills got off lightly without a beating. He considered himself quite generous. He had his suspicions about the person in the forest. It couldn't be Liu Qingyuan, she wouldn't make that sound, nor could she convincingly imitate it. If he met them now, he'd surely get a scolding from Lao Huang for failing to keep even an ordinary person safe. Qin Wei and the others were even less likely. They were still under Xiao Lu's tutelage and had no time to mess with him. Lao Huang, who was out, was even less inclined. Eliminating all possibilities, only one person remained who knew about his cooking. The person in the forest stared blankly at He Fan's departure, momentarily bewildered. Aren't you curious where I'm leading you? Weren't you pretty bold? Why are you backing down now? Can you not follow the usual script? He Fan was indeed bold, but he genuinely disliked whatever was lurking in that forest. Besides, if he didn't hurry back, Xiao Lu would be looking for him, and any good stuff he had would probably be confiscated. A losing proposition no matter how you looked at it. Pebbles continued to fly, several nearly hitting He Fan. However, the other party was merely trying to distract him, hoping he'd change his mind and follow their instructions. He Fan left decisively, his pace unhindered by whatever the other party threw at him. The figures behind him fell back after a short distance, a raspy, low voice drifting to him. You should know who I am. I've been waiting for you here. Everything you need is there. He Fan didn't reply, hurrying back to the tree where Xiao Lu was just tossing over a vicious beast. Right on time. He Fan, I'm a man of my word. He Fan declared, then added, I need more time. An hour isn't enough. No, an hour is my absolute limit, Xiao Lu said sternly, his expression serious. Team leader Huang gave his orders. You dare to disobey and I'll tie you up. Use a little common sense, will you? Your place is a prison. Regardless of whether I'm a criminal or not, how long do prisoners get for recreation time in your prison? He Fan glared at him, clearly dissatisfied. I don't use common sense, Xiao Lu said flatly. Enforcement officers only follow the law. Now get cooking. Fine, you win. I can't fight City Hall. I can't fight City Hall. If I were to achieve nirvana, watch me teach you a lesson. He Fan looked at the beast carcass. Looks like I'll have to go it alone. Xiaolu won't budge. After processing the beast meat, he called Lao Huang and the others to eat. They returned to their tasks while He Fan continued his search for herbs. Bang! Another stone fell. You've got nothing better to do. He Fan rolled his eyes, looking at the stone that had landed in front of him. If you've got so much time, why don't you just give me the stuff? Have you forgotten your debt to me, Lu Ming? Besides Liu Qingyuan and a few others, Lu Ming was the only one who could be so openly critical of his cooking. I can't appear. The raspy voice came again. You want me to take the fall again? He Fan's face was filled with displeasure. Last time you almost got me killed, and Lin Yang and the others locked me up, and even the principal made me take the blame. Now you're doing it again. Do you think I'm some kind of scapegoat prince? You need herbs, beast meat, it's all there. Lu Ming said, his voice low and without appearing. You're an ordinary person, but if you get those herbs and beast parts, becoming an evoluer will be easy enough. I wouldn't touch ordinary beasts or herbs. I'm a level 9 evoluer now. He Fan said dismissively. If you go, you'll definitely be helpful, Lu Ming said, pausing for a moment before adding. Is your delusion that severe? Damn it, how did you know about that? Is nobody treating me like a normal person anymore? He Fan admired Lu Ming's well-connected information network. A Nirvana evoluer, indeed. But his Nirvana was rather weak, he couldn't even hide from He Fan. If they got into a close quarters fight, He Fan could probably beat Lu Ming senseless. Confident in his abilities, He Fan followed Lu Ming's directions and walked forward. Don't be so roundabout, just tell me where it is. I'm short on time. Lu Ming, too lazy to throw stones, quietly guided him. Be careful, they have surveillance. Grab it and leave quickly. I can help hold them off, Lu Ming said. I think you're up to no good. I'll take the fall, and you get all the benefits. He Fan thought of the principal. Could Lu Ming also be taking the lion's share? I'm just seeking revenge. They almost killed me. I'll ruin everything they've done, even find evidence, Lu Ming whispered. Them, Lin Yang, wait, aren't you a school advisor? Why not go to the principal? He Fan asked. You don't need to ask. Take what's yours, we're on the same side now, Lu Ming said. Alright, He Fan replied, thinking taking the fall means getting something good. This fall isn't so bad, I've already offended Lin Yang anyway. Not taking the fall wouldn't improve our relationship. Following Lu Ming's instructions, He Fan found a blood-red herb, like a blood jade, emitting a peculiar aura. The ground around the herb had collapsed, and lo, pain draweth in, that's blood origin grass. It's fatally attractive to pure blood beast cubs, accelerating their growth. The area around the blood origin grass is a trap. Looks like you're lucky. A beast has already fallen in, Lu Ming whispered. How did this guy get here? In the distance, a figure was hidden in the weeds, staring blankly at the trap site. He Fan, aren't you a delusional patient? How did you escape from the city? Is the enforcement squad finished? How did they let you out? Chapter 61. You're making things difficult for old Hong. He Fan looked at the bottom of the trap. It was some kind of high-tech product, directly binding the limbs of the young beast. Things like steel nails pierced through the beast's forelegs, pinning it to the ground. It was a wolf-like creature, entirely white, with a single horn on its head. Though just a young one, its ferocious aura was stronger than that of an average peak stage mixed blood beast. He Fan swiftly drew his cleaver, stabbed the beast to death, and collected the blood essence grass. A pure-blooded beast cub wasn't bad, giving him another Physio 0.5 gene point, as did the blood essence grass. After collecting the blood essence grass and dragging the beast cub away, the hidden figure stared blankly at everything. He wanted to stop He Fan, but after a moment of thought, decided to let him go. He was Zhou Wen and felt he couldn't beat He Fan. He Fan dragged the beast cub back, placing the blood essence grass into his spatial bag for preservation. Now he was pondering a question. Blood essence grass could accelerate the growth of beast cubs, holding a fatal attraction. What would happen if someone ate it? Would it accelerate evolution or growth, making it grow into an adult in minutes? That was probably impossible. If so, the blood essence grass would have been banned. I'll contact you again next time. Go back. Lu Ming left a sentence, his figure vanishing. He clearly didn't want to encounter the enforcement squad. He Fan dragged the young beast, carefully examining it. This was a pure-blooded beast. Even its blood alone could drive impure-blooded creatures wild. A young one was worth more than a single medicinal herb. If it reached maturity, wouldn't it even aid in nirvana? Thinking this, He Fan really wanted to kill those rampaging adult beasts to see how much it would increase his stats points at sea. He Fan, the grass swayed and a figure swiftly approached, appearing before He Fan in a flash, their face grim. You're over an hour late, huh? Beast! Nenhua protects me, He Fan calmly stated. Nenhua protects you. Xiaolu glanced at the young beast, his brows furrowing. The power contained in this beast's blood, a pure-blooded cub. Where did you get it? Thanks to Nenhua's protection, I'm just too handsome. This cub saw me, immediately knocked its head against the ground, and died against a large tree. It was a case of waiting by the stump for a rabbit, He Fan explained. Have you studied waiting by the stump for a rabbit? Xiaolu's face darkened. He pointed at the cub's legs. What about those injuries on its legs?
Where'd you get it, Tlesh?
A horizontal blade flashed. Forepaws were gone, He Fan calmly said. Where are the injuries? This is a legless beast.
Xiaolu, I could slap you silly.
You're lying through your teeth. What do you take me for? Officer Liu, don't worry about the details. I want to know, can you kill a mature beast? A mature beast could kill me. Little Liu rolled his eyes, irritated. Go back now. I'll clean up the blood. If we attract a mature beast, we'll be in trouble. Oh, He-fan responded, dragging the juvenile beast away. Little Liu went to clean up the blood. After a short time, he found the bloodstains completely gone and was surprised. Did He-fan have that kind of awareness? Of course He-fan didn't have that kind of awareness. Liu Ming had cleaned it all up. He only dealt with destroying the traps and disposing of the blood essence grass and the juvenile beast. Back under the big tree, He-fan looked at it. It was completely leafless. He should find a new tree. Looking at the trio he just helped, he asked, "Is your graduation mission complete?" "Complete." The three nodded, looking at him with gratitude. "Thank you so much this time. Without you we couldn't have finished so quickly." With the enforcement team's guarantee, their graduation mission was truly secured. "So can you freely leave the city from now on?" He-fan asked enviously. "Of course you want to go out again?" Qinwei asked with a smile, then added, "Will your brother-obsessed sister agree?" "Ahem, let's cook." He-fan coughed lightly. "Little Liu is back. We can't let them know about this, otherwise they'll definitely tell Liu Qingyuan to keep an eye on him." He-fan quickly processed the beast, and once again ate fried meat slices. His basic knife skills were becoming more proficient. In a few days he would probably be able to take another step forward and study the incredibly powerful, butchering an ox technique. The young beast's meat was very tender. Lao Hong took one bite and immediately exclaimed, looking at him strangely, "Where did you get this meat?" Neng was blessing. He-fan said with a devout expression like a true believer of Niwa. "A few hours ago, Team Huang, you'd better not ask, otherwise I guarantee you'll want to slap him to death." Little Liu coughed lightly and said. Lao Hong said solemnly, "He-fan, this is very important, it concerns a classified mission. If you tell us, the Enforcement Bureau will reward you." "Reward me as a good citizen?" He-fan looked at Lao Huang in surprise. "Or a young pioneer. Lao Huang was completely baffled. "What the heck is that?" Looking at He-fan, who clearly didn't want to talk, Lao Huang frowned. "Just tell us and you can name your price. I want a peak condition pureblood savage beast. A mature one will do if necessary." He-fan made his offer decisively. "Switch it." Lao Huang's face twitched. "Name your price, but don't get ridiculous." "If I could handle a mature one, do you think I'd still be a small squad leader? How about a super large spatial bag?" He-fan pondered before suggesting, "I'll look it up myself." Lao Huang gave up on the conversation. He couldn't fulfill a single one of those conditions. "Then help me achieve nirvana." "Haha, you're trying to make things difficult for old Huang." Lao Huang sneered. "Help an evolution delusion patient achieve nirvana? I'd rather go fight a mature pureblood beast one-on-one. Lao Huang showed absolutely no sincerity, and He-fan was displeased. He only needed perfect control over his body's power and to fill 3 gaps to reach nirvana. Such a simple request and he still wouldn't agree. Where was the sincerity? He-fan looked intently at Lao Huang. Why did he feel like he was looking at Giant Tiger? This world didn't seem to have the Doraemon cartoon. "Alright, let's eat." Xiaolu spoke up. "If we can't get an answer, we'll just follow them later." Lao Huang said nothing more, giving Xiaolu a knowing look before continuing to fry the meat slices. He-fan ate the savage beast meat, feeling a minuscule improvement. His heart was heavy. If only he could eat dozens more, filling his belly, he could at least make a significant step forward even if he couldn't achieve nirvana. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. He-fan practiced his swordsmanship for a while, then went to look for herbs. Liu Ming didn't come out this time, not because Xiao Lu might be following, but because the other party hadn't found the trap yet. Setting up a trap takes time. He-fan deliberately returned half an hour late. This time Xiao Lu didn't come to get him, instead waiting for him to return on his own. A day passed, and He-fan successfully extended his time out. Xiao Lu secretly followed him every time, his nirvana level strength ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. The next day He-fan went out again, and Liu Ming appeared, guiding him. Xiao Lu's heart surged with excitement as he quickly followed. After being here for so long, they finally had a breakthrough. Chapter 62. I have a few nirvana level experts with nothing better to do. They all had their guesses about the target of this mission. Their purpose in coming was to catch someone in the act, gathering evidence of the private capture and smuggling of young beasts. Live young beasts could enter the city, but they had to pass through the law enforcement team's inspection to confirm their destination. Private smuggling was a capital offense! The profits were enormous. Just selling one young beast could fetch a significant sum, and if you had the connections you could trade them to a geneticist for evolutionary drugs at a low price. He-fan collected blood essence grass again, but there were no young beasts this time, leaving him somewhat disappointed. How did he find it? Zhou Wen, who was secretly monitoring, was dumbfounded. "I just put it there a little while ago. I didn't attract the young beast, I attracted you!" "Are you a beast or something? To kill He-fan? It must be a one-hit kill." Zhou Wen mused softly. The enforcement team was nearby, too much commotion would alert them. He needed nirvana to act. Zhou Wen had heard from Lin Yang about He-fan's strength. He was definitely no weaker than an average level 7 evolutee, and with the added gene fluid he was surely level 8. Zhou Wen was only level 3, charging in would be suicide. Were the enforcement team blind? To issue a delusional disorder certificate to someone like that, Zhou Wen couldn't understand. He couldn't understand how He Fan had avoided the school's instrument detection either. How could an evolutee register a data value of 6? He Fan left with the blood origin grass. Lu Ming had already gone. He Fan. He hadn't gone far when a cold voice echoed. Xiao Lu's figure blocked his path. You, how did you get here? He Fan sighed. You've ruined everything. What do you mean? Xiao Lu was stunned. If you don't tell me, and I come privately, how did I ruin things? Did I ruin your hiding something? Let's talk as we walk. He Fan looked contemptuous. You're in the enforcement team, and you can't even figure this out. Who am I? I'm a level 9 evolutee. A normal evolutee appearing here is normal. Your appearance, if discovered, would tell everyone I'm backed by the enforcement team. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd show up, scaring them off. What if the other party goes into hiding and stops acting? Have you even considered that? You harvested the blood yuan grass. Isn't that like stirring up a hornet's nest? Xiao Lu's face was pale. Wouldn't it be better to alert them sooner rather than later? I'm a level 9 evolver. Even if I alert them, it doesn't matter. With their strength, would they care about a level 9 evolver? He Fan sighed. No, they wouldn't care in the slightest. This seemingly reckless move is actually using myself as bait.
A sacrifice!
What you're saying actually makes some sense. Xiao Lu pondered for a moment before nodding. Who was the person you were talking to just now? I can't say right now. He doesn't want to meet you, nor does he want to be discovered, He Fan said. We can't alarm him either. He's guiding me. Hearing you say that, using yourself as bait isn't bad, but isn't it too dangerous for you? Xiao Li said.
For justice!
He Fan declared righteously, then added, the blood yuan grass and the young beast are mine, and the surveillance time is doubled. You just want the blood yuan grass and the young beast, right? Xiao Lu sneered, then sighed. Why can't you accept reality? Wouldn't it be better to just live a normal life? It's you who can't accept reality. I'm now a hyper level 9 evolver.
If I wasn't outmatched by you, believe me, I'd teach you a lesson.
Want to hear my plan? He Fan whispered. Old Huang has been investigating for so long without any progress. Why not try this? Use me as bait. Wait for them to appear, then you take photos and recordings. We'll get them, and we'll have all the evidence we need. I'll discuss this with Team Leader Huang, Xiao Lu said. Alright, you contact Team Huang and I'll contact him and discuss it, He Fan said. Discuss with him. Didn't you say we shouldn't alarm him? Xiao Lu was taken aback. We shouldn't alarm him, but with you guys around, it's bound to be noticed. Do you think he won't know? He Fan whispered. I'll tell him you guys won't be looking for him, and I'll also try to gauge his stance. After all, he's also fighting for justice, so we might be able to cooperate secretly. Won't you be in danger? Xiao Lu worried. No. He Fan shook his head, chuckling lightly. If they wanted to get me, they would have done it the first time. And what if there is danger? If they dare to make a move,
they'll be the ones in danger!
For the sake of the mission, do you want to continue like this, letting them get away scot-free, while you achieve nothing? I'm prepared to make sacrifices, He Fan said solemnly. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Then, we'll make it up to you. We can even make an exception for you and give you a special award for that young pioneer thing afterward. Xiao Lu, after some thought, agreed to the plan. As He Fan said, it was better than making no progress. Then I won't go back. You go find La Huang, and I'll go talk to him. You've checked the area, there shouldn't be any danger. If he wants me to sabotage the trap, he'll also ensure my safety. He Fan finished and turned to leave. Xiao Lu pondered for a moment. Something felt off. Was He Fan being a little too righteous? When did he become so principled? He Fan and Lu Ming had a pre-arranged contact method and markers, ensuring they could stay in touch. Lu Ming wouldn't stray too far. This time, as soon as he appeared, he sensed Lu Ming nearby and spoke. Are you there? No one's following. The enforcement team letting you get away. Are you crazy? Lu Ming's voice was low. For the mission, I'm willing to be bait. The enforcement team agreed and won't investigate your identity, but you need to keep providing the location of the traps, and I'll lure them out. He Fan said. That's a good plan. With your weak strength, they won't tolerate you disrupting things too much, Lu Ming said. That's what you were planning all along. You can't protect me, you wanted me to die. Then take pictures as evidence. You're such a jerk, Lu Ming. A chill ran through He Fan's heart. Of course not. They're all under my surveillance. I know where the enforcement team is and can keep you safe. If necessary, I can also attract ferocious beasts to disrupt them and take you away, Lu Ming said. He Fan considered, then said. With my strength, I don't need to explain myself to you, and I could force you to do it, Lu Ming said flatly. You've been in the Beast Mountains for a while now. Do you know where there are pure-blooded ferocious beasts in their growth phase? He Fan changed the subject, whispering. What do you need a fully grown pureblood for? Lu Ming was taken aback. Shouldn't we be discussing how to destroy the trap? I have a few Nirvana who are bored out of their minds and need some practice. Might as well give them something to do. I figure a creature in its growth phase should be no problem. He Fan estimated. It's a bit far. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then said. If we attack a pureblood beast in its growth stage, it'll definitely cause a commotion. We might attract unwanted attention. Doesn't matter, let there be a commotion. Summon it, He Fan said calmly. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Me? Summon it? Yes, you summon it. Unless you want me to. I'm not a summoner. He Fan looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. You're the summoner. What good are you if you don't summon beasts? Lu Ming. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to escape and get killed by the beast? Chapter 063 Enemy, and just like that, it was decided. Lao Huang and the others are staying nearby. You should know their exact location. Summon the beast over there. Don't worry, with Lo Huang's strength, taking down a fully grown pureblood is no problem at all. He Fan wore a dismissive expression, clearly not taking a growth stage pureblood seriously. You're fine, I'm the one with the problem. I'm a summoner, not a battle evolutionist. You want me to lure the ferocious beasts alone? I'll wait for your message. Also, bring me some water. Here are some pots and pans, pick a few to hold water. I'm gonna have hot pot. Stewed meat, I'm never eating fried meat slices again. I'm practically sick of them after these few days. He Fan produced pots and pans. Liu Ming was dumbfounded. When others enter ferocious beast territory, they bring things like medicine and rations. You bring pots and pans, is this some kind of delusion? And you're sick of meat slices and want hot pot. Do you think you're at home? Hurry up, I'm short on time. Otherwise, find someone else to sabotage the traps. I'm not doing it. I'm risking my life, and you can't even meet this small request. He Fan was getting angry. A small request? You're demanding a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Still in its growth small.
This is a life or death situation.
Liu Ming desperately wanted to slap He Fan to death, but if he did, who would sabotage the traps? Himself. He had only just managed to get into a hidden position to monitor the other party. If he were exposed, he would be killed immediately. His feigned death technique wouldn't save him this time. He'd be dead without a trace. After a long silence, Liu Ming chose a pot and a basin and went to fetch water. He had recovered, so why should he continue to be humiliated in front of He Fan? Should he fight back? He Fan watched Liu Ming leave with the pot and basin, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, he could cook the dishes he wanted. The water problem would be Liu Ming's responsibility from now on. Before long, Liu Ming returned with water. He Fan nodded in satisfaction. Go lure the beasts. We'll act tonight. I'm going back to cook. Temptation. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, I'm not angry at all. Why are you so venomous? Can't you just speak properly? Liu Ming was almost furious, but thinking of revenge, he temporarily held back. He would teach the man a lesson about how to be a human being after everything was settled. Wait for me to contact you tomorrow, don't come looking for me. Back under the large tree, Xiao Lu hadn't returned yet. Qinwei and the other two were tired after hunting the ferocious beast and sat down to rest. You're back. Did you go get water? The three of them were astonished, then asked. Is there a stream nearby? I don't know. He Fan shook his head. Then where did you get this water? Qinwei asked. It's been so many days, and we haven't even had a bath. We're filthy. This is my latest research, a secret method for refining blood into water, He Fan said solemnly. According to my research, just remove. Forget it, I can't keep up the pretense. The three of them had dark expressions. You don't even bother to lie anymore. He Fan cleaned the beast, cut the meat as usual, and stewed it. He reached into his spatial bag, considering adding some herbs, then changed his mind. Old Huang and the others had an important task ahead. Although they were Nirvana level, there was always a chance of something going wrong. If the beast escaped during its growth period, it would be a huge loss. It wasn't until evening that Xiao Lu brought Old Huang back. Old Huang's complexion was noticeably better. As soon as he saw He Fan, he blurted out, "You really agreed to help?" "I did," He Fan said. He paused. However what? What reward do you want? As long as it doesn't involve making things difficult for me, Old Huang, it's a deal, Old Huang said. This time, he wasn't offering to meet any conditions, because he couldn't fulfill even a single one of He Fan's. It's not about a reward for me. I'm not that kind of person. He Fan shook his head and sighed. It's that person. He demands that you don't investigate his identity. That's no problem, Old Huang said. Since he doesn't want to be exposed, I won't push it. You can tell him that the reward can be discussed privately afterward. There's one more thing. He doesn't trust your abilities and wants to test you, He Fan said, conveniently passing the buck to Liu Ming. He doesn't trust our abilities. How will he test us? Old Huang frowned. No one from the enforcement team who can go out on missions isn't Nirvana level. Why doubt our strength? I don't know, he says he needs to test you. Only if you pass the test will he cooperate, He Fan said. Alright, Old Huang frowned, then relaxed. Regardless of the test, as long as we complete this mission, everything will be fine. Let's eat, He Fan said. After dinner, He Fan returned to the cave to rest. Pausing, he added, perhaps he'll test us tonight. You should go outside, don't miss the opportunity. Alright, Old Huang said after a moment's thought, agreeing. Old Huang's impression of He Fan was quite good now. Aside from his delusional disorder, he was still a fine young man. He'd give him a good reward later, maybe even that young pioneer commendation just for him. Qinwei and the others were curious. Who had He Fan encountered that dared to test the enforcement squad? Could it be a powerful Nirvana? What was this mission that warranted such caution and concession from the enforcement squad? A test just like that? What are you doing? He Fan asked, peering out from the cave entrance at the three crouching beside him. Whatever you're doing, Qinwei replied, pausing before continuing. Tell us, who was that person? Another Nirvana. What's your relationship with him? An enemy, He Fan said calmly. One who would love to hang me up and beat me but doesn't dare. An enemy. The three were astonished. An enemy gives you such a great benefit. Good things. Just for the taking.
We'll take a dozen of those enemies.
Night fell. Old Huang and the other three waited vigilantly, the hidden test imminent. Their mission hung in the balance. 4 long swords were drawn, their evolved power subtly flowing, ready to strike at any moment. He Fan's expression was full of anticipation. He was about to eat a pureblood growth stage beast. It all depended on when Lu Ming could secure it. Time slipped away. Just as Lao Huang and the other 3 waited anxiously, a heart-stopping roar suddenly ripped through the night. A ferocious aura filled the air, a violent presence rapidly approaching. Ferocious beast, He Fan hurriedly shouted. This might be a test of your strength. Lao Huang, you knew the test was a pureblood ferocious beast. Lu Ming didn't disappoint He Fan. He'd indeed lured a growth stage ferocious beast. Lao Huang moved with incredible speed, using a stone to block the cave entrance, preventing the beast from noticing them. Xiao Liu and the others actively led the beast away. That can't test our strength. Lao Huang didn't care. An ordinary Nirvana cultivator couldn't handle a growth stage ferocious beast, but they had 4 Nirvana cultivators? Qinwei and the others looked at him strangely. Are you sure this is to test Lao Huang's strength, and not because you want to eat the beast's meat? Chapter Horror 6-4's I'll add some extra chili when I get back. Lao Huang and his team were incredibly idle. He Fan couldn't stand it anymore. As law enforcement officers, they spent all day training school students and, incidentally, monitoring him, preventing him from wandering off. Wasn't that the epitome of idleness? With so much free time, it felt wrong not to find them some work. As for Lu Ming summoning mature or even peak stage beasts, He Fan wasn't worried. With Lu Ming's frail physique, daring to flirt with mature or peak stage purebloods would end badly. He'd be swallowed whole before he could run far. Rumble. The earth shook and the cave trembled. Rocks fell, but the 4 were exceptional. A single handclap sent them flying harmlessly. Outside, the 4 Nirvana stage warriors unleashed sword light that tore through the night. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, employing a special cooperative technique that completely overwhelmed the ferocious beast. Sword light pierced the sky, monstrous roars echoed through the night, the earth cracked, and a 100-meter radius was instantly reduced to rubble. The commotion alerted the owners of the trap, Zhou Wen and his group. They weren't far away and had been constantly monitoring the law enforcement team, which explained Lao Huang's lack of progress. What's going on? The law enforcement team is fighting a pureblood beast. Zhou Wen watched the distant commotion, a look of confusion on his face. Your father doesn't know either. Zhou Heng, Zhou Wen's father, was equally puzzled. Before, the law enforcement team had avoided purebloods, refraining from combat whenever possible. Why were they fighting now? Didn't the enforcement squad think they were well hidden? Aren't they afraid of exposure by doing this? A young man stepped forward. It was Lin Yang. Could it be that the enforcement squad is deliberately doing this, trying to lure us out? Zhou Wen frowned, completely unable to understand how the enforcement squad could be fighting with the purebloods. We've thoroughly scouted the surrounding purebloods. How did they suddenly appear on the enforcement squad's side? If they're trying to lure us out, to use this as a way to draw us out, to have us kill them, that's possible. The enforcement squad members are quite cunning. Lin Yang frowned and sneered. Lao Hong doesn't know if they'll come or not. Right now he's wholeheartedly dealing with the growth stage purebloods. Growth stage purebloods aren't terrifyingly powerful, but they're troublesome. Especially the beasts. Their thick hides make them difficult to injure. A single sword strike only causes minor wounds, only serving to enrage them further. The vibrations from outside were loud, eventually becoming like thunder, a deafening boom that shook the earth, showing just how intense the battle outside was. The vibrations lasted for over an hour before finally subsiding. The giant stones blocking the cave entrance were moved aside, and Lao Huang and the other 3 entered empty-handed, saying indifferently, He Fan, you knew about this test beforehand, didn't you? Alright, I admit it, I knew beforehand. But he wouldn't let me tell you. Otherwise, he wouldn't cooperate. He said it was to test your on-the-spot reaction capabilities. Now it seems you passed, He Fan said. Since he wouldn't let you say anything, then so be it. Be more alert next time. You could have hinted at it, Lao Huang said in a low voice. Next time let's discuss it beforehand. Don't be so hasty. We tried to lure them out, but we failed. Should I discuss it with him and run another test? He Fan pondered. No need, Lao Huang waved his hand. Another test? Do you really think this is an exam? How's the beast? He Fan asked. Its corpse is outside. He Fan quickly went outside and saw a monstrous beast, as large as a small mountain. Fie, such a small number, He Fan scoffed. This is a pure-blooded beast in its growth stage, capable of killing a typical Nirvana-level cultivator, and it only gives play 5. I've dealt with the pure-blooded beast's corpse. He Fan looked at the enormous corpse. He didn't have to worry about accumulating Nirvana-level gene points anymore. He just needed to control his power and refine his body. You dealt with it. Lao Huang raised an eyebrow. Kof, I helped deal with it. Now I won't hide it from you anymore. That so-called verification was entirely that guy's selfish desire. He wanted to hunt this beast but couldn't manage it himself, so he used you all, He Fan said angrily. That guy is despicable. When I deliver it to him, I'll definitely give him a withering look. Pausing, He Fan continued, but your strength is truly remarkable. You didn't even get a scratch. A growth stage beast couldn't do anything to us. If we hadn't wanted to use this opportunity to lure them out, the battle would have been over in half an hour. Lao Hong waved his hand dismissively. Right, he said that since your strength passed the test, you can also get a share. A large well, a small leg will do. He Fan thought for a moment, still feeling reluctant. A small leg is enough, a thigh is too much. I'll handle it, just give us the blood. Xiao Lu said He Fan's knife is fine for dealing with mixed blood, but for pure blood it would probably take all night to skin it. Be careful tomorrow. Lao Huang looked at He Fan and warned him. I'll be careful, just follow me, He Fan said, then worriedly added, you guys aren't gonna leave me alone, are you? We won't leave you alone, but there's no guarantee there won't be other dangers in the traps. If we can't rescue you in time, you'll have to rely on your own quick thinking. Lao Huang said, his gaze deep with meaning. He Fan, don't be a pest. I just tested your quick thinking, and now you're testing mine. Lao Huang ignored him. It was just a casual remark. After all, they were on the beast's territory, and the beast was lurking in the shadows. He couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be any accidents, so he gave He Fan a warning to not get so complacent. He Fan watched Xiao Lu process the beast, thinking he might learn some knife or sword skills, but he found that this guy's skinning and butchering skills were worse than his own. In the end, He Fan borrowed Lao Hong's sword to slice the meat, working all night to process the beast. Xiao Lu took Xuanhuan and the others to hunt beasts while Lao Huang along with 2 enforcers followed He Fan. We'll follow you 100 meters behind, is that alright? Okay, He Fan said. 100 meters is nothing for a Nirvana-level being, it wouldn't even take a blink. Lu Ming agreed to cooperate too. If it weren't for the risk of exposure, He Fan would have even considered tying them all to himself and taking them along. Where else could you find Nirvana-level bodyguards? Let's go then, Lao Huang said. Now, He Fan was taken aback. Isn't this a bit early? Let's contact that person first and ask about the situation, Lao Huang said. He Fan understood their urgency, but since Lu Ming hadn't contacted him, he didn't know where to go. Yesterday, Lu Ming had explicitly said not to look for him, just wait for contact. After a moment's thought, He Fan looked around and then at Lao Huang. Do you know where the sun is strongest around here? Yes. Are you meeting in the sunniest spot? Lao Huang replied. Take me there. I also promised him something I need to do, otherwise he won't see me. He Fan patted his small spatial bag, which was filled with cured monster meat, and some monster hides as well. Lao Huang led He Fan to a large boulder. The sun was already high in the sky. Although it wasn't noon yet, the temperature was already quite high, and by noon, it would be unbearable. Where is he? Old Huang looked at He Fan questioningly, noticing him opening his spatial bag. He spread the beast hide on a giant rock, placed the chunks of meat on top, checked the sun to ensure it would get enough sunlight, and then nodded with satisfaction. The 3 of them, Old Huang and the others. Is this what you're doing? You came here to sun-dry meat. He Fan calmly placed the meat, taking advantage of Lu Ming's absence to dry it. Let me tell you, once this jerky is done, it'll be absolutely delicious. I'm lacking seasoning now, I'll add more chili and spice when I get back. Chapter 165. Are you my nemesis? Don't tell me the favor you did for him was just sun-drying meat. Old Huang's face darkened. Is the person who contacted you as unreliable as you are? Yeah, he said he loves my jerky the most and begged me to make it well. Otherwise he wouldn't help me. He Fan sighed. Loves your jerky the most? Hey, you mean you love it, right? Who would like anything you make? Old Huang seriously doubted He Fan was pulling his leg. He definitely wanted the jerky himself. No, wait, the point seemed to be something other than jerky now. The jerky's in place, now we wait for news, He Fan said. Wait for news? Lao Huang raised an eyebrow. Wait for him to contact me. He said yesterday that investigating the trap would take time. He Fan explained, pausing before adding, by the way, he really values the jerky I made. We absolutely can't lose it or he'll be furious. This is related to my achieving Nirvana. I absolutely have to keep an eye on it. It can't be eaten by a beast. Lao Huang was stunned. So, I'm also supposed to provide a bodyguard for your jerky. Go get Xiao Lu and his people here for training, and incidentally to watch over the jerky. Lao Huang's mouth twitched as he instructed the nearby enforcement members. He Fan thought, I'll have another story to brag about later. My cooking guarded personally by the enforcement team. I absolutely have to record this in the Culinary Gods cookbook. It'll definitely elevate my status. Soon Xiao Lu and his men arrived, their expressions complex. Their attitude towards He Fan had shifted from before. Now they were looking at the jerky he'd made. What a change! What am I? Something to them. Help me collect it tonight, I'll give you the spatial bag. He Fan handed the spatial bag to Xiao Lu, picking up his broadsword. Let's go, let's wait for news. I think I won't give you a reward after all. Forget about being a young pioneer, go to hell. What do they think our enforcement team is? Lao Huang thought to himself, deciding to remind Liu Qingyuan later to give He Fan a good talking to. He would absolutely not answer He Fan's calls again. He Fan arrived at the designated meeting spot, contacted beforehand with Lu Ming. He found a comfortable spot to lie down and sunbathe, with 3 Nirvana-level beings trailing behind him. Completely unconcerned about any unforeseen events. Captain, is this a mission? 2 members of the enforcement squad were uneasy. Are we sure we're not here as bodyguards? Lao Huang chose to remain silent. Time drifted by, and just as He Fan was about to doze off, a stone bullet shot towards him, landing beside him. Lu Ming's hoarse voice followed, get up and get to work. Finally, He Fan stretched. I was about to head back and get my jerky. Where are they? Southeast, 1 kilometer they've moved, Lu Ming replied. Good. He Fan pondered for a moment, then walked directly towards the location. A kilometer away a trap was freshly laid, with no beast cubs yet in sight. Zhou Wen lay hidden in the tall grass, a silver needle-like object clutched in his hand, his eyes blazing with malice.
He Fan, if you dare come closer, I'll kill you!
Even a 9th-level evolver can't dodge this needle. He Fan had just reached the trap site, observing the blood origin grass. He took 2 twigs, carefully using them to collect the herbs.
He Fan, you actually dared to come!
This ends it for you, Xuanhuan sneered, clenching his fist and flicking the silver needle. It shot out, a sliver of light, tearing through the air.
Whiz!
A silver needle tore through the air, creating a faint whistling sound. Despite its subtlety, He Fan's powerful senses detected it clearly. Just as he was about to react, another sound pierced the air, this time from behind, faster and more urgent, catching him completely off guard. Puffed, a pebble struck He Fan's lower leg. He had just risen to his feet when he lost his balance and tumbled backward. Bang! He Fan landed steadily. The silver needle flew overhead, embedding itself in the ground. Xuanhuan in the distance rejoiced. Dead, finally dead. He's actually up again. Holy crap, he was down. How did he get back up? Is he freaking immortal? Could it be? Did He Fan awaken some kind of immortality ability? Is such a thing even possible? He Fan scrambled to his feet, his face dark. I could have dodged that, he muttered. And, are you trying to get revenge?
That was a brutal shot!
Even with my above level 9 strength, I felt excruciating pain. After collecting the blood yuan grass, He Fan also retrieved the silver needle, gritting his teeth as he walked back. Xuanhuan was far away, the pebble having been launched from behind He Fan, obscuring his view. The silver needle was so fine that Xuanhuan thought he'd hit his target. He hadn't seen the pebble and was completely stunned. That thing that was supposed to kill a level 9 evolver instantly didn't even faze He Fan. Did young Master Lin buy a fake? He Fan, holding the silver needle, entered the dense forest. Liu Huang and the others immediately took the needle, their faces grim. This thing was incredibly expensive, requiring merit points to exchange, and yet they actually used it to try and kill him. What is this thing? He Fan was curious. A first-line needle, Liu Huang said gravely. 1 prick, 1 line of poison. Guaranteed death for a level 9. Even a Nirvana level would be severely crippled. He added, it seems they won't be coming out this time. We'll wait for next time. It's completely useless against a level 9, and I found it anyway, so just give it to me, He Fan said, rubbing his hands together. Liu Huang glanced at him, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. You, with nothing, dare to wander into the beast territory. If you had this, you'd be challenging ferocious beasts to single combat. He Fan wasn't disappointed. He'd only said it casually and hadn't expected Liu Huang to actually give it to him. The 4 started walking back. They hadn't gone half an hour when the stone message arrived again, along with Lu Ming's voice. Left side, 500 meters away, another trap. He Fan was astonished. Aren't they being a little too impatient? We just left, and they've already set one up. He Fan listened to Lu Ming's directions, going to the location 500 meters away. Sure enough, he found a trap, this one considerably more rudimentary than the previous ones. The dangerous elements within the trap were clearly visible. Are you my nemesis? Xuanhuan stared at He Fan, who had reappeared feeling utterly devastated. Didn't you leave? He Fan was unaware of Xuanhuan's surveillance. After collecting the blood essence grass, he left. This time, however, he didn't rush. He waited for Lu Ming to investigate and confirm the coast was clear before departing. Xuanhuan didn't set any more traps. He was afraid He Fan would reappear and steal the blood essence grass. They didn't have much left. He returned to report and await Lin Yang's instructions. He Fan returned and collected his dried meat. It had dried well, and the gene count hadn't decreased. He saved the bag to eat later. For now, he ate what he couldn't carry. While they feasted, Xuanhuan's side was far from cheerful. He took it again. Lin Yang's face darkened. What about the one-shot needle? I used it. It hit He Fan, and he fell. But I don't know how he got back up. Xuanhuan recounted the scene, still showing a hint of fear. Young Master Lin, could He Fan have awakened an invincible ability? Invincible? Are you kidding me? Even the Western Alliance's immortal bloodline evolvers can die. There's no such thing as invincibility in this world. If you said he was immune to poisons, I might believe that. Lin Yang felt Xuanhuan had been completely demoralized by He Fan. After a moment's thought, he sighed softly. Let's change it to nighttime. Although nocturnal beasts are a risk and the success rate is low, but our traps are always discovered by He Fan.
We must be under surveillance!
Could the enforcement squad know we're here? Xuanhuan cried out in terror. If the enforcement squad caught them red-handed, he and his father would face dire consequences. Chapter 165. Want to forget you. Looking at the terrified Xuanhuan, Lin Yang frowned. The gap between Xuanhuan and his father was too vast. His father, for money, dared to do anything. Why was his son so timid? Wait for my message. Then find a way to kill He Fan. Once He Fan is dead, I'll see if he dares to show his face. If you can't kill him, escape immediately. Don't fight him head on. We'll cover your retreat. The enforcement team is not a problem. As long as you don't reveal your identities, the enforcement team can't do anything to you. Lin Yang sneered, his eyes flashing with cold light. Go and do it. Yes, Zhou Heng responded respectfully, taking Xuanhuan away. As soon as the two left, Lin Yang's expression turned cold. How's my uncle doing? It will still take some time. A black-robed man said in a low voice. Chen's intention is to temporarily restrain the enforcement team. Our task is simply to draw the enforcement team's attention, buying time for Mr. Chen. I understand. Lin Yang nodded and instructed. Keep an eye on Zhou Heng and the other, and be ready to provide support at any time. As midnight approached, He Fan was about to go to bed when Lu Ming's pebbles struck the boulders, emitting a dull sound that lured Liu Huang and the others out. In the middle of the night they're setting traps. He Fan frowned. Midnight is when most ferocious beasts are active. Are you sure they haven't gone mad? If a mature pure blood beast that hunts at night appears, this luxurious team of theirs would likely be completely annihilated. Lu Ming didn't answer, only gesturing him forward. With Liu and the others protecting him, and his own strength to rely on, He Fan had nothing to worry about and went straight to the trap. What mission is this exactly? He Fan can go, but why can't we? Qin Wei and the other two watched He Fan leave, somewhat envious. Xiao Lu, who remained in the cave guarding, said as he marinated the beast meat, "If you guys have nothing to do, come help." A dignified Nirvana-level evolutionist from the enforcement team, and I'm stuck marinating meat. Who can I complain to about this? I don't want to be a cook. Well, I'll eat it. Lin Pangzi chuckled. He wouldn't cook. He didn't even want to learn. I'll help. Qin Wei stood up and went to Xiao Lu's side to help marinate the meat. Brother Lu, can I ask why He Fan has a delusional disorder certificate for evolutionists? Ni Yun asked. He Fan's strength is far superior to ours. For an evolutionist like him, you actually gave him a delusional disorder certificate. Because he really is an ordinary person, his genetic data only sure. Xiao Lu was about to reveal He Fan's test data, but his expression suddenly turned serious. He pressed his sword, his potent evolutionary power surging, and he looked coldly towards the giant stone at the cave entrance. Qin Wei and the other two also instantly stood up, each grabbing their weapons, ready for battle. I'll go take a look. You wait here, Xiao Lu whispered. Maybe we shouldn't, Qin Wei whispered back. Xiao Lu shook his head. If it's that group, we'll be trapped and die in here. You wait for my signal. I'll hold them off and let you know when to escape. With that, Xiao Lu slowly walked to the large stone, heaved it aside and exited the cave. Oh, a low growl echoed from the darkness. Xiao Lu's evolved power surged, his longsword pointing towards the source of the sound. Come out, Officer Lu. From the darkness, a surprised voice responded, and 4 figures emerged, accompanied by 2 peak-level mixed blood beasts. Guyan. Xiao Lu was slightly taken aback, then relaxed, sheathed his sword, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" "I brought my students here for their graduation mission. The base told me that some students were blocked by rampaging pure blood beasts and their whereabouts were unknown. So, I was leading my students on their mission while searching for them, and we also encountered pure blood beasts blocking our way," Guyan explained. "Then how did you find this place?" Xiao Lu asked, puzzled. "We stumbled upon a trap and followed the trail here, only to find traces of human life," Guyan said. Xiao Lu nodded, then looked at one of the 3 students, Liu Qingyuan.
"Officer Liu, you still remember me?"
Liu Qingyuan exclaimed, looking surprised and flattered. "I wish I could forget you, but some people just leave a lasting impression." Xiao Lu gritted his teeth. "What do you mean?" Liu Qingyuan looked bewildered. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I leave such a lasting impression on you, Officer Liu?" The conversation outside attracted the attention of the 3 people inside the cave. Qin Wei and the others emerged, exclaiming in surprise,
"Teacher Guan!"
"It's good you're all here." Guyan quickly walked over, looking at the 3 of them, visibly relieved. Then, he anxiously asked, "Why are there only 3 of you? Wasn't there 4? He Fan and Huang are out on an errand. They'll be back soon." When Xiao Lu mentioned He Fan, he couldn't help but glance at Liu Qingyuan. He Fan? Liu Qingyuan was stunned, looking incredulous. "You said He Fan? He and Captain Huang went out on an errand. Who is this?" Qin Wei looked at Liu Qingyuan. "Are you close to He Fan?" "Very close. My name is Liu Qingyuan." Liu Qingyuan gritted her teeth. "That He Fan is making trouble again," but before she could finish, Qin Wei interrupted. Looking at her in surprise, "You're He Fan's overprotective younger sister." Liu Qingyuan, the others, overprotective? What the heck? I'm overprotective of He Fan. What did He Fan tell you all? Why are you slandering me? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that in front of everyone. I was just surprised and curious. Qin Wei apologized. Liu Qingyuan's pretty face stiffened, forcing a smile. "How did you meet He Fan? How did he end up here? Wasn't he supposed to be filming, looking for a job? He lied to you. The evolved humans were fighting beasts, we were killing beasts at the time." Qin Wei stated the facts. "He was afraid you'd come after him." Liu Qingyuan understood. No wonder He Fan said he had a night shift. This was outside the city. She went to school during the day and went home at night, so he'd definitely say it was a night shift. That way, he could explain why she couldn't see him day or night. When will He Fan be back? Liu Qingyuan's knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. She was going to give her a lesson later. He should be back soon. Xiao Lu pondered before replying, then went into the cave, squatting down to continue salting the meat. "You guys rest, I'll keep watch." "What are you doing?" Liu Qingyuan questioned. Guyan and the others also looking at him. "There's only a little beast meat, just eat it or throw it away. Why salt it?" "I'm making jerky for He Fan, we'll dry it tomorrow." Qin Wei explained. "My brain is struggling to process this. A Nirvana-level evolutionist from the enforcement team is making jerky for a delusional patient, and then the delusional patient goes off on a mission. Who's actually the enforcement team here? Your roles are reversed." He Fan joined the enforcement team. Liu Qingyuan stammered, Guan and the others equally curious about this bizarre situation.
"Either help or rest!"
Xiao Lu was slightly irritated. "I'm a Nirvana-level evolutionist doing this, it's already annoying enough. Do you really have to keep asking?" "Ahem, Liu Qingyuan, you should tell me about He Fan." Qinwei tugged at Liu Qingyuan, reminding her not to keep pressing the issue. It was really hurting Liu's feelings. Chapter 0067 I'm a sure win. Liu Qingyuan was pulled aside by Qinwei to discuss the brother-obsessed issue. Xiao Lu continued salting the meat while the other students gathered together to discuss their graduation reflections. He Fan smoothly obtained the blood yuan grass and leisurely departed before Zhou Heng and his son. How did the boulder move? Back in the cave, Lao Huang with his keen senses heard the sounds of conversation emanating from the shifted boulder. Someone had come. He Fan's expression changed. He heard Liu Qingyuan's voice. Team Huang. Their unmasked footsteps immediately drew the attention of those inside. Xiao Lu stepped out to greet them. He Fan. Immediately afterwards, Liu Qingyuan appeared behind Xiao Lu, sneering at He Fan who stood beside Lao Huang. I heard you have a sister who's fiercely protective of her brother. That was a long time ago. He Fan chuckled nervously, backing away. Why was Liu Qingyuan here? Qinwei, did you blab everything? Oh really, your sister's also named Liu Qingyuan? Liu Qingyuan sneered, a dangerous glint in her eyes. And an orphan, adopted. Let's talk this over. Don't act like you have a vendetta. He Fan retreated, finally breaking into a run. He Fan, don't run. Liu Qingyuan stamped her foot and gave chase. Why are you chasing me? It's dangerous at night, and you're not a battle evolutionist like me. Go back. He Fan took off running. Stop him. Xiao Lu quickly shouted, determined this time to have Liu Qingyuan pin He Fan to the ground and rub his face in it. He Fan wasn't particularly fast, but because he'd already had a head start on Liu Qingyuan, she couldn't catch him immediately. Seeing him about to enter the dense forest, Liu Qingyuan hurriedly called out, don't run. Aren't you an evolutionist? If you've got the guts, let's settle this! He Fan, a glorious 9th level battle. Wait, did you just say settle this? He Fan stopped, looking at Liu Qingyuan thoughtfully.
I'll win for sure.
You'd say, let's decide the victor, Qinwei murmured. Liu Qingyuan, stop it, He Fan, come here now. Lao Hong said, his face dark. If you run any further, I'll have to drag you back myself.
I'll definitely teach you a lesson.
Liu Qingyuan huffed.
Defeated opponent.
He Fan scoffed.
Your face. Do you have any shame?
Liu Qingyuan almost lost it. I just made a slip of the tongue. Alright, if you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. When did you become a student of the evolution school? Guan walked over, his face dark as he looked at He Fan. You guy, what kind of identity are you adding to yourself? Did I ever say that? He Fan looked at Gu Yuan blankly. He really didn't remember. Forget it, I'm too lazy to pursue this. Gu Yuan opened his mouth, completely unable to do anything about this guy, and said coldly, don't use your status as an evolution school student in the future as if I cared. He Fan scoffed, then continued. Evolutionary delusion sufferers suddenly appearing at the school's graduation mission site. The evolution school's supervision is lax. I'll talk to the principal when I get back. Ahem, I just brought 2 mixed blood creatures over, you can take them. Guan immediately changed his tune. This time he was leading the mission, and that old scheming principal would definitely not care what happened. He'd probably hit him up for a hefty sum. He Fan was taken aback. He just said it casually. Were they really being this polite? Was he being taken to hunt a pure-blooded ferocious beast? Teacher Gu Yuan, from now on, you'll be in charge of watching over them. Entering the cave, Lao Huang said, Captain Huang, you're too kind. This is Guan's job. Guan nodded and replied. Next, Xiao Lu, find a sunny spot and dry the jerky properly. Lao Huang looked at Xiao Lu, thought for a moment, and then returned to his usual work. Captain, isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Xiao Lu froze, completely disheartened. Was he now a full-time jerky watcher? Lao Huang was also helpless. If the jerky wasn't carefully watched, He Fan wouldn't cooperate. He Fan looked gratefully at Xiao Lu. The jerky was precious to him, essential for his advancement and rebirth. If anything happened to it, wouldn't he have to find a way to get more gene points again? Now that Lao Hong had found out, future escapades would be much harder. Oh, and one more thing, He Fan added. Who would steal your stuff? You're just overthinking. Alright, rest up. Lao Hong gave his orders, then leaned against the cave wall to sleep. He Fan and Xiao Lu continued to cure the jerky, but eventually got too lazy and went to sleep, leaving everything to Xiao Lu. He had mastered the process and could cure it independently. Early the next morning, He Fan got up early and, having received a message from Lu Ming, went to collect the blood yuan grass. Things here hadn't been affected by Guan and the others' arrival, everything was as usual. The only difference was the pitying looks everyone gave Liu Qingyuan, especially after hearing that she lived with He Fan and he even cooked for her. He Fan's cooking wasn't bad, but the pure-blood ferocious beast meat was a different story, a complete disaster. To achieve nirvana, he had to maintain his gene points, so he didn't even give away a single leg, it all went into his stomach. He Fan honed his knife skills constantly, never idle. In the eyes of others, however, it just looked like another one of his episodes, so nobody bothered him. His knife skills progressed rapidly. If anyone had observed He Fan's blade, they would have noticed the consistent force behind each cut. Each leaf was severed along its veins before finally shattering. But after his training, He Fan would pulverize all the leaves, leaving anyone who witnessed it convinced he was simply goofing off. His knife skills improved quickly, but his ability to infuse his evolutionary power into enemies remained underdeveloped. This was due to his insufficient control over his evolutionary power, and the constant presence of his Nirvana companions meant he had very little time to practice in secret. As he consumed ferocious beast meat, He Fan's gene data increased, reaching 98%, and his strength improved significantly. After more than an hour of practicing his knife skills, Liu Ming arrived, collected a blood origin herb, and returned to continue practicing. Liu Qingyuan and the others were also hunting ferocious beasts. Their graduation tasks were secured, they were merely gaining additional experience. He Fan occasionally slipped away using the excuse of a private chat with Liu Ming, but in reality he was collecting herbs. Unfortunately, they were all level 9, he didn't see a single Nirvana level herb. He Fan was somewhat disappointed. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye 7 days passed. During those 7 days, He Fan received blood origin herbs daily, occasionally supplemented with pure blood ferocious beast cubs or mixed blood ferocious beasts. In 7 days, He Fan's biggest achievement was that all his jerky was finally dried. He also conveniently commandeered Gu Yuan's spatial bag to store it. It's worth mentioning that the situation outside had calmed down, but Lao Huang didn't let them go back, and Guan wasn't in a hurry to leave either. So He Fan naturally wasn't in a rush to depart. He Fan, it's work time. Liu Ming's voice came again. I know. He Fan sighed helplessly. Was the guy an idiot? He'd already sent so much blood yuan grass and still wouldn't give up. Same as always, little Liu stays behind, to prevent any accidents. La Hong said each time leaving little Liu behind was because they worried about accidents. Gu Yuan alone couldn't handle it. Chapter Uzra 6-8, take this! Deep within the dense forest, Zhou Heng and his son, wrapped in black robes, used the undergrowth for cover, concealing their figures as they intently watched the trap. That's the 17th blood yuan grass, father. This is our last one. Zhou Wen nervously clenched his fist. If they failed again, they'd have nothing left to lure the enforcement team. This time He Fan dares to come, I will definitely kill him, Zhou Heng said darkly. He was practically driven mad by He Fan. No matter how they changed the time or location, every time they set the trap, He Fan would show up soon after and collect the blood yuan grass. Are you cheating? How do you always find them so accurately? The person secretly monitoring them, Lin Yang, said it was Liu Ming, but he couldn't find him. Zhou Heng was furious. This time he absolutely wouldn't let He Fan get away. He still remembered Lin Yang's instructions before they came out: kill He Fan. Several times before, he had almost lost control and made his move, but Lin Yang told him to wait, and he had endured until now. Following Liu Ming's directions, He Fan arrived at the trap, saw the swaying blood yuan grass and decisively left. Whoosh! Suddenly a piercing sound cut through the air. This time it wasn't a hidden needle but a sharp twig. Bang! At the same time pebbles flew, and He Fan fell again, perfectly dodging the attack. A surprised voice. Looking at the passing twig, a man in a black robe emerged from the weeds, his eyes cold as he looked at He Fan. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. You managed to dodge my attack. My skills are indeed excellent, but I was hit by pebbles. He Fan looked at the newcomer shrouded in a black robe, his face unseen. But a powerful aura emanated from him, giving He Fan a sense of oppression. Nirvana. I'm a level 9 evolver, a little blow like that is nothing to me. He Fan scrambled to his feet. Damn it, that damned Lao Huang.
He still hit so hard, definitely a calculated act of revenge.
A level 9 evolver. The black-robed man sneered, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Today, even if you were a Nirvana level evolver, you won't be leaving alive. As soon as he finished speaking, his long sword trembled, a thick flow of evolutionary energy swirling around it. Sword energy erupted, slicing through the air, engulfing He Fan. Wait!
I have backup!
He Fan's face darkened as he shouted. What are you all waiting for? Show yourselves, back up, sneaking around like cowards. If they dare show themselves, I'll kill them all. The black-robed man scoffed. He'd already guessed He Fan had backup. Otherwise, how could he always find traps? Give me a chance, I'll call them out, He Fan hastily said. Kill them all. They'll be here any minute. You can kill them then, and I'll cheer you on. I'll kill you, and they'll come out. The black-robed man said indifferently, his long sword relentlessly poised, clearly unwilling to give He Fan a chance. He Fan pressed a hand on his sword hilt, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Although the man before him was a Nirvana level evolver, the pressure he felt wasn't overwhelmingly strong. With his strength, he could stall for some time, but doing so might expose all his cards. A tearing sound echoed again. 3 pebbles and a silver needle thin as a ray of light tore through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed man. A single needle, the cloaked figure exclaimed, his sword deflecting the incoming dart with a swift turn. That thing gets in you, even Nirvana can't fully heal it. 3 pebbles and a single needle forced the cloaked figure back, giving He Fan the chance to quickly dart to the side. Show yourself, you cowardly sneak! The cloaked figure, having parried the needle and dodged the pebbles, let out a cold snort. His fierce gaze swept towards the forest, then his entire expression went slack. The enforcement team, 3 of them. Do you enforcement officers even have any shame? 3 of you together, using He Fan as bait. Shouldn't it be Liu Ming? How dare Liu Ming collude with the enforcement team? He should be hiding in the shadows, his mission unfinished, not afraid of being caught. And are you guys seriously overestimating me? Kill them quickly. He Fan blurted out.
Kill your sister! I can't beat any one of them, let alone 3! Take them down!
Lao Huang commanded coldly. Run! The cloaked figure roared, a flash of his sword engulfing Lao Huang and the other 2. He retreated swiftly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Give chase. Lao Huang cleaved the sword light with a single strike, then looked at He Fan. You go back first. He Fan watched the four figures vanish in an instant, shook his head, and turned to enter the dense forest. A figure slowly approached, saying faintly, "Ha Fan, long time no see, you finally decided to show yourself, you're not going after them." He Fan looked at the newcomer, Lu Ming. His injuries were healed, the scars on his face completely gone, leaving behind a handsome face once more. "The enforcement squad is enough," Lu Ming said indifferently, pausing before continuing. "I'm just puzzled. Why would they abandon the trap and still push someone out? You've been monitoring them for so long, and you haven't discovered anything else." He Fan didn't believe him. "No, I couldn't get close to their hideout. It's better to settle things between us than waste my efforts." Lu Ming shook his head, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. "Remember what I promised you, to help me become an evoker." He Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "That's too difficult. Keep it simple, a few million would be enough to show your sincerity." "No, it's not troublesome at all. I'll first use my evoker power to temper your body, strengthen your genes. Don't worry, it will only hurt for a moment. I won't kill you, after all, you saved my life." Lu Ming sneered, his evoker power erupting as he lunged forward. Actually, He Fan's expression was calm. His evoker power instantly erupted and he slapped down with a single palm. Bang! Lu Ming flew backward after the sudden attack, tumbling several times on the ground. "Actually, I've been an Evo for a while now." He Fan sighed softly. "Why'd you have to ask for a beating? Aren't you a delusional patient?" Lu Ming was stunned by the slap. "Where's the delusion? You completely crushed me, a Nirvana level Evo. I'm a summoner. But my close combat skills aren't any worse than the average level 9. I told you the truth, but you didn't believe me. What could I do?" He Fan looked helpless as he lifted Lu Ming, his gaze filled with pity. "How do you want to die?" "Lu Ming, my head's a mess right now. Can I just calm down for a bit?" "Take this! 5 internal organs damaged! Your 5 internal organs are on your face! Take this! Flesh and bones separated!" Damn it. Another move, severing tendons and shattering bones. Half an hour later, He Fan emerged from the dense forest, refreshed and invigorated. He'd finally had a chance to unleash his full potential. "Law enforcement team, you bunch of idiots, this is delusional." Inside the forest, Lu Ming lay sprawled on the ground, a swollen mess, feeling utterly defeated. A searing pain shot through his body, particularly in his joints, which felt like they were about to disintegrate. "And his face! Why the hell did you keep hitting my face?" "My control over my strength has improved slightly. I've made initial progress in mastering the method of channeling vital energy into my body. I need to practice more." He Fan mused, reflecting on his experiment with Lu Ming. "Only 2/10 of the 9/10 of my vital energy actually penetrated, and then most of it was neutralized by Lu Ming's evolutionary power. That's why it took half an hour to even damage his joints. The only pity is that Lu Ming will probably never fight me again, and I'll lose the chance to test my skills on him." Chapter 069. Is this how you treat your savior? He Fan also had an extra small pouch in his hand, Lu Ming's spatial bag now his. There wasn't anything valuable inside, just some daily necessities and a change of clothes. This spatial bag is twice as large as He Fan's, a sort of compensation for Lu Ming's contribution. Back at the cave, Xuanhuan returned with their hunt, bringing back the slain beast. Xiaolu glared at He Fan, displeasure evident on his face. "Why are you the only one back?" "Lao Huang and the others went after him," He Fan replied. Lao Huang and his 3 companions pursued the cloaked figure to a cave, where the figure disappeared inside. "Be careful, it's a trap," Lao Huang said gravely. "His speed doesn't match his strength. He must have prepared something to increase his speed, luring us here." "There's definitely an ambush," one of the enforcement team members commented. Lao Huang nodded, gripping his long sword, cautiously approaching the cave entrance. 2 enforcement team members followed close behind. Entering the cave, an unsettling calm hung in the air. The 3 remained on high alert, not daring to relax their vigilance. Boom! Several meters into the cave, a violent explosion rocked the cavern. The cave began to collapse, rocks tumbling down, sealing the exit. "Not good," one of the enforcement team members exclaimed, his evolutionary power surging forth, forming a protective barrier against the falling debris. He frowned. "The entrance is blocked. It'll take us 5 minutes to clear it." "Huh." He clearly came in and blocked the entrance. Could there be another exit? Lao Huang remained calm. He continued forward, reasoning that if they couldn't get out, neither could the other man. "Captain Huang, why chase after a small fish like me?" A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the cave. "Even if you catch me, what difference does it make? Killing beasts outside the city is what evolvers are supposed to do, isn't it?" Killing beasts is the duty of an evolver, but that duty doesn't include smuggling and trafficking live beasts." Lao Huang's face hardened. "You've already drawn the Alliance's attention. If you don't repent, you'll surely die. Do you know who's behind us?" The chilling voice dripped with sarcasm. "Let me tell you, it's evolutionary scientists. You can't afford to offend them. As law enforcement, I must act according to the law, no matter who it is, as long as they violate the law. Huangshi will show no mercy." Lao Huang coldly snorted, showing no fear. "Teskesk, truly incorruptible." A mocking laugh echoed. Then the cave fell silent. "It's here." A member of the enforcement team approached the source of the sound, his expression grim. Only this. Lao Huang's face darkened. There was only a wristwatch, playing a recording of the conversation they'd just had. "Damn it." With a furious curse, another enforcement team member offered comfort. "Captain Hong, although we failed this time, we did disrupt their mission." Lao Hong said nothing. He quickly moved through the cave, eventually finding a second exit, but the cloaked figures were long gone. Go back and find He Fan, Lao Hong said indifferently. What good would finding He Fan do? The two members of the enforcement team were puzzled. I don't believe that the person who contacted He Fan wouldn't know a thing, Lao Hong snorted coldly. The other party deliberately lured us here. It's impossible, they were just playing a trick on us. Inside the cave, He Fan was washing up his pots and pans. Next to him was the meat he had cut, ready for a good stew. Xiao Lu was quite anxious. He wanted to go and see what was happening, but he was also afraid something might go wrong here, so he could only wait at the entrance for Lao Hong's return. Guan was imparting knowledge to his students, subtly advising them not to get too close to He Fan, hinting that he wasn't a good person. An hour later, Lao Huang and the other two returned. Captain, Xiao Lu quickly went to meet them, relieved to see them safe and sound. Where's He Fan? Lao Huang went straight in the cave looking at He Fan. Who contacted you and how can we find him? It seems there's no other way, He Fan thought, then said, my identity is a bit sensitive. Let's talk outside. Lu Ming used to be a school advisor and also endorsed Jinlong Pharmaceuticals. These students would definitely all know his name. Exiting the cave, He Fan lowered his voice. That person is Lu Ming. I don't know how to contact him or if he even wants to see me. Lu Ming wants to see you. Lao Huang was slightly stunned. Isn't Lu Ming dead? How did you get in touch with him? I worked for the body retrieval team before, He Fan said truthfully. A life-saving grace, he'll definitely want to see you. Quickly take us to find him, Lao Hong said. He Fan chuckled awkwardly. This life-saving grace? Lu Ming probably won't be overflowing with gratitude. Not to mention the past, just now I beat him to a pulp. A problem. Lao Hong frowned. I'm not going to do anything to him. You won't do anything to him. But I really can't be sure if Lu Ming wants to see me now. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were Lu Ming, he definitely wouldn't show his face again. After being beaten to a pulp by a level 9, who'd have the face to come out? Alright, I'll take you there. He Fan still led Lao Hong to the location. Whether Lu Ming would see them or not was Lu Ming's own business. Arriving at their prearranged meeting place, He Fan called out loudly, Lu Ming, come out for dinner. There was no response, only a deathly silence from within the dense forest. Or how about you try a different approach, like not eating? Lao Huang muttered, his teeth clicking. Do you think he even wants your food? Lu Ming clearly isn't coming out, why waste time? We could be doing something more productive, He Fan said. Lao Hong was reluctant to give up, but the forest remained eerily silent. Offering no response, he had no choice. With a sigh, the four were about to leave when Lu Ming's voice drifted from the woods. This time it wasn't raspy, but punctuated by sharp intakes of breath. Hiss He Fan hiss, beat hiss me up. What the hell does that mean? I've helped you guys so much and you want to beat me up? He Fan grumbled, pondering the repeated hisses. Does talking hurt that much? Looks like I went easy on him, he can still talk. Lao Hong and the others exchanged strange glances before turning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I can't grant that request. Tell us what you discovered, and if you have any difficulties in the future, I'll definitely help you. I want to beat up He Fan, Lu Ming hissed, shame and anger coloring his voice. His emotions were clearly agitated. Lao Huang couldn't comprehend it. Aren't you guys pretty close? Lu Ming, is this how you treat your savior? Lao Hong's face darkened. After all, He Fan did save you. Lu Ming, I never expected you to be such an ungrateful person, He Fan said angrily. I even brought Captain Huang here to discuss how to help you get revenge. I was so good to you and you actually want to beat me up? Good to me. Good to me. You beat me to this state. If you've got the guts, don't fight back and let me have a go at you. Lu Ming felt incredibly wronged, but thinking of his revenge and the need to clear his name, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He told He Fan to get lost, that he didn't want to see him. Goodbye. He Fan left decisively. He didn't want to stay any longer. What if Lao Huang and the others really attacked him? Chapter Aldrin 7. Come, get a buff. Deep within the forest, Lu Ming, sporting a swollen face like a pig's head, refused to meet with Lao Huang and the other two, communicating from a distance. I understand their identities, and I assume you have your suspicions as well, Lu Ming said. We lack evidence, Lao Huang replied, his tone laced with helplessness. I'm not entirely sure about the identity of the black-robbed man earlier, but it's highly likely to be Zhou Heng, Lu Ming said through the pain. Behind them are Lin Yang and Chen Shan, and they might have arrived as well. Chen Shan, he came too, Lao Huang frowned, pondering. With his identity and status, contacting evolutionary biologists wasn't impossible, but would he only set these few traps and allow us to destroy them? I accidentally heard about the mountain-moving apes. Lu Ming was silent for a moment before speaking. Initially, they wanted me to summon the mountain-moving apes, but I refused and was framed. I wonder if they're here for the mountain-moving apes this time. There are indeed mountain-moving apes nearby, but they're incredibly strong. Even most pure-blooded ferocious beasts wouldn't dare face them. They're extremely ferocious beasts. Are you sure? Lao Huang's expression was grave. Sure, Lu Ming said dully, the pain in his wounds flaring up again. Thank you. Hide for now. I won't arrest you until I've cleared things up. Lao Hong left a sentence and turned to leave. Lu Ming limped away, feeling very unsatisfied that he hadn't beaten up He Fan. Lao Huang returned to the cave with the news, finding everyone waiting outside. Teacher Guan. Lao Hong glanced at everyone, paused and then said, our mission is almost complete. You should take them back to base and we'll part ways here. Since the mission is complete, why not travel together? Guan smiled. You go ahead. Lao Huang left a sentence and departed with the 3 members of the enforcement team. Teacher Guan, Liu Qingyuan and the others looked towards Guan. We'll leave in an hour. Let's eat lunch first, Guan said calmly, watching the 4 leave, then fell into deep thought. Fan was processing the beast meat preparing lunch. He cooked all 3 meals a day, and he did a very good job. He glanced at Guan. He knew what Guan was thinking. This guy was in cahoots with Liang Qing. This time it was most likely Lin Yang and his uncle behind this. This guy was waiting for news, he hadn't left. Wasn't that Guan's purpose? If the enforcement team really couldn't handle it, Guan would definitely step in and take care of Lin Yang. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll go check if the outside is truly calm, to see if things have gotten chaotic again. Guiyun said. Teacher, be careful. Liu Qingyuan and the others quickly replied. Fan didn't speak. Almost all the beasts in the vicinity had been killed. As long as there weren't any accidents, there shouldn't be any problems. He chopped the meat and began cooking. Fan glanced at Lin Pangzi and decisively added all the blood origin grass along with several herbs of unclear properties. Lin Pangzi, come here. Fan called out. Their relationship had become quite close during this time. What? Lin Pangzi walked over. I haven't had the chance to cultivate you before to teach you the true path of evolution. This time I intend to. Fan said seriously. This method is extremely cruel and violent. You must think carefully before proceeding. Cooking again. Lin Pangzi rolled his eyes. I'm not learning to cook, not cooking. You'll find out soon enough. Also, go get Qun Wei. Fan said. Lin Pangzi was puzzled. Why call Qun Wei? Fan pointed to the ferocious beast meat he was stir-frying. Pull Qun Wei over here. Come add a BF. What do you mean? Qun Wei was confused. It's your empowering ability. Add it to the dish and see if there are any changes. Fan explained. This can be added too. Qin Wei was stunned. I've never done this before. Should we try? Qin Wei used her blessing ability, empowering the pot of food. Fan closely watched the numbers within the dish. To his disappointment, the genes hadn't increased. This blessing ability is definitely useless. The blessing ability can be used like this. Lin Pangzi was curious, looking at the food in the pot. There's no change. Wait, it seems to smell better. A faint aroma wafted from the pot. Fan stared intently at the cooking food, watching the numbers finally begin to change. But instead of increasing, they were decreasing. Can you please retract your blessing power? Fan hurriedly said. Nope. Qin Wei rolled her eyes at him. The aroma grew stronger, and Fan's heart grew anxious. The numbers showed no sign of increasing, continuing their steady decline. This blessing ritual ability was utterly useless. How fragrant, Liu Qingyuan exclaimed, walking over in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new world. The dish you're making, it smells incredible. The other students also gathered around, praising the dish, but Fan couldn't bring himself to feel happy. The aroma spread, and even turning off the heat couldn't stop the numbers from dwindling. He could only watch helplessly as his cooking attempt failed. The fragrance lingered for 15 minutes and continued to spread, drifting farther and farther, its ultimate reach unknown. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, radiating merciless killing intent. Leaving you all here, is this how Guan oversees his students? Liu Qingyuan and the others spun around, their faces changing drastically. Each picked up their weapons, warily eyeing the robed figure. Fan's brow furrowed, his hand already resting on his knife hilt. He said coldly. You finally couldn't hold back, huh? Guyun's been waiting for you. Fan stopped pretending. Do you think I'd fall for that? I saw Guyan leave with my own eyes. The black-robed man sneered. Nirvana is powerful, but we're not weak either. We just need to hold out until Teacher Guiyuan returns. Qin Wei said calmly. Fan, die! The black-robed man roared, his long sword trembling, sharp sword energy erupting, engulfing Liu Qingyuan and the others while he himself swiftly charged towards Fan. Fan froze. Damn it, what kind of grudge is this? He came all this way just to kill me. You hate me that much? Rumba. Just then, the ground shook, the cave trembled, and roars echoed. Dust filled the air, swaths of the primordial forest collapsing, the ferocious aura of beasts rolling in. What's going on? The black-robed man's movements abruptly halted, staring in terror at the billowing dust, sniffing the air, and looking at Fan with a mixture of surprise and fury. That's the scent of blood yuan grass. Did you use blood yuan grass in your cooking? Yes. Fan felt a little ashamed. It's food for ferocious beasts. Using it to cook for humans is really not right. How much did you use? The black-robed man's hand holding the sword trembled. 17 stalks all went in. I added a blessing, so it smells amazing now. Fan shrugged. Don't ask me for any more. I've run out of blood essence grass. Even if you killed me, you wouldn't find any.
You idiot.
The robed figure cursed, then turned and fled. The tremors around them intensified.
The beasts were coming! Blood essence grass in your cooking?
What's wrong with your brain? And you added a blessing. Why didn't you just throw yourself in as well? What do we do? One student stared, dumbfounded. They just ran away. Run. What else can we do? Liu Qingyuan pulled Fan and tossed him to a student.
You carry him and run faster!
Fan. Don't you care about my feelings at all? Actually, I'm faster than you. Can you put me down? Chapter 0071 My Idol. Blood essence grass is incredibly attractive to the beasts, especially 17 stalks cooked together, and with the added blessing. Qin Wei's blessing amplified the blood essence grass's potency, causing the genetic digital data to dissipate and resulting in an intensely strong, far-reaching aroma. Originally there were hardly any ferocious beasts in this area. However, the scent of the blood origin grass wafted out, driving those beasts into a frenzy. 17 stalks, their medicinal power activated. Forget pure-blood cubs, even pure-blood beasts in their growth stage couldn't resist this temptation. He-Fan was carried by a male student, the group running with all their might, their evolutionary powers unleashed without restraint. Qin Wei was carried by Fatty Lin, simultaneously using her blessing power to bolster everyone. Liu Qingyuan was also being carried. The fragrance spread in all directions, attracting beasts from all sides. The group could only run wildly, following the black-robed man as he blazed a trail ahead. The black-robed man's heart was breaking. He never imagined that He-Fan, after obtaining the blood origin grass, would actually cook it and even add a blessing. Was he insane? Blood origin grass isn't meant to be eaten. Brother, why don't you put me down? I can run myself, I won't hold you back, He-Fan said. Just stay put, you're too much of a troublemaker, the student carrying him said with a dark expression. Next time, can you please understand before you act? Is blood origin grass meant to be eaten? He-Fan, I told you have no talent for cooking, why won't you listen? Liu Qingyuan said, her pretty face filled with exasperation. A single pot of stew triggering a beast tide. You call that lacking talent? Fatty Lin scoffed. I think He-Fan's talents are all misspent. Fatty Lin, now that you mention it, I'm feeling a little proud, He-Fan said. Let's write this down later. A single pot of stew triggered a beast tide, a glorious moment in my life.
Don't get cocky, run faster!
We're almost losing sight of the black-robed man. We have to stay close and let him lead the way. Na Yin said in a low voice. The black-robed man's nirvana strength was on full display. Wherever his sword light passed, the beasts were instantly repelled. He moved like a fish through the swarm, but thankfully these were only mixed blood beasts. If they were purebloods, he wouldn't be able to move so easily. The group followed close behind, taking advantage of the black-robed man's disruption of the beasts, making their own progress slightly easier. But that was all it was easy. In less than a quarter of an hour, they were all injured. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't make it, Liu Qingyuan said anxiously. Put me down. He-Fan was even more anxious, wanting to struggle free, but there were too many beasts surrounding them. If he used too much force, he feared the student carrying him would fall and be trampled to death. Hold on a little longer. We can see the end ahead. We still have hope, Ni Yun said in a low voice. At this moment, the black-robed man had broken free from the beast horde and was speeding away, not daring to pause for a moment. Pai Lin Pangxi's body trembled, a mouthful of blood spurting out. He stumbled back, nearly dropping Qin Wei. Lin Pangxi, Qin Wei cried out, frantically pouring healing blessings onto him. It's nothing, just a slight bump, Lin Pangxi managed to say, his voice cold. Quickly put He-Fan down. Yes, put He-Fan down, Ni Yun agreed. He-Fan is just, don't waste time, put him down quickly. He-Fan is stronger than all of us, Qin Wei said coldly. Hurry and put me down, I have a way, He-Fan urged. Fine. Seeing their insistence, the student carrying He-Fan had no choice but to put him down. This is a huge loss, He-Fan sighed, a piece of jerky appearing in his hand as he charged forward. His strength was considerable, but he couldn't possibly fight his way out of so many ferocious beasts. Unless he could achieve nirvana. A piece of jerky flew out and He-Fan quickly put away his dimensional bag, afraid the beasts would smell it and attack in mass. Your method is to throw jerky. The students were dumbfounded. Will that even work? I threw pureblood jerky, He-Fan said, his heart aching. Rumble. The pureblood ferocious beast jerky instantly attracted these mixed blood ferocious beasts, who frantically pounced on it. Woo, that's good. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The beast's scramble for the pureblood jerky significantly lessened the pull of the blood origin grass's scent. Let's go quickly, He-Fan urged. If we don't leave now, even if we throw all the jerky away, we'll still die here. Qin Wei blessed this jerky too. He-Fan, taking advantage of the beast's struggle over the first piece, produced another and handed it to Qin Wei. Her blessing ability instantly enveloped the jerky. He-Fan channeled his evolutionary power, flinging the jerky hundreds of meters away. Rumble. With the blessing ability enhancing it, the jerky was even more attractive than before. Most of the ferocious beasts charged towards the blessed jerky, instantly thinning the congested mass in front. He-Fan, I've noticed that the only thing you're good at cooking is beast-attracting food. Liu Qingyuan jabbed him again. Hurry up and carry me! He-Fan turned to the student. Qin Wei and the others twitched. You're so strong, why didn't you just run yourself? He-Fan had already thrown out the jerky and didn't want to reveal his strength any further. A few people knowing was enough. He'd show off properly after his nirvana evolution. The group fled quickly. Thankfully they had He-Fan's jerky, otherwise they would have been done for. After a quarter of an hour, and after throwing out 10 pieces of jerky, they finally broke through the beast horde. He-Fan was relieved every time he'd retrieved the jerky as fast as possible, almost at his full speed. Good thing this spatial pouch can isolate auras, He-Fan thought. Having escaped the beast horde and gone several hundred meters, everyone collapsed gasping for breath. Thank goodness they'd made it. A huge loss. He-Fan was despondent, but then again not really. Facing a nirvana-evolved beast, if not for the unexpected boost from the blood essence grass, several of them would have died. After 5 minutes rest, Qin Wei used her abilities to help everyone recover quickly. I wonder how Teacher Guan is doing. Relax, He-Fan scoffed. That black robe man ran away, so he's probably alright too. You remember us now? A weary voice called out as 6 figures, covered in dust and dirt, ran towards them from afar. Xuanhuan. You're all alright, that's great. Qingyuan and the others rushed forward. What in the world happened? Why did all the beasts surge towards the cave? Xuan said, his face dark. Don't tell me this beast surge has something to do with you guys. Lao Huang's expression was strange. A fan, he made a pot of stew, putting all 17 blood yuan herbs in it, and even had Qingyuan enhance it. The students sighed to the heavens. Liu Qingyuan, how many times have I told you to keep an eye on He Fan? How could something this big happen right in front of you? Xuan was furious. That He Fan deserves a beating. A voice rang out. He Fan's expression was unpleasant. Lao Huang, Yuan and the others only numbered 5. 6 people had returned this time, including an old acquaintance. Lu Ming, how about we chat somewhere private? Lu Ming instantly fell silent. He couldn't beat him, how frustrating. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Liu Qingyuan stared at the bruised and swollen Lu Ming, utterly shocked. The other students were equally astonished. Was this really Lu Ming, the school's advisor? Lu Ming's face flushed crimson. He desperately wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Liu Qingyuan's idol image instantly crumbled. That handsome idol was now in such a pathetic state. Who beat him up, and why only his face? Chapter 72. Hi. Do you remember your little grey? Lao Huang looked deeply at He Fan. He felt that He Fan was beyond just late stage, he needed to be quarantined. He can even stir-fry blood yuan grass, 17 stalks at that, and even uses blessing ability to enhance it. How can your thinking be so bizarre? Blessing ability is for cooking. But thankfully, if it weren't for He Fan's pot of blood yuan grass, they would have succeeded, Xiaolu said. What's going on? I've done another meritorious deed. He Fan was astonished. They did indeed attack the mountain, moving ape. Just as they were about to succeed, your scent drifted over the mountain, moving ape cub ran away, and the mature mountain moving ape was startled. That group fled in a panic, Xiaolu said, pausing, then added, we also took the opportunity to leave. There's no reward. After you go back, just stay put. Lao Huang said flatly. Not isolating you is already good enough, a reward is impossible. Otherwise, this guy might think it's encouragement. When they arrived, they were entangled by the opponent's Nirvana expert. The capture was about to succeed. They were just about to grab the mountain, moving ape cub when the cub ran away upon smelling the scent. The mature mountain, moving ape was also startled by the scent, and the group could only watch helplessly as the captured beast cub flew away. As for taking down the opponent, after engaging in battle, Lao Hong discovered that even with Yuan, they couldn't hold them. If it weren't for the scent of the blood yuan grass, the best outcome would have been returning with serious injuries. Lu Ming was encountered on their way back. With so many ferocious beasts, he had no choice but to reveal his identity and ask for help. Lao Hong saved him, and that's why he's here. Liu Qingyuan and the others were stunned. This dish of He Fan's had such a powerful effect. You guys really should give us some reward for this. He Fan was still lamenting the loss of his jerky. Let's head back to base, said Lao Hong. Yuan nodded and led the group back, He Fan quickly following behind. You're really Consultant Lu Ming. Liu Qingyuan, looking at the bruised and swollen Lu Ming, asked with a complex expression. Yes. Lu Ming turned his head, glaring fiercely at He Fan. Just how did this guy hit me? I'm a Nirvana evolutionist with strong regenerative abilities, yet I'm still this swollen. Who did this? To beat you up like this and specifically targeting your face? Tell me and I'll get revenge for you, Consultant Lu Ming. You're my idol. I've always followed your news, and it's because of you that I came to Jiang City to study, Liu Qingyuan said excitedly. They dared to hit her idol. That's unacceptable. Revenge is unnecessary. Lu Ming declined her offer. Even in my Nirvana state, I couldn't beat him. You, a level 9 summoner, think you can win against He Fan. Also, why doesn't anyone suspect He Fan's delusional disorder? If I told you He Fan did this, would you believe me? Liu Qingyuan, there's something I want to tell you. He Fan suddenly remembered something. What's up? Qingyuan glared at He Fan, a little unhappy. Don't you see I'm chatting with my idol? I'm about to find out who my enemy is. Remember your little grey, He Fan said. The 50 cents you lost and the clothes I lost were all done by that bruised and swollen guy now. Lu Ming, you still remember this? It's such a small thing, why remember it so clearly? Advisor Lu Ming. Liu Qingyuan looked at Lu Ming then thought, my evolution method was it you too? The principal told me you were at He Fan's house that time. The circumstances were special at the time, I didn't intentionally kill your beast cub, Lu Ming explained. No need to explain, Liu Qingyuan said with a smile, a nonchalant expression on her face, then her face fell. Give me the Nirvana, level evolution method, Lu Ming, am I not your idol? Is this how you treat your idol? Forget that He Fan, that scumbag, but you're not even leaving me a way out. On the way back, several Nirvana guardians accompanied them, and they returned to the base safely and without incident. The base personnel immediately delivered nutritious meals, allowing them to recover their expended energy. The group gathered together laughing and chatting about their trial mission. You were in grave danger this time. Thankfully, you all returned safely, the base personnel said. When Qinwei and the others lost contact, everyone at the base was truly worried. Several times they concluded that they wouldn't return. It wasn't that dangerous this time, thanks to the enforcement team. Qinwei said, pausing before adding, and He Fan, as long as he didn't hold anyone back, The base personnel, already aware of his delusional disorder, rolled their eyes. We really owe it to He-Fan this time. Without him, we would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Fatty jiggled the fat on his body as he spoke. You didn't see the scene. A single pot of food triggered a beast tide, scaring even Nirvana-level experts into fleeing. A pot of food triggered a beast tide. The base personnel were shocked. What kind of dish could cause such a thing? I have a bit of expertise in cooking, and some knowledge of medicinal cuisine. He-Fan modestly replied, You're a medicinal chef. The base personnel were astonished. Then, let's discuss and exchange ideas. It would be my honor. He-Fan quickly stood up, pulling the base personnel away. Come on, let's discuss medicinal cuisine knowledge. Don't let these people in, this is a secret recipe. Naturally, the base personnel nodded. The recipes of the cooks were their foundation. How could they possibly let anyone see them casually? I think I'll cook today's meal, He-Fan said. The base does a great job, Liu Qingyuan quickly said. Will anyone be able to eat what you make? Unfortunately, He-Fan and the base personnel all chuckled, ignoring her. Shall we go take a look? Lin Pangzi stood up. He genuinely didn't want to eat anything He-Fan cooked. Let's go take a look. Several people quickly got up. If He-Fan were cooking normally, they would have nothing to say, but He-Fan always liked to pull off some anti-human operations. Inside the kitchen, 3 more cooks were present. He-Fan looked at the various precision instruments with some envy. You guys use these things to cook. These are instruments for detecting the data of medicinal herbs and beast meat, one cook said, pointing to an instrument that looks similar to a microwave oven from his past life. Any herb put in here can have its data detected. Different grades can be set. We use grade 9. This is the medicine cabinet for storing herbs. We each choose our herbs and make a dish to see the effect. What do you think? A cook said. No problem, but what I make isn't just for recovery. I usually make dishes for enhancement, He-Fan said. Even those who've leveled up can do it, the apothecary chef chuckled. The apothecary chef's test is about the combination of herbs, but those who've leveled up generally have evolutionary medicines, so they don't need us. It's more of a pastime for them. Let's get started. I'll make you one of my signature dishes this time, He-Fan said. Selecting several herbs, He-Fan then cut a large piece of peak-level mixed blood beast meat, preparing to make stir-fried beast meat again. Use that instrument to cut the meat. Put it in, set the thickness, shape and size. The apothecary chef pointed to a nearby black instrument with various patterns and several buttons on it. Such instruments only corrode a chef's ambition. A good chef not only needs to cook well but also needs excellent knife skills. He-Fan spoke eloquently, his hand resting on the knife handle. He glanced at the group of people peeking outside and handed the meat over. I can't use it, you cut it for me. Where's your ambition? The apothecary chef was stunned for a moment, then took the beast meat and put it into the instrument. I almost felt ashamed by what you said. Chapter 073 Gene Guidance Method. The beast meat was as thin as a cicada's wing, each slice the same size. The instrument was indeed good, but He-Fan would still insist on practicing his knife skills in the future. His knife skills, although currently used for cutting vegetables, would one day be used to kill enemies. With the instrument, he would lose the motivation to practice, and his knife skills would never improve. But he wouldn't reveal that now. The flames surged. He-Fan exerted slight pressure on his wrist, sending the ingredients flying. A rich aroma filled the air and the 4 chefs nearby nodded approvingly. It looked surprisingly professional. He-Fan checked the dish's data. Several herbs and beast meat. The gene count originally 1.5 according to the scan. Read 1.3 for 10. The number slowly increased. Another chef began working, first preparing the meat, then the herbs. Each step was subject to instrument analysis to confirm the gene data before combining ingredients to create a meal perfectly absorbed by a level 1 evolver. He-Fan, however, threw everything in together. He was different, his appetite was enormous. He'd once devoured a full training meal in one sitting. Most evolvers couldn't eat that much. While preparing his own dish, He-Fan discreetly observed the others. He noticed them channeling evolutionary power into the beast meat. Using evolutionary power. Yes, a chef explained, it's a special technique. It guides the latent power within the beast meat to unleash its full potential, but it doesn't work with herbs. Guiding the herbs causes their potency to dissipate, they must be consumed immediately. In fact, guiding the herbs only accelerates the dispersion of their potency, resulting in significant losses. He-Fan understood the blood essence grass now. The blessing power guided the potency, resulting in a continuous decrease rather than an increase in gene data. Is this technique valuable? Can I trade for it? He-Fan was tempted. If he learned this guidance method, he could unleash the beast's genetic power, eliminating the risk of burning the food. No. The chefs refused, pausing before adding, you can try finding someone else. You can exchange merit points for it, but we won't trade ours. Mine's ready. A chef placed the finished dish in the instrument for testing. The gene data read 1.3, not bad. Only 0.2 loss. He-Fan scoffed. The gene data showed 1.3, but his own assessment was only 1. The herbs tested at 1.5 ended up like this. Without guiding the latent power of the beast meat, it would have barely reached 1. Yours is burnt, the chef said. I know. He-Fan glanced at his dish, it was still increasing steadily. Without the gene guiding method, he had to rely on his own skill. Why not turn off the heat? Leaving it on for too long will affect the gene data, the chef said. He fan looked, the number had reached 1.6 and was still rising, but he decided to stop. Seeing the 1.3 gene data, he knew the instrument's reading would likely be higher. 1.6 was already quite a lot. He turned off the heat and removed the dish. He put the finished dish into the testing device. Sure enough, it showed more than his own assessment. 1.8, 1.8. The four chefs widened their eyes, staring at the blackened dish. It was burnt to a crisp, inedible looking, yet the gene data was 1.8. I'm surprised too. It seems my culinary skills have improved. He fan chuckled lightly. Usually making medicinal meals, it's good if the gene data isn't lost. Rarely does it increase. Your luck is incredible. What herbs did you use? The chefs looked at He Fan. Let me think, what kind of herbs were they? He Fan walked to the cupboard and pointed at it. Just these two drawers. Four chefs. You don't even know what herbs you're using. Isn't this your specialty, improvising? Try making another dish. One of the chefs said. Okay. He Fan readily agreed to their request. Free practice. Where else could you find that? The few people eavesdropping outside the door were dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on inside. The kitchen soundproofing was excellent. What was happening inside? Why was He Fan cooking again? Maybe it wasn't good, so he's remaking it. That must be it. I think we should stop him from remaking it. If he makes so many portions, he'll definitely make us eat them all. Lin Fatty said miserably, the very thought terrifying him. This time He Fan made stewed meat, intentionally increasing the heat. Unsurprisingly, it burned again, but this time it was severely burnt. The gene data dropped to 1, and the detection result was unsurprisingly 1.3. He didn't want to expose himself. He could always increase his gene level each time. You guys should make another dish too, He Fan said. Good, the chefs agreed. This time He Fan watched them work, watched them combine the ingredients, and understood why the genetic data had decreased. These people weren't like him. They couldn't constantly see the genetic data. They cut the ingredients, discarding some parts directly, using only the best portions. This resulted in the loss of some genetic material. When the beast meat was guided by secret methods, the latent power erupted, but the increase wasn't significant, and the preparation time wasn't sufficient. Not to mention the discarded scraps of herbs and spices. Even during the cooking process, the genetic data hadn't increased before they finished. It's no wonder the results weren't good. Another test, this time it was 1.4.1 more than before. It seems that cooking isn't about the longer the better. He Fan sighed with emotion. I thought the longer the better. It seems that 1.8 was just my luck. Of course, it's not about the longer the better. For chefs, the more important thing is the method of genetic guidance. But this is already quite good. Your genetic control is no worse than ours, it's just that the presentation is really lacking. The four chefs couldn't bear to look at the food he made. It was all black and sooty. What kind of signature dish is this? He Fan's first dish was a lucky fluke. If the second dish is considered his normal performance, aside from the presentation, the genetic data is comparable to theirs, placing him at the same level. After all, they also have their moments of brilliance. Let them in, look how anxious they are. One of the chefs smiled, opening the kitchen door and letting Liu Qingyuan and the others in. I knew He Fan would make this kind of dish. Liu Qingyuan's expression was very unpleasant. Anyone who had ever eaten He Fan's cooking had a look of terror on their faces. He Fan's dishes were both quite good, except for their appearance, the cooks commented. Especially this dish, its genetic data reached 1.8. Something we couldn't achieve. Genetic data, Lin Fatty chuckled. Beast meat and herbs, anyone could get genetic data from that. I told you, you wouldn't understand. The cook shook his head, then asked, want to try some? We'll eat what you made. He Fan's will leave for you to admire. Qin Wei decisively picked up a piece of the cook's dish, not even glancing at He Fan's. Foolish people, He Fan sighed inwardly. Why does everyone prefer appearances? Can't they be like me and these cooks, focusing on the substance? When I get my hands on the gene guidance method, my dishes will be beautiful too. May I ask the name of this dish? The cook pointed to He Fan's stir-fried beast meat. He Fan looked at his dish, pondered for a moment and said, I call it Black Elegance, and this one, Black Elegance. Can't you give it a different name? The cooks were exasperated. The dish was indeed black, but what did it have to do with elegance? He couldn't think of one on the spur of the moment. He pondered for a moment, then gave up on trying to come up with another name. Okay, I won't believe that's your specialty dish. It doesn't even have a name. How can it be a specialty? Let's try each other's dishes and discuss the strengths and weaknesses. Afterwards, we'll discuss the pairings in medicinal cuisine and the herbal formulas. The pharmacist chef said. Okay, I'll go first. He felt a surge of joy. He didn't care about their formulas, but he was very interested in the herbs they knew. It seemed like it was time to blow some smoke. They'd been making medicinal cuisine for many years. Aside from the preparation, their knowledge of herbs and their experience were invaluable to him. He wouldn't mind exchanging his god of cooking recipes for this knowledge. After all, he hadn't recorded many dishes yet. Chapter 074, Special Protection Facility. This dish was incredibly tender, melting in the mouth. The medicinal properties were gentle yet abundant, and the essence was fully released, resulting in a delicious dish that didn't compromise the genetic data. It felt like I had gone back to my first love. He closed his eyes, looking like he was enjoying a magnificent dish. But then he couldn't continue because he didn't seem to have a first love. In the end, he simply said, the four of you are truly grandmasters in the world of pharmacist chefs. Your culinary skills are superb. I am far inferior. I admire you. I truly admire you. The pharmacist chefs were stunned. We're just junior pharmacist chefs. You're praising us too much. We're going to feel embarrassed. Melts in your mouth. No, I've been chewing on this piece of meat for a minute now. Lin Fatty mumbled, chewing on a piece of meat. He Fan's face darkened. Are you an idiot? Can't you tell I'm just bullshitting? Qinwei quickly pinched Lin Pangzi. Can't you watch what you say? The cooks cleared their throats and pointed to another dish. Try this one. Lin Pangzi jolted awake, quickly said, I've tasted this dish. The beast meat is incredibly tender, melting in your mouth. He Fan stared at him impassively. Believe it or not, I'll knock your front teeth out later. Lin Pangzi shut up grumblingly. The others looked at He Fan. Is this kind of boasting really necessary? The cooks tasted a piece of He Fan's dish. It was pitch black like eating charcoal. Their brows furrowed instantly, but He Fan had been so generous they couldn't criticize, could they? They had to return the compliment, putting on a look of intoxication. This beast meat is so tender. We'll excuse ourselves. Liu Qingyuan couldn't take it anymore. Have you all gone blind? It's black as night? And you're still praising it. Even if you have to praise it, can you use different words? The students left. He Fan looked at the cooks who were still preparing to flatter him and coughed lightly. It's just us now. Let's be more direct. Alright, since we're all cooks, let's share some experiences, our research on herbs, and our methods for preparing beast meat. The cooks couldn't keep up the pretense anymore. They set aside all the dishes, took out their recipe books and began to discuss amongst themselves. Why do you throw away so many herbs when you're preparing the ingredients? He Fan asked, cutting them off and discarding them. What a waste, every medicine has some toxicity, the pharmacist explained. Besides genetic guidance, we also strive to minimize the poisonous elements. Of course, we can't completely eliminate them, so we rely on the experience of our predecessors to remove some toxins. Although this loses some of the genetic material, it allows for better absorption and doesn't significantly affect the efficacy. Then why don't you cook it for a longer time? Perhaps with more time there'd be unexpected benefits, He Fan questioned. Useless, the pharmacists rolled their eyes. After the genetic guidance process, the power within has already been activated. Simmering it longer won't change anything. He Fan glanced at the dishes they'd prepared. He wondered if he should add his own ingredients and simmer them for a while to see if it would enhance the results. Unbelievable, those pharmacists are actually speaking so unconscionably, Lin Pangzi scorned. Weren't you just doing the same thing? Qinwei rolled her eyes. I'm worried about something else. Liu Qingyuan's expression was filled with worry and a hint of terror. Me too. Qinwei patted Liu Qingyuan's shoulder. I hope we'll see each other again. What do you mean? We're back at the base, what could possibly happen to Liu Qingyuan? Lin Pangzi was confused. The base could issue a pharmaceutical chef's certificate. Liu Qingyuan's face was pale. Judging by the pharmaceutical chef's tone, it seemed He Fan had done quite well. If he got the certificate, he could buy some of the herbs he couldn't previously purchase. Should we try to stop him? Lin Pangzi also worried about Liu Qingyuan. If Liu Qingyuan accidentally ate something one day, the consequences would be unpredictable. Haha, this discussion was very pleasant. We should definitely continue this discussion in the future. He Fan walked out with a beaming smile, a document in his hand. A junior pharmaceutical chef certificate! It's too late. Liu Qingyuan looked despairing, then resolutely declared, Lin Pangzi, after we get back remember to send me a rope. I'm going to tie He Fan up. I think you should forget it. You'll end up much worse off. Lin Pangzi sighed, looking at Liu Qingyuan with pity. If you do that you'll be tied up, and He Fan will spend all day stuffing all sorts of dark, mysterious things into your mouth. Qinwei, I have a spare room for rent at my place. Want to move in? He Fan looked at Qinwei. Discounted price 800, meals included. Heh. Qinwei twitched her lips, giving him a knowing smile. He Fan was disappointed. It seemed the other spare room wouldn't be rented out. Everyone chatted amongst themselves. Qinwei and Liu Qingyuan talked with the base personnel, while He Fan boredly practiced his knife skills in his mind. It's time to go. Guiyuan walked over and said, the car's here. We're heading back to Jiang City. Let's go. Lin Pangzi jogged out, his heart brimming with excitement. Graduation was finally here! He Fan, Liu Qingyuan, Qingjiang Garden tonight, my treat! Lin Pangzi, you better watch your spending! Liu Qingyuan said coldly. With He Fan's appetite, you'll be begging for mercy. Happy! Let's eat our fill! Lin Pangzi declared heartily. Even He Fan felt embarrassed by such generosity. With such a feast, he'd be remiss not to eat plenty. In the car, Qinwei went wild, her laughter unrestrained. Graduation at last! It had been so hard. Everyone involved in the graduation mission was happy, including He Fan, who took home pure blood ferocious beast meat, raising his gene liquid level to 98.6. And back in Jiang City they went to the evolution school to submit their mission report. He Fan went home, put away the jerky, and waited for Lin Pangzi's call before heading to Qingjiang Garden. Qingjiang Garden was a renowned high-end restaurant in Jiang City. Even Lin Pangzi only ate there occasionally. Lin Pangzi booked a table and ordered several bottles of evolution medicinal wine to celebrate their graduation. There were 5 of them in total, the 3 from Lin Pangzi's group, and He Fan and Liu Qingyuan. Looking at the overflowing table of food, He Fan knew Lin Pangzi wasn't going to skimp. They were going to eat their fill. Graduation left me feeling empty, a little anxious and scared, Qinwei said. Wei Ji, aren't you planning to join the base? What did they say? Lin Pangzi asked, taking a bite of his food. What do you think? Qinwei rolled her eyes. The base said that after I'm cured I can join. Otherwise it's a year later. If I'm still alive, that condition of yours is really worrisome. I can't help you anymore. I'm going to work for my old man. Lin Pangzi said helplessly. I'm going to the special permission sanctuary. Lin Pangzi invited me. Naiyun said it's good that you two will have each other. Qinwei nodded, feeling a little despondent. Lin Pangzi and Naiyun had places to go, but she was alone. Special permission sanctuary, what's that place? He Fan asked curiously. Every city besides the base has sanctuaries. These are established by strong individuals, families and businessmen within the city to hunt ferocious beasts and defend against their attacks. Is it also outside the city? He Fan was surprised. Outside the city is the beast territory. Yes, but don't even think about it. It's not suitable for you. Everyone spoke at once. You doubt my abilities. He Fan bristled. No, we deeply admire your strength. Lin Pang sighed. Liu Qingyuan was confused. Was He Fan really that strong? Slightly less so than my cooking skills, He Fan said modestly. My culinary skills are currently ranked first among beginner medicinal chefs, but I believe I'll become a culinary god in the future. Unless you don't force us to eat your medicinal meals, we absolutely won't take you, Qinwei said gravely. I never force anyone. Ask Liu Qingyuan. I've never forced her to eat anything. He Fan pouted. How can you think of me like that? He Fan, don't overthink it. Do you think Lao Huang will let you leave again? Liu Qingyuan sneered. This time you snuck out of the city and Lao Huang, worried it might happen again, made me promise to send him a video every 2 days. If you disappear for more than an hour, call him directly. He Fan, Chapter 075. Lao Huang, would you please answer your phone? He Fan, just give it up and stay in the city, Ni Yin said. Your strength is undeniable, but the enforcement squad won't believe it unless you make them see it with their own eyes. You underestimate me. He Fan chuckled, shaking his head, and produced a certificate, calmly saying, Junior Pharmacist Certificate, allows exit from the city to collect herbs. Fight the enforcers. Wait until I'm reborn. If I'd been exposed earlier, I'd have been constantly hunting beasts with you. I wouldn't have had time to practice my swordsmanship or gather herbs. How would I have earned pure blood jerky? I forgot to mention, Liu Qingyuan said. Old Huang anticipated this and specifically instructed them not to let you leave the city. Is Old Huang overly dedicated, keeping such a close eye on me? Is it necessary? Just as he was about to badmouth Old Huang, a text message from Qinwei. He looked at Qinwei questioningly. Qinwei winked at him and raised her glass. Cheers. He Fan opened the message and immediately grinned. The message from Qinwei read, I have a way to get you out, but once we're out we team up. You protect me. Protect Qinwei. No problem. With his strength he could carry Qinwei and still crush beasts. As long as he could leave the city, Old Huang. You miscalculated, he replied with a text message. Teaming up with you is fine, but I want the gene guidance method. Then closed his wristwatch. With the gene guidance method, maybe he could solve the problem of his cooking always burning. If possible, he really didn't want to eat burnt food. Qinwei didn't send a text message, she simply nodded slightly in agreement. Qinwei didn't have the gene-guided method yet, but she could buy it with merit points after hunting beasts outside the city. They ate and discussed their future plans, a hint of sadness at their impending separation hanging in the air. Liu Qingyuan had also wanted to join the base, but unfortunately, they deemed her experience insufficient, requiring at least 6 months of training before acceptance. Lin Pangzi, with his connections, secured a spot in the special protection shelter, his family business being located within its grounds. Ni Yun went to help him. He Fan said nothing more. He didn't plan on going to the special protection shelter immediately. He intended to hone his swordsmanship at home and gain better control over his evolved power before going, ensuring his combat strength met his expectations. After dinner they went home with Qinwei promising to visit him again tomorrow. He Fan. Upon returning home, Liu Qingyuan exploded, a cold smile playing on her lips. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, make you understand some places you shouldn't just wander into. You really can't beat me. He Fan sighed, shaking his head. Can you be a little more realistic? Humph. This time Will Seguan snorted, abandoning her previous battle of the sexes. Phrasing He Fan was too shameless. Locking the door, Liu Qingyuan unleashed her evolved power. Executing her evolved martial arts, her figure was graceful, shimmering with green light as she attacked He Fan's hands. Don't even dream about Captain Huang. Even if you call him with my watch afterwards, he won't answer. He told me to deal with you properly. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go monkey grab nah. He Fan had originally planned to unleash a legendary move, but thought better of it. Against a weakling like Liu Qingyuan, it was entirely unnecessary. Their bodies collided. He Fan used a variation of 18 palms of the drunken mantis, successfully throwing Liu Qingyuan onto the sofa. Under her terrified gaze he pounced. You dare fight back? Take this! Liu Qingyuan tried to push He Fan away, but to her dismay found she couldn't budge him. She resorted to clawing at him instead. On the sofa they grappled, a whirlwind of blows. He unleashed a descending dragon 10 palms, landing on Liu Qingyuan. She countered with the 9 yin white bone claw, scratching at He Fan. Both held back, He Fan not using his full strength. Liu Qingyuan initially only used her evolved abilities tentatively, but as He Fan's pressure increased she finally unleashed her full power to no avail. An hour later, Liu Qingyuan lay panting on the sofa, He Fan standing over her, the victor. Defeated. I can pin you down with one hand. Why, when did you become an evolutor? Liu Qingyuan gasped, unwilling to accept defeat.
Damn it, you're even stronger than me!
No, I have to call Team Xuanhuan, He Fan said calmly. Liu Qingyuan promptly dialed, only to hear 2 rings followed by the dial tone the other party had hung up. Why don't you try again? Hurry up and tell Lao Huang. I'm gonna beat you up, He Fan sneered. Liu Qingyuan.
Lao Huang, please answer the phone, I'm done for.
I forgot to tell you I also beat your idol, He Fan said expressionlessly. Liu Qingyuan. Go easy. Don't hit my face. Thinking of Lu Ming, Liu Qingyuan didn't even have the heart to resist. A Nirvana level summoner was beaten like that. What chance did she, a level 9, have? Damn Lu Ming, why didn't he tell me? I was still thinking of avenging you. Liu Qingyuan felt she'd been betrayed by her idol. She'd never look up to Lu Ming again. Looking at Liu Qingyuan, eyes closed and resigned to her fate, He Fan released his grip and sat down. I'm not going to beat you up. I want to ask you a few questions. What questions? Liu Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and sat up. About the control and application of evolutionary power, He Fan said. Although I have my own unique evolutionary method, my experience is lacking. It certainly can't compare to yours. It would be beneficial to discuss things with Liu Qingyuan. I'd learn a lot. But if I beat him up, how will I get him out of the city? Qin Wei agreed to take him, but she'll definitely need Liu Qingyuan's help. Using the power of evolution isn't complicated, just use it more often, Liu Qingyuan said, his fingertips glowing with evolutionary energy. He paused, then added, I can give you a method of evolution, but whether or not you can learn it depends on you. Good. He Fan thought about his own method of evolution, intending to compare them and see the differences. Discussing with you is fine, but you must agree to one condition, Liu Qingyuan said. As long as it doesn't involve money it's fine, He Fan said, thumping his chest. Miser. Liu Qingyuan was amazed. He has over 1 million, yet he's still so stingy. Liu Qingyuan transmitted a secret technique. He Fan compared it to his own, unable to determine which was better, but he felt that his own awakened ability was more suited to him. A green light flowed, the evolutionary energy moving like fish in the air, following Liu Qingyuan's fingers, swirling around his fingertips. He Fan pondered and asked, can you force evolutionary energy into an enemy's body? Unless the opponent completely gives up resistance, Liu Qingyuan said calmly. Why would I study methods of forced injection? I'm a summoner, I'll have ferocious beasts to protect me in the future. At this point Liu Qingyuan gave him a contemptuous look. Have you ever seen an evolutionist who can do that? He Fan asked. School teachers can easily infuse evolutionary power into weaker students, Liu Qingyuan said. He Fan rolled his eyes. What's there to say? They're all Nirvana level. If they can't do it, what level are you at in the 9th stage? Liu Qingyuan changed the subject, her eyes fixed on him. 9th stage, same as you, He Fan replied.
You tricked me so badly! Take this!
18 falls of the touching garment. He Fan casually slapped her a few times, sending Liu Qingyuan flying onto the sofa again. Couldn't she learn her lesson? Chapter Oru 76 Closed Retreat. Early the next morning, He Fan got up early, went down to the basement, tied it up, and then called to order some meat, stones and other things. He Fan, what are you doing? Liu Qingyuan looked at him strangely, wondering what he was up to so early in the morning. I'm going to be secluded here for a few days. Let me know when you're going to the Special Approval Guardian Station, He Fan said. We'll go in a few days. We need to buy supplies now. The Special Approval Guardian Station is too expensive. I don't have the money. Liu Qingyuan looked at him expectantly. Since you don't have money, it's fine, I do. He Fan chuckled lightly, generously. I'll transfer it to you. By the way, buy pots, pans, dishes and seasonings for me. Okay. Liu Qingyuan was slightly delighted. Was he giving her money to spend? This guy must have made a lot of money. Go ahead. He Fan decisively transferred the money. 1,000. Liu Qingyuan stared at the money that had arrived, stunned. Shouldn't it be tens of thousands? Yeah, everything I need will cost a total of 998. The extra $2 are a tip for you. He Fan looked at her with a strange expression. Do you think it's too much? Should I have the $2 back? Liu Qingyuan. I thought you'd say you were rich and give me tens of thousands to spend, but you only gave me 1,000. And you want to buy things for 998.
You're such a miser!
He Fan genuinely didn't have much money. Despite the million he needed to practice his swordsmanship, control his evolved power, buy various materials, and acquire medicinal herbs in the future. Besides, Liu Qingyuan certainly wasn't short of cash. On the way back, he'd discarded all the pots and pans. Firstly, he hadn't had the time, and secondly, he had nowhere to put them. His dimensional pouch was completely full of dried meat. There was no room for anything else. The basement. He Fan looked at the dried meat he'd bought. He first used it to practice his evolved power. Ordinary meat was easily penetrated, but beast meat proved more difficult. He then tried stones. Although he could inject his evolved power, the process always caused the stones to crack. He Fan could only currently control the size of the cracks, practicing slowly until he could prevent them altogether. After his practice, He Fan began processing the dried meat, making spicy meat granules and the like, which he could eat slowly to gradually enhance his genes. He'd just finished when Qin Wei called. He Fan, I'm coming to your place. Are you going to the specially authorized shelter? How do I get there? He Fan asked. I'll knock out Liu Qingyuan, and I'll take you away. I'll find someone to handle the location tracking and other details. We'll just leave her at your house. I have ways of getting us out of the city, Qin Wei said. Or, should we take Liu Qingyuan with us? He Fan stroked his chin and replied, I think she'll agree, she knows my strength now. That works too, but will I even be needed? Qin Wei felt a little down. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to do anything, that she'd be a complete burden. You'll be needed. We'll need you to get out of the city, but we'll have to wait a few days. I'm in seclusion right now. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days? He Fan replied. Qin Wei's ability might be a bit underwhelming, but it's still useful. If within 100 meters, it's all evolvers, and she applies her full enhancement, then the effect would be huge. They don't have that many people, but they could have that many beasts. If He Fan helps Liu Qingyuan build a beast army, then after training and enhancement, their combat power would definitely increase by several levels, and the trained beasts would be very obedient. Even if Qin Wei punched them, they wouldn't fight back. Furthermore, her enhancement ability could lure away beasts. If possible, I'd need her to lure away beasts while I gather herbs. And there's the gene guidance method. I can't store merit points myself temporarily, but I can store them on Qin Wei's evolution certificate. Liu Qingyuan has already learned it incorrectly. Okay, I'll move in tonight, and I'll definitely help you buy the gene guidance method. Qin Wei replied before hanging up. He Fan contemplated the evolutionary method, the evolutionary power appearing in his palm, simulating various objects. He wondered if he could condense the evolutionary power into a flower, various plants and animals. If he reached that level, who could match his control over evolutionary power? I also use my evolutionary power to wash the vegetables, removing impurities. The evolutionary power is like water penetrating everything, easily cleaning even the hard-to-reach parts. Washing vegetables with evolutionary power. I'm the only one who does this. He Fan increasingly felt that he was a talented chef. He practiced until dusk. Qin Wei moved in. She didn't bring much, just some daily necessities. Liu Qingyuan had bought his pots and pans, throwing them directly into the living room. Looking at Qin Wei, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why did you suddenly have a change of heart?" "I'm going to the Special Approval Guardian Station with He Fan in a few days," Qin Wei said. "You intend to take him?" Liu Qingyuan said. "Team leader Huang will definitely send someone to bring him back immediately, and will be held responsible as well. Don't you want to take him?" Qin Wei said with a smile. "He's a free bodyguard. Do you want to pay to hire a guardian?" Liu Qingyuan fell silent. Of course she wanted to take He Fan to the Special Approval Guardian Station. If she went alone, she would either have to pay for an evolutionary guardian or find others to form a team. Finding others, she didn't know if they would agree, but He Fan was completely free. She just needed to give him the hunted beasts to eat. Eating beasts didn't affect merit points. Where could she find such a good person? Just how strong is He Fan? Anyway, do you think the two of us could beat him up? Liu Qingyuan was still fuming about last night. "It was so humiliating. He actually pinned me to the sofa and you were beaten up." Qin Wei was astonished. "He Fan even hit you. Not exactly beaten, but was incredibly humiliating." The enraged Liu Qingyuan blushed, recounting the events of the previous night. Qin Wei remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Twice don't you ever learn? Even if the two of us teamed up, we'd still end up pinned to the sofa. He Fan's strength is enough to crush even peak mixed blood beasts. He's more ferocious than a beast. For us two special class as we are to fight him. That's just asking for trouble." As the two women chatted, He Fan emerged from the basement. "What are you two having for dinner tonight?" "I'll cook." "No thanks, we're going shopping tonight. You just stick to your seclusion." Liu Qingyuan flatly refused. "I'm not eating anything you cook, suit yourselves," He Fan responded calmly. "It's just regular food tonight. I already prepped the ingredients while practicing my knife skills. Some simple home cooking will do." The two women left. After dinner He Fan returned to the basement for seclusion, practicing until late into the night before finally retiring to bed. Time flew by during his seclusion. The two women never rushed him, never disturbing his practice, especially at mealtimes when he was always absent. He Fan welcomed the peace and quiet. He spent 7 days in seclusion refining all the materials he'd bought. Finally, he managed to strike a stone with a single palm strike, pulverizing the interior while leaving the exterior completely unchanged. The power of evolution, in a single thought, could be divided into countless streams. Each stream of evolutionary power was equally strong, unlike before, where some were stronger and some weaker. He could already condense this power into simple shapes, but there was still a gap in creating complex objects. His own genetic data had reached 99%. He could now constantly sense the genetic lock and the numerous evolutionary orbs. Breaking the lock and choosing an orb would bring about nirvana. However, He Fan remembered the phrase in the evolution method: "Water flows naturally to its destination, nirvana arrives naturally." He could break through now, but forcing the breakthrough wouldn't meet the method's requirements. He Fan thought, having waited this long, what's another 2 days of training? Chapter 77. We have a map. "Let's go to the specially authorized shelter," He Fan said. "You're finally out of seclusion. Wait while I put this away." Liu Qingyuan took out something the size of a grain of rice and found a box to put it in. "Is this the positioning device old Huang gave you?" He Fan glanced at it and sighed. "Old Huang? This is such a waste of money." "The enforcement team provides them. You didn't know. It's free," Liu Qingyuan explained. "Well, things that don't cost anything can indeed be thrown away casually. Didn't you say you took care of everything outside the city?" He Fan said again. "Rest assured I've already spoken to Fat Lin." Qin Wei chuckled. His family is in business, we're hired by Fat Lin, so any inspections will target him. Then there's no problem, let's go. The last of He-Fan's worries vanished, everything was arranged, all that remained was the trip to the special permit sanctuary. The three locked the door and headed to the location agreed upon with Fat Lin. Qingyuan introduced Fat Lin's business along the way, transporting beast corpses, collecting and selling medicinal herbs to the Alliance, and incidentally transporting some city supplies to sell at the special permit sanctuary. This time, the vehicle was similar to the school bus. Fat Lin held a contract listing their names. Don't worry, once we arrive, this contract can be shredded, Fat Lin said. Qingyuan looked at Fat Lin, saying pitifully, Fat Lin, are you just going to abandon me like this? Sister Wei, I really can't team up with you. Fat Lin said helplessly. You know my family's situation, but if you need anything, Fat Lin will definitely take care of it. Get me a nirvana, Qingyuan demanded without hesitation. I'll go ask my old man if he's willing, Lin Fatty said. We've got some time on the road. Here are a few maps, take a look, and I'll explain the situation with the special permit sanctuary. Okay. He-Fan took the maps. They marked various gathering points of mixed blood beasts and some dangerous locations. In the special permit sanctuary, most evolvers are nominally affiliated with some force, such as the Evolution School, my family's small business enforcement and so on, Lin Fatty explained. Students from the school mostly join the Evolution School, or the enforcement team. Can anyone join the enforcement team? He-Fan asked. He wondered if he should join the enforcement team and chat with Lao Huang, wondering if Lao Huang was there. Certainly not. The enforcement team will investigate whether you've violated any laws. The minimum strength requirement is nirvana, Lin Fatty said. The enforcement is only responsible for maintaining order in the special permit sanctuary. They also buy beast corpses and herbs, as well as live beasts. Pausing, live beasts can only be sold to the enforcement team. Don't sell them to anyone else. We know that. Qingyuan nodded. Besides the enforcement team, no one can bring live beasts into the city unless they guarantee they'll be killed. If you join the Evolution School, I'll send you a list later. The Evolution School is divided into 3 factions. One belongs to Lin Yang, one to Lang Dao, and the other is independent. Lin Fatty lowered his voice. He-Fan, you offended Lin Yang before. He holds grudges, and he'll definitely cause you trouble. I'll give you what I know, so you won't be tricked. Lin Fatty, my sister was right about you. You're really thoughtful, Qingyuan praised. That's all I know. I don't know anything beyond that. Lin Fatty shook his head. He-Fan accepted the list, glanced at it and saved it to his phone. The 4 of them chatted. Midway, someone came to inspect and Lin Fatty covered it with a contract. No one questioned He-Fan. 3 hours later, they safely arrived at the specially permitted sanctuary. He-Fan got out of the car with them, looking at the energy shield protecting the place ahead. Buildings lined up one after another, various small shops, street vendors, people coming and going. I'll only send you this far. Lin Fatty tore up the contract and said, we'll look you up if we get a chance. Qingyuan nodded. If you have any ferocious beasts or medicinal herbs, you can sell them to me. Lin Fatty smiled and walked away. Where are we going now? He-Fan asked, looking at the energy shield ahead. Beyond it lay the territory of ferocious beasts, endless mountains and forests. Evolution School. With just our team, other factions wouldn't want us. Liu Qingyuan said. 3 people too special, 1 abnormal, who would dare take us? He-Fan followed them to the Evolution School. With Lin Fatty's map, they knew how to get there. The Evolution School occupied a large man also buying beast corpses and herbs. He-Fan waited outside, not going in. He took out the map Lin Pang had given him, stuffing meat pellets in his mouth while studying it to find beasts. Forget the Beast Legion for now, He-Fan muttered. Let's just get a small beast team. That way, it's fine even if I'm not around. The map indicated that the strongest beast nearby was a wild boar king, a peak mixed blood beast. A typical 9th level evolver would need to go all out to break its defenses. Students constantly entered and exited the Evolution School. Occasionally someone would look at him strangely before losing interest. Are you a newly graduated student? A young man approached with a smile on his face. He-Fan looked up at him. I'm not from the Evolution School. I'm waiting for my friends, they just graduated. Oh, newly graduated juniors? The young man asked, still smiling. It's very dangerous out there. Have you found a senior to take you with? I'm experienced, and my fees are very reasonable. Fees, that won't be necessary, He-Fan said, eyeing him warily, and holding up the map. We just bought the latest map. Clearly my map alone isn't enough. The young man paused, slightly bewildered. So stingy, he chuckled. Savage beasts don't stay in one place, and your map isn't detailed enough. Oh, He-Fan replied, putting away the map. Then I won't look at it. I'll draw a more detailed one myself later. Young man, shouldn't you be asking if I'm interested in guiding you and how much I charge? Drawing a more detailed map yourself. Don't you worry about how long you'll survive, He-Fan. While the young man pondered how to coax He-Fan into asking for his help, Qingyuan and Liu Qingyuan emerged, quickly approaching him. He-Fan. The young man froze, a look of surprise crossing his face as if he knew He-Fan. Looking at Liu Qingyuan and Qingyuan, a warm smile spread across his face. Junior sisters need a guide. I'm your senior brother Liu Tan. Whether it's 100 Beasts Valley or Pig King Ridge, anything within a few miles, I'm familiar with it. No thank you, we have a map. Liu Qingyuan refused.
Damn it, a map isn't a magic solution.
You three newbies, don't you know how to ask for help? Junior sisters, maps are good, but some things aren't on maps, like evolved beings who rob travelers, Liu Tian hurriedly said. I've been here for over a year, I know my way around. If you've taken some herb gathering quests, I also know some herb locations. You're so enthusiastic, do you have a crush on He Fan? Qinwei said vigilantly.
Chapter said in 8, stay back.
He Fan always felt that Qinwei's thinking was problematic. What do you mean, have a crush on me? Shouldn't it be you guys who have a crush on me? However, the name Liu Tian seems to be on the list. Lin Pang gave me Lin Yang's person. Liu Tian was clearly stunned by Qinwei's words. This way of thinking was unbelievable. Let's go. We just accepted a mission to find a herb and earn a few tens of thousands of merit points along the way, Liu Qingyuan said. Let's go. He Fan was still thinking about the gene guidance method. The mission you accepted, I'm familiar with it. With my guidance, you'll definitely complete it easily. Besides, your map isn't detailed enough and some hidden dangers aren't recorded. Liu Tian hurriedly shouted. We do seem to need an experienced guide, Liu Qingyuan mused, saying. Or, I'll ask Fat Lin to find one for us. Qinwei pondered. It's not good to always trouble Fat Lin, let's just use him. He Fan mused, looking at Liu Tian, who was eager to join them. What are you standing there for? Lead the way. Liu Tian opened his mouth, fine, speechless. What the hell? Shouldn't you guys be asking an experienced senior? Why are you so dismissive of me, someone with experience? Could they know I'm Lin Xiao's man? That's impossible. They just arrived, have no connections, and this is our first meeting. How could they know me? Regardless, as long as I'm with them, finding a way to take them down will be a merit. Lin Yang wanted nothing more than to eliminate He Fan. Anyone associated with Lin Yang knew this. Stepping out of the energy shield, officially entering the beast territory, Liu Tian walked ahead, the three of them walking side by side through the forest. Qinwei sent them a message. Lin Yang's people, should we eliminate them? Beast territory, no responsibility for killing. Let's pretend we don't know. If one dies, more will come, Liu Qingyuan said. I'm not going to kill Liu Tian for now. I think he could be a good teammate. He Fan replied. Are you joking? Liu Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Liu Tian is so enthusiastic, and he's Lin Yang's man. Let's go find the Wild Boar King first. The Wild Boar King has strong defenses, perfect for you to tame. He Fan pondered before speaking. Okay. Liu Qingyuan's face lit up. Her beast legion was finally starting to form. They exchanged messages. Liu Tian also sent a message to Lin Yang, receiving the reply. Keep a close eye on He Fan, and find a way to kill him. Zhuwang Ridge was only 5 li away from the special protection shelter. At the 4 of their speed they arrived in just a few minutes. The Wild Boar King's lair is about a kilometer ahead. It rarely comes out during the day and should still be in its lair now. Liu Tian said, sneering inwardly. You three good-for-nothings, you'll soon learn what a cruel world this is, and how dangerous a beast's territory can be. He Fan walked behind the 2 women, his hand constantly resting on his knife hilt, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. The 4 of them moved quickly. They encountered several adult stage beasts along the way, which Liu Tian swiftly killed without needing their help. They arrived smoothly at the Wild Boar King's lair, stopping at the entrance. Before He Fan even entered, he could sense a powerful aura. Give me a boost, I'll lure it out, you guys wait outside. Liu Tian said, thinking to himself, after I go in and provoke the Wild Boar King, I'll kill you all when I come out. Even if someone investigates, it can be made to look like it was killed by a beast. Okay. The 3 exchanged glances and retreated more than 10 meters. With the boost, Liu Tian carefully entered the cave. Although he was experienced, it didn't mean he dared to fight the Wild Boar King head on. A peak mixed blood Wild Boar King had extremely strong defense. Even 2 of him might not be able to take it down. He Fan, can you handle it? Liu Qingyuan was a little worried. Although she knew He Fan was an evolver, his exact strength was unclear. She had no way of knowing because He Fan had subdued her with one hand. Stay back, He Fan waved his hand. Roar! Inside the cave, a beast's roar echoed, a wave of ferocity erupted. He Fan decisively moved a huge boulder, directly plugging it into the cave entrance. A punch, filled with evolutionary power, smashed inside. Boom! The boulder was embedded in the cave entrance, blocking it completely, without a single crack.
What's going on? Quickly open the cave entrance!
Liu Tian was dumbfounded. You said you'd lure it out, you freaking blocked the entrance. Who are you? How dare you block the cave entrance? Don't you know that Senior Liu Tian is inside? He Fan shouted loudly, pointing at the air and cursing Qinwei. Why did we stand so far away? Liu Qingyuan stared blankly at the scene. I thought you were going to put on a show, single-handedly fighting the Wild Boar King and Liu Tian, but you blocked the entrance instead. Senior Liu Tian, don't worry, I'll move the stone once I drive this guy away. He Fan kicked the boulder, pushing it further in. You don't intend to let him out, do you? Qinwei and Liu Qingyuan twitched their faces. How are we supposed to cooperate? Senior Liu Tian, this guy is incredibly strong. Wait a little longer, I'll drive him away soon.
Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer!
A roar came from inside the cave.
Oops, here we go again, take this!
Give me another half hour and I'll definitely drive him away. Liu Tian. Another half hour?
By then I'll be dead, you won't need to move the stone!
Liu Qingyuan and Qinwei looked at He Fan, truly never having seen such a clueless person. If you weren't stuffing your face with jerky while saying those things, the scene would be much better. He Fan chewed on his jerky, glanced at his watch, and calculated the time. The space inside is cramped, he shouldn't be able to last much longer. I better not kill him, otherwise he might fight back desperately and injure the Boar King. After 15 minutes, the sounds from inside had weakened considerably. He Fan drew his horizontal blade, a rich golden light flashed as he brought it down on the massive stone. You really want to save him? Liu Qingyuan was speechless. Your blow didn't even faze the stone, are you sure you're not joking? A crash. As the words left his mouth, the boulder crumbled into dust, scattering at the entrance of the cave. He Fan sheathed his blade, letting out a proud, cold laugh. Don't doubt the knife skills of the future culinary god. Roar! With the disappearance of the boulder, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a ragged, blood-soaked figure, their face contorted in a grimace, charging towards the cave entrance with low growls. He Fan, Senior Liu Ting is truly amazing. He severely wounded the beast. All this blood must be from the beast, right? He Fan looked on admiration and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
This goddamn blood is all mine! Get out of the way, let me out! The beast is coming!
Liu Tian roared. Senior Liu Tian, you've worked hard. I'll take over from here. He Fan stepped aside, allowing Liu Tian to instantly burst out the wounded beast hot on his heels. Watching the charging beast, He Fan swallowed hard. Fine, this one wasn't for eating. Just injuring it would do. He clenched his fist, evolution power surging, and slammed it into the wild Boar King. He Fan, this time I'll watch you get your ass kicked. Liu Tianzeng sneered softly, expecting to see He Fan crushed by the wild Boar King. The scene before him, however, almost made his eyes pop out. Row! With a single punch accompanied by a scream, the wild Boar King was sent flying back, knocked back with one punch. This is He Fan. Didn't Lin Yang say he was a level 7 or 8 evolver? To knock a furious wild Boar King back with one punch, is this level 7 or 8? Could a level 9 evolver even do that?
The intel is seriously inaccurate. Chapter Erodu 79. You don't know as much as I'd raw!
The wild Boar King roared in pain. He Fan quickly stepped forward, his fist, enveloped in evolutionary energy, slammed into the wild Boar King's head. He didn't infuse the evolutionary energy into the Boar King's body, fearing he might kill it. The wild Boar King was also injured, but compared to him, Liu Tian was far worse, collapsing to the ground, his legs still trembling. Liu Qingyuan and Qin Wei were also stunned. Although they knew He Fan was strong, they hadn't expected him to completely overwhelm the wild Boar King, and this was without even using a weapon. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, the wild Boar King was lying on the ground, barely able to stand. He Fan dragged the wild Boar King out of the cave, and looked strangely at Liu Tian. What are you looking at me for this time? Nothing. Liu Tian's face twitched. What could I be looking at? I can't even beat the wild Boar King, let alone fight you. Should I tell young Master Lin that He Fan is too powerful, and ask him to send a Nirvana-level expert? Liu Tian believed that if he said those words to Lin Yang, the latter would definitely explode with curses, calling him useless and incompetent. It should be easier to tame it when it's heavily injured. Liu Qingyuan. He Fan dragged the wild Boar King to Liu Qingyuan's side. Okay. Liu Qingyuan was already eager to begin. Evolutionary energy surged out, enveloping the wild Boar King as she started the taming process. Qin Wei rubbed her hands excitedly. Can I punch it a couple of times? Wait until after I've tamed it. Liu Qingyuan coughed lightly. It's too dangerous to let you hit it now. The attempt at taming it through evolutionary power failed on the first try. The wild Boar King struggled to its feet, its eyes ferocious, roaring as it lunged at Liu Qingyuan, only to be hammered back down by He Fan. Go easy, don't kill it. Liu Qingyuan worried, fearing that the first general of her ferocious beast legion would die at He Fan's hands. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, He Fan said, unconcerned about the loss of a few gene points. After 5 attempts, Liu Qingyuan finally tamed the wild Boar King. Its ferocious gaze softened, but only towards Liu Qingyuan. It remained just as fierce towards everyone else. Qin Wei, it's your turn. Liu Qingyuan turned to Qin Wei. Qin Wei nodded, her healing abilities enveloping the wild Boar King, helping it recover quickly. Liu Tian, how could I forget? Blessing sacrifices can heal, but why didn't you heal me? Am I less than a pig?
Heal me too. Luto, yes, and you too, I'm so sorry.
Qin Wei suddenly realized, quickly casting a healing spell on Liu Tian. Is my presence really that weak? I was just fighting the wild Boar King. With his healing abilities, the Boar King could barely walk, but to fight he would need a few hours of rest. A full recovery would take about 2 days, perhaps faster with Qin Wei's constant support. Looking at the tamed Boar King, He Fan took out his map, then put it away, turning to Liu Tian. Are there any other powerful mixed blood beasts nearby? Ones that live in caves? No, Liu Tian said decisively, implying, you'll wait for me to lure the beast, and then you'll block the cave entrance.
You're so strange.
We have a summoner here. She'll be enough. Why do you need to go in and lure it? He Fan looked at him in confusion.
I'm just worried you're inexperienced.
Liu Tian's face stiffened slightly as he explained. He wanted to go in and provoke the beast, making it enraged, thus drastically reducing the likelihood of taming it. If He Fan hadn't been there to block the cave entrance and possessed such strength, his plan would have been perfect. If that's the case, let's do the mission first. He Fan looked at the two of them. Finding shadow vines. Liu Qingyuan said. Shadow vines, are you familiar with them, senior? He Fan looked at Liu Tian. They're nearby in the dark forest, but the dark forest is full of poisonous insects and highly venomous beasts. Liu Tian said. No problem, you're experienced. He Fan gave him a look of complete confidence, adding, with you I don't even need a map. Since brother He Fan trusts me so much, I Liu Tian will not let you down. Liu Tian laughed, you're strong, but after being poisoned how strong can you really be? Dark Forest is only 3 li away from Pig King Ridge. It's not dark at all, on the contrary, it's more beautiful and vibrant than an ordinary forest. Leaving the Wild Boar King outside, the 4 of them stepped into the forest. In Dark Forest, any corner might hide venomous insects. We are all level 9 immune to some toxins, but it's best to stay away from peak condition poisonous insects and beasts. Liu Tian explained, kindly reminding the 3, walking through the forest. Liu Tian saw a vibrant flower and picked it. This is an ingredient for making an antidote. If anyone gets poisoned later we can use it. You know about herbs? He Fan was surprised. He had just picked a herb. Gaining a Fuzzer 0.4 gene boost with his level, he rarely saw anything above 0.5 anymore. You know about them too? Liu Tian's eyebrows twitched a little. He Fan chuckled modestly. The base's professional chefs are humbled in my presence. Qinwei and Liu Qingyuan rolled their eyes. So shameless! Humbled. When did you learn this? Why didn't Lin Yang mention it? Liu Tian was unsettled. A chef. The base's chefs are humbled. It seems I can't make that antidote. He wasn't making an antidote, he was making poison. I could use this flower, He Fan said decisively, taking the flower and carefully putting it away. I'll concoct something for you to see later, it'll definitely neutralize any poison. Liu Tian. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you into this dark forest, he muttered. How am I supposed to poison anyone now? Plop. Just as Liu Tian was lost in thought, the leaves above rustled and a pitch-black object, about the size of a palm, dropped from the tree. Liu Tian's face changed and he leaped back, narrowly avoiding the dark thing. A spider. He Fan looked at the fallen object, a palm-sized entirely black spider. This thing's practically sentient. That's a dark spider, Qinwei said. Where there are dark spiders, there are dark shadow vines. Let's look around for them. I read about them when I accepted the mission. Liu Tian used a burst of evolutionary power to instantly kill the dark spider. He Fan didn't stop him, he had no interest in raising or eating spiders, though he mused about using them in some dishes later. The vibrant forest with its strange plants and flowers hid danger behind its beauty. Even 9th level evolutionists wouldn't dare wander here carelessly. He Fan, despite his strength, wasn't arrogant. He let Liu Tian lead the way, he had the experience. Liu Tian drew his long sword, pushing aside the weeds. He found another medicinal herb and carefully dug it up. Just as he was about to put it away, a hand reached out and snatched it. I need this too. The hand's owner said, I'm a culinary pharmacist. Look at my credentials. I'm about to lose it. Liu Tian almost exploded. I really regret it now. Why did I open my mouth and talk to you? I should have just ignored you. That's Shadow Vine. Qinwei exclaimed, pointing to the 2 pitch-black vines on her left. Shadow Vine, so what? Why are you so excited? He Fan followed her gaze, also startled. A shadow spider half a person tall. Chapter Odor 80 Vopes. I accidentally added too much. Spider Queen peak mixed blood ferocious beast capable of poisoning a 9th level evolver. Liu Tian whispered. Let's retreat slowly, don't alarm it. But the Shadow Vine 500 merit points. Liu Qingyuan and Qinwei were reluctant to leave. The mission was right before them. They only needed to obtain the Shadow Vine to complete it. This Spider Queen is very strong. Liu Tian's face darkened. He was about to explain that the Spider Queen was not to be trifled with when he suddenly lunged forward, rushing out. Senior Liu Tian is truly a senior, taking the initiative to get the Shadow Vine. We'll wait for you outside. He Fan withdrew his hand, pulling the 2 women and running. Liu Tian's heart was breaking. Is this how you treat your teammates? I was about to say I couldn't handle it. Just then, the Spider Queen moved. Pitch-black spider silk, emanating a faint black aura, enveloped Liu Tian.
He Fan, I really want to kill you!
Liu Tian roared internally. But now, with the Dark Spider King's arrival, he dared not be distracted. Aren't you going to help Liu Tian? 100 meters away, Qinwei asked doubtfully. Of course I am. Aren't we waiting for him to lure away the Dark Spider King so we can get the Shadow Vine? He Fan scoffed. He's experienced, he won't die. But his wounds aren't healed. Qinwei frowned. He might get eaten by the Dark Spider King before he even lures it away. Didn't you buff him? He Fan was astonished. Why didn't you give your teammate any support? I forgot. Qinwei shrugged. You were dragging us along. I didn't have time to buff him. Forget it, we're nearby anyway. Let's get the Shadow Vine first. He's Lin Yang's man. If he really wants to attack us, he should gain our trust first, He Fan said, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Gain our trust. Liu Qingyuan paused, then sneered. You really trust him? Don't tell me you've gone completely daft. You're the daft one. Why wouldn't we use this gift horse? He Fan stroked his saber. You guys won't eat the food I cook. I'll give him a massage later. A massage? What are you doing? You dissected the dark spider you killed just now. Qinwei didn't understand. Why were you cutting up the dark spider? Evolvers need to understand the weaknesses of ferocious beasts, just as a master chef needs to know the structure of ingredients and where to cut to avoid damaging them. He Fan said solemnly, pausing before continuing. For example, knowing how many bones a person has, which bone is the most fragile, and where to cut with the least effort without damaging that ingredient. The 2 women. It sounds complicated and difficult. Is cutting vegetables this troublesome now? Why do other chefs only need a few months to hone their knife skills, and evolvers at most 10 days or half a month? Why in your mouth does it become an eternally unlearnable skill? There are so many ferocious beasts and evolvers in the world, can you possibly understand them all? The path of a master chef is truly different. The two women couldn't understand his thinking. It's just cutting vegetables. Why make it seem like you're practicing an unparalleled sword technique? He fan cut open the dark spider, each cut made with extreme care, feeling which parts were harder, which was softer, and how to cut them without affecting the dark spider's overall integrity. If your knife skills are poor, one cut will result in an oddly shaped piece, affecting the next cut and ultimately the cooking of the ingredient. He fan was studying the structure of the dark spider, while the two women watched the activity ahead. From initial roars and curses, the sounds lessened until they disappeared, though the commotion remained significant. Proving Liu Qingyuan was still alive, Liu Qingyuan fought and retreated, hoping to escape the Dark Spider King's pursuit. But for a ferocious beast like the Dark Spider King, if there's nothing else to attract it, he is the best prey. The Dark Spider King would never give up. The three watched the commotion, changing direction the moment they sensed Liu Qingyuan approaching, ensuring they never crossed paths. Feeling the disturbance gradually fading, He fan finished his research and stood up. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get the shadow vine. The two women nodded gently. The shadow vine wasn't far from their current location, and with He fan's strength, it would only take him a minute. He fan leaped forward, swiftly reaching the shadow vine. The Dark Spider King had already been lured away by Liu Qingyuan. Looking at the dark shadow vine, He fan saw no trace of gene points. Just as he reached out to grab it, countless dark spiders emerged from beneath, their evolutionary power overflowing, transforming into countless blades of energy that sliced through and killed the spiders. So it's their nest, no wonder there's a Dark Spider King, He fan muttered, deflecting the attacks with his blade. He severed several strands of the shadow vine and swiftly retreated. Quickly returning to the two women, he handed them the shadow vine. Let's go, let's see what Liu Qingyuan's up to. He fan pulled the two women along, running through the forest. Occasionally, venomous insects would dart out, only to be instantly obliterated by a blade of energy. With his current strength, unless it was a potent poison, even a peak-level mixed blood beast wouldn't stand a chance against him. His seclusion hadn't been unproductive. The commotion caused by Liu Qingyuan and the Dark Spider King was significant. Intimidated by the Dark Spider King's aura, other beasts stayed away, allowing He fan and the two women to easily locate Liu Qingyuan. Liu Qingyuan's face was ashen, his body swaying precariously. A strand of pitch black spider silk still clung to his ankle, his evolutionary power noticeably dimmed. Damn He fan, if I survive this once I get the chance, I'll make sure he has a miserable death. Liu Qingyuan seethed inwardly. He never expected to be so easily outmaneuvered. A seasoned senior like himself, he'd miscalculated everything. He hadn't anticipated He fan's unreliability. Why push his teammate out when they could have quietly retreated? He'd seen people sacrifice their companions to buy time in life or death situations, and he'd done it himself. But those were desperate measures, necessary for survival. This time there was no need. The Dark Spider King hadn't even detected them, yet He fan had shoved him forward. Popping a pill into his mouth, Liu Qingyuan felt a sinking despair. His antidote was almost gone, his evolutionary power depleted, and his injuries worsened. The Dark Spider King, on the other hand, had only minor wounds.
Senior Liu Qingyuan, hold on! I'll cast a hoops, wrong target!
Xuanhuan, dropping a blessing, accidentally targeted the Dark Spider King.
Are you messing with me?
He fan and Liu Qingyuan were equally dumbfounded, staring at Xuanhuan. A wrong target. The Dark Spider King is so big, it completely blocked Senior Liu Qingyuan. Xuanhuan stammered, I swear it wasn't intentional. He fan, save me! Ignoring his rage, Liu Qingyuan cried out for help. Empowered by the blessing, the Dark Spider King's power surged. Spider silk like arrows shot towards Liu Qingyuan. Clang! He fan leaped up, his blade unsheathed, evolutionary power surging across its surface. He brought the blade down in a single. Simultaneously, the Dark Spider King sensed the imminent danger. Its silk recoiled, enveloping He fan, while a pool of venom shot towards him. Boom! Blade light flashed, severing the silk, dissipating the venom. He fan's momentum was unimpeded, his strike unstoppable. His blade cleaved into the Dark Spider King. Countless strands of energy pierced the Dark Spider King's body. In an instant, the Dark Spider King collapsed lifeless, its exterior showing no sign of damage. It's dead. Liu Qingyuan stared dumbfounded. That's definitely Nirvana level, right? I infiltrated all this way, just to kill a Nirvana. Is the inside pulverized too? Liu Qingyuan nudged the Dark Spider King's corpse, questioning. Doesn't seem like it's still so hard. Internal organ destruction. One of my martial arts techniques, He fan said calmly. It directly destroys the internal organs. As for the Dark Spider King, I studied it earlier, destroying everything inside, especially the venom sac. Ensures it's an evil name, Xuanhuan scoffed. Sounds like it's not a good martial art. Chapter 081. I have utmost faith in senior brother Liu Qingyuan. He fan pondered. His talent for naming things was based on his culinary skills. The few moves he'd practiced, 5 internal injuries, severed flesh and bone, breaking scripture, all sounded culinary. How could they possibly think of heretical martial arts?
He fan, I'm a righteous person!
Liu Qingyuan collapsed onto the ground, his evolutionary power almost depleted, his body battered and bruised. His strength was reduced to a mere tenth of what it had been. Even a level 6 evolutee could probably crush him now. He fan watched with satisfaction. With Liu Tian like this, there was no danger at all. Quickly heal me. Liu Tian looked at Qinhuan, his gaze pleading. Qinhuan tossed a healing spell his way, and Liu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, activating his evolutionary method to begin recovery. You two recover here with Liu Tian. I'll be back in an hour, He Fan said. An hour wasn't enough for Liu Tian's severe injuries to heal, and if he tried anything reckless, the two women would easily overpower him. Be careful, Liu Qingyuan and Qinhuan said simultaneously, their voices filled with concern. This place was full of poisonous plants. Although He Fan was strong, there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter problems. He Fan nodded and plunged into the dense forest, going to collect herbs again. Most of these are poisonous plants. Is he going to sell them? Qinhuan scoffed. She's probably preparing another dish. Be careful from now on. Liu Qingyuan's face was slightly pale. The two women looked at Liu Tian, walked to the side to examine the Dark Spider King's corpse, and after looking for a long time, finally gave up trying to find the wound. Liu Tian barely stabilized his injuries, his evolutionary power mostly restored. Looking at Liu Qingyuan and the other woman, his face was ashen as he said, "Where's He Fan?" "I'm here." He Fan's voice came just in time, and He Fan was holding several herbs in one hand and dragging a sealed jar in the other. "Why did you push me out there?" Liu Tian glared at him, furious. He Fan said calmly, "You've passed a test." Liu Tian sneered. "A test that involves letting your teammate die." "Liu Tian, we chose you to join our team because we genuinely wanted you as one of our own," He Fan said seriously. "Only with this kind of spirit of self-sacrifice for your teammates can we trust you with our backs, discuss the path of evolution with you, and assess our strengths and weaknesses and assign different roles." Strengths and weaknesses, different roles. Liu Tian's gaze was cold, his ashen face softening slightly. "Yes, for example, my weakness, strength. Fool you, I have a fatal flaw known only to my own. If you're going to stay with us long-term, senior, you'll find out." He Fan sighed. "The three of us, you know, a summoner, and only me who can actually fight. We have to be careful." "That's careful. That's sending me to my death," Liu Tian said coldly. "We're just genuinely testing you. Besides, if we really wanted to harm you, senior, I wouldn't have saved you," He Fan said, pausing. "The beast territory is fraught with danger. Would you believe someone you just met? You're not that naive, are you?" "Of course I'm not that naive. From the beginning, I planned to kill you all, to show you what true danger is before you died. Instead, you're showing me how treacherous people can be." Liu Tian wondered if He Fan knew he was Lin Yang's man, which is why he was setting him up. But if he did know, with He Fan's strength, he could have easily killed him instead of saving him. Liu Tian couldn't fathom He Fan's thinking, or guess his next move. He was completely baffled. "Let's go, we have the Shadow Vine. Let's hunt some more beasts and then go back to turn in the quest," He Fan said, rising. "Or, we could just go back." Liu Tian couldn't take it anymore. He was genuinely scared of He Fan. Would this guy push him out again, or block him in a cave? He was certain He Fan was the one who blocked that stone passage. "We'll go back later. Let's hunt some beasts first," He Fan said. "Having come to the territory of ferocious beasts, wouldn't it be a shame to leave without a good meal? I have no strength left to fight," Liu Tian said hoarsely. "It's alright, He Fan can handle it alone. We'll just watch," Qinhuan said. The four of them dragged the Dark Spider King's corpse out of the dark forest. It was inedible, full of poison, but the merit points wouldn't be lacking. The Wild Boar King was still waiting outside. The trained ferocious beasts were very obedient. Where to next? Liu Tian had no intention of resisting. Against He Fan he couldn't escape, and he couldn't win a fight, so he could only accept it. "We'll fight our way back. Where else could we go?" He Fan looked at the sky. "It's almost noon. Let's eat first." "Senior brother Liu Tian, where are there any peak mixed blood ferocious beasts nearby? What are you planning again?" Liu Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he looked at him warily. "To eat, of course. When you're in the territory of ferocious beasts, you should eat ferocious beasts. For us at level 9, eating peak mixed blood ferocious beasts will also help with your recovery." "Senior brother," He Fan said, "I don't have to hunt them." Liu Tian was worried. "I'll handle it," He Fan said. "Now that senior brother Liu Tian has passed the test, I have complete trust in you. I can safely entrust them to your protection. Of course you can rest assured. In my current state, I can't even beat those two, so what else could I possibly be thinking about?" 500 meters away, there's a peak level mixed blood beast lair. There are blood rock bulls there, Liu Tian said weakly. "Wait for me here." He Fan left a sentence and quickly left. He Fan followed Liu Tian's directions. 500 meters away, there was a grassland where 20 or 30 blood rock bulls were grazing. Among them, 2 were the largest and had the strongest auras. Blood rock bulls are unlike the grass-eating cows of my past life. These are omnivorous beasts, blood red in color, with skin as hard as rock. This is really underhanded. He didn't even say they were social creatures. Unfortunately, there are only 2 peak level ones. They're no match for me. Even like this, he still wants to trick me. 20 or 30 heads, only 2 are somewhat threatening, but that's all. The broadsword slowly unsheathed. He Fan's gaze cold and sharp. Seizing an opportunity, he shot out like an arrow, his broadsword radiating a strong golden light slashing downwards. Moo! The blood rock bull herd was instantly startled. Their ferocious gazes locked onto He Fan, and they charged collectively. The peak level beasts leading the assault. Thud! Severing tendons and shattering bones, He Fan's blade descended, the evolutionary power piercing through the blood rock bull's hide and into its body. In an instant, the peak bloodrock bull collapsed as if its frame had come undone, sprawling on the ground in agony and struggling, still not perfected. Xuanhuan felt a slight pang of regret. The bones weren't completely severed, nor were all the meridians cut. Otherwise it would have been a formless mass, still some distance from the small achievement. Having landed a blow, Xuanhuan retreated swiftly. Facing the charging hurt, he unleashed bursts of blade energy, hindering the weaker bloodrock bulls. With the same technique, he engaged another peak bloodrock bull. The second blade fell, with similar results. He needed to study the bloodrock bull's anatomy and bone strength more closely to determine the precise amount of evolutionary power needed for each strike in the future. With the 2 peak bloodrock bulls fallen, the rest were no match, merely a matter of wielding his blade. Chapter 082a I'll just eat jerky. Dragging the 2 peak bloodrock bulls back, Xuanhuan quickly processed them while studying their anatomy. His brow furrowed. Wasted so many merit points again. So many beasts can't be brought back. Later, when you have more merit points, buy a large capacity bag or other spatial equipment, Qingyuan suggested. You could also hire people to handle the whole thing. Liu Qingyuan added. With their strength you could hire many people just to transport the beast corpses. Then I'll get a super large piece of spatial equipment later, Xuanhuan said. Hiring people is out of the question. I don't want to be in business and have to worry about their safety. Xuanhuan skillfully butchered the bloodrock ox, stewing a pot of meat with several medicinal herbs. Senior brother Liu Qingyuan, your injuries are serious. This medicinal meal won't greatly aid your recovery, but it will help somewhat, Xuanhuan said. I learned this at the base. Thank you. Liu Qingyuan showed a flicker of happiness. He had also stayed at the base and understood their medicinal meals. A nutritious meal from the base would indeed help his recovery. Liu Qingyuan and Qingyuan remained silently taking out their own flatbreads. Senior brother Liu Qingyuan, rest for now, the medicinal meal will be ready in a while, Xuanhuan said. Liu Qingyuan nodded, secretly circulating his evolutionary energy to heal his wounds. An hour later Xuanhuan's medicinal meal was ready. Senior brother Liu Qingyuan, the meal is ready, come and eat. Good. Liu Qingyuan quickly approached, looking at the vibrant beef. He questioned, why is the smell of blood so strong? Didn't you clean it properly? It's bloodrock ox, what do you expect? Xuanhuan scoffed, pausing before adding, eat it while it's hot. Liu Qingyuan pondered. Bloodrock ox did have a strong smell of blood, and the meat was red. Xuanhuan had killed one in its prime. A stronger scent was normal. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Was it delicious? Xuanhuan looked at his senior Liu Qingyuan, his eyes full of expectation. Is this medicinal food? Liu Qingyuan's face turned green. Why does my body feel off? This taste, it's like I just drank a mouthful of beast blood. Of course, it's the base's nutritional meal, improved by me, Xuanhuan said solemnly. It fully utilizes the most essential parts of the bloodrock ox, combined with various herbs and topped with the bloodrock ox's blood. It's fresh and retains the primal purity of the beast. Crabapple, topped with bloodrock ox blood. Liu Qingyuan stared blankly. Raw beast blood. I knew it! It's not burnt! Liu Qingyuan and Qingyuan's faces turned pale. Luckily they had already eaten their flatbreads. That's how it's freshest. There's a dish like this in the base's nutritional meal recipes. I learned it from a book I must have misremembered. It should be a secret sauce. Xuanhuan took out a book, glanced at it, and said with I'm very sorry. But it's okay, mine should be more nutritious. What else did you put in it? Liu Qingyuan looked at his hands. Why were they starting to turn black? His vision was also blurry. He quickly took an antidote pill. Senior Liu Qingyuan was poisoned by the spider queen, wasn't he? There's a saying, near a poisonous insect's nest, there are always antidotes. I found several herbs near the dark spider queen's nest. I didn't know which one was the antidote, so I put them all in. Xuanhuan stroked his chin. It's okay, even if there are poisons, it's a case of using poison to cure poison. I'll go to hell with your using poison to cure poison. I already took an antidote, damn it. Are you really a medicinal chef? Liu Qingyuan was doubtful. What's gotten into the base? Why did they give you a medicinal chef certificate? Yes, and I'm an advanced pharmacist skilled in exploring and improving nutritious meals, unlike them, who remain stagnant and stuck in their ways. Xuanhuan said with a hint of arrogance. I think it's better if you don't improve them. Liu Qingyuan shoved a few more antidote pills into his mouth. Who knows how much poison Xuanhuan put in there. This improved version, we shouldn't make it again, should we? Liu Qingyuan felt like he was about to foam at the mouth. The path of a pharmacist is to constantly explore. Only by daring to explore and seek new breakthroughs can there be progress, Xuanhuan said solemnly. I goddamn don't want to team up with you guys anymore. I wish we could go back to before we knew each other. Liu Qingyuan's heart was breaking. He felt like he was being played. Liu Qingyuan, you seem unwell. Would you like another treatment? Qingyuan looked at Liu Qingyuan with concern, foam already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Unwell? I'm really unwell. Can we skip the pleasantries and just get to the treatment? Liu Qingyuan was about to cry. He'd taken several antidote pills, but the poison didn't seem to be completely gone. Just how much poison did Xuanhuan put in there? This exploration. Why aren't you eating it? Liu Qingyuan glared fiercely at Xuanhuan. I'm not poisoned, so I don't need to use poison to counteract the poison. Xuanhuan took out a piece of jerky and took a bite. I'll just eat jerky. Liu Qingyuan, you totally did that on purpose. You set me up. Let me try a piece. Qingyuan and Liu Qingyuan looked at the jerky. It looked quite good. Xuanhuan gave each of them a piece, then shrugged. Gone fine. Liu Qingyuan gave up on the idea of eating jerky. Senior Liu Qingyuan, you'll be fine. It's not some kind of deadly poison. Let me give you a massage. He Fan stood up, rolling up his sleeves. No, no need. Liu Tian was afraid He Fan would try some other trick on him. What if he accidentally used too much force during the massage and crippled him? Relax, I'm very good at massage. He Fan forced Liu Tian to lie down, carefully controlling his pressure as he began to massage him. He Fan controlled his strength perfectly. Liu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. Qin Wei and Liu Qingyuan exchanged a glance, suddenly remembering what He Fan had said earlier about understanding the structure of beasts and evolvers to make it easier to cut them up. We absolutely can't let He Fan give us a massage ever again. The two women communicated with a look. The martial arts He Fan practiced were just too strange, too terrifying. Liu Tian wore an expression of pure bliss, his whole body relaxed, unaware that every detail of his physical state was laid bare in He Fan's mind. Despite his enjoyment, Liu Tian had already made up his mind. He would never team up with them again, no matter how well they performed. As soon as he got back, he would report everything to young Master Lin and ask him to send a Nirvana-level expert. What are you doing pressing on my throat? Liu Tian's throat felt a chill as He Fan's fingernail dug in. Oh, sorry. He Fan quickly withdrew his hand. He had gathered all the necessary information. Since senior brother Liu Tian is in such poor condition, let's head back early and have him see a doctor. He Fan is tired from giving you a massage. Senior brother, you'll have to take care of the Dark Spider King's corpse. Liu Qingyuan smiled faintly. He Fan's tired. I'm practically half dead, and you're so heartless. Liu Tian's heart burned with anger, but he had no choice but to bear the burden. Placing the Bloodrock ox on the Wild Boar King's back, Liu Tian carried the Dark Spider King's corpse, and the four of them hurried back to the shelter. Senior brother Liu Tian, let's team up again tomorrow, He Fan said. Where do you live? I'll come and get you. Liu Tian opened his mouth, reluctant to reveal his address, but fearing He Fan's persistent questioning, he prioritized getting back safely first and reluctantly gave out his phone number. Just let me know when. I'm an early riser. Senior brother Liu Tian, it's settled then. From now on it's just us two, no one else, He Fan added. Chapter 083. Are you making fun of me? Returning to the special permit shelter, Liu Tian practically ran, rushing to see a doctor and treat the toxins in his body. Will Lin Yang send a Nirvana after us? Qin Wei was somewhat worried. Ask Lu Ming what he's doing. He Fan looked at Liu Qingyuan. Lu Ming is surely keeping an eye on Lin Yang, trying to find out his movements. He's the most suitable person to ask. Don't mention my existence. I beat Lu Ming up, you know. If I mention my name, who knows if he'll even talk? Liu Qingyuan nodded. She had obtained Lu Ming's contact information while at the base. She dialed his number, and he answered quickly. Liu Qingyuan, what do you need? We're planning to come to the special permit shelter. We offended Lin Yang before, and we heard he has a strong presence in the shelter. Do you think he'll send a Nirvana after us? Liu Qingyuan asked anxiously. They don't dare show their faces right now. We're all waiting for them to come out, Lu Ming replied. Just watch out for level 9 evolvers. If anything unexpected happens, I'll let you know. By the way, He Fan didn't come out with you, did he? No, I left him at home. Liu Qingyuan glanced at He Fan and replied, that's good. He Fan is extremely dangerous. You must stay away from him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be extremely dangerous? He Fan directly hung up the phone. Talking bad things about people behind their back, so shameless. Let's submit the mission first, and by the way, notify Fat Lin to come and buy these two ferocious beasts. Liu Qingyuan said. My gene guiding method. He Fan said. These two aren't enough. After we submit the mission, download an evolutionist website, and then you can check how many merit points you need yourself. Qin Wei said. Then I'll go find a place to stay first. He Fan nodded, saying, there are hotels in the special permission sanctuary, but they're not free. The only free accommodation is the enforcement team's prison. While He Fan was looking for a place to stay, Liu Tian went to the hospital. After an examination, it was confirmed that his life wasn't in danger, which greatly relieved him. Then he called Lin Yang, saying he didn't want to stay by He Fan's side anymore. Liu Tian, did you kill He Fan? As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Yang's slightly excited voice came through. Kill He Fan? He almost killed me! Liu Tian was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, young Master Lin, please send a Nirvana-level expert. He Fan is too strong, I'm no match for him. You've been in the special permission sanctuary for quite some time. Why do you need to do the killing yourself? There are so many ferocious beasts outside, can't you use them? Lin Yang's voice turned cold. Young Master Lin, I wanted to use the beast to kill him, but He Fan completely refused to play by the rules. Liu Tian was practically crying. I've tried everything, but He Fan always gets there first, always managing to outsmart me. Lin Yang listened to Liu Tian's lament, falling silent for a moment. He hadn't expected Liu Tian's situation to be so dire. He probably didn't know Liu Tian was working for him, otherwise, He Fan would have killed him already. Lin Yang knew just how bold He Fan was. He certainly wouldn't care about someone like Liu Tian. Call Wang Shu and tell him He Fan's escaped and attacked you, Lin Yang mused. Wang Shu's disappeared too. Several of our missions have been sabotaged. Use He Fan to lure him out so I can get a better understanding of the situation. Since returning from the base, Lin Yang had transferred to the Special Protection Center, thinking everything would be fine. Who knew old Wang and his people would be on their tail, chasing after them? Wang Shu, Liu Tian worried. The enforcement team, will they be alright? Rest assured, He Fan's still carrying his credentials, claiming to have delusions. Once Huang Shu gets the news, he'll definitely try to get him back, Lin Yang sneered. Even if you can't kill He Fan, you must send him back. That guy's ruined 2 of my operations. Thank you for your guidance, young Master Lin. Lu Tian hung up and called old Huang. The other party answered quickly. Hello, this is Huang Shu from the enforcement team. Captain Huang, I've been severely injured by He Fan, almost killed. I'm at the Special Protection Center, Lu Tian said rapidly. He Fan. Old Huang paused. Which He Fan are you talking about? The one with delusions? Actually, he's an evolver extremely powerful. You know he's delusional and severely injured you. You're making fun of me. Lao Huang sneered, and hung up the call directly strong. Before Lu Tian could finish the last word, the phone hung up. He stared blankly at his watch, his expression complex. Hung up. I even installed a tracker, showing He Fan is at home. How could he appear at the specially approved shelter?
This must be Chen Chun's conspiracy.
Lao Huang sneered repeatedly, looked at Lu Tian's number, and directly ordered an inquiry. Not long after, the report came back from Lin Yang's people. Lao Huang sneered again and directly added the number to his blacklist. Young Master Lin, Huang Shu hung up on me, Lu Tian said hoarsely. Hung up. Lin Yang was stunned, asking the enforcement team for help and then hanging up. Yes, hung up, and said I was making fun of him. Lu Tian was completely dumbfounded. He found Huang Shu's relative. He doesn't even care. Lin Yang fell silent, and Lu Tian's heart grew anxious. Young Master Lin, please send a Nirvana. He found strength is definitely no worse than an ordinary Nirvana. Nirvana evolvers cannot be deployed for now. Our people are being watched, and even our own tasks are being outsourced. We are currently moving deeper, Lin Yang said in a low voice. Figure it out yourself. Young Master Lin, you said yourself that getting close to He Fan isn't easy. If we change people now, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? Lin Yang said coldly. Lull them, beast powder crocodile dragon swamp. Since he's so strong, let's use him to kill the crocodile dragon, or let the crocodile dragon kill him. I understand. Lu Tian's face was bitter. Does this mean I have to suffer a few more days? He knew about the crocodile dragon swamp. It's some distance from the Special Protection Sanctuary. There's a peak stage crocodile dragon there, a dominant creature among the mixed bloods, far surpassing ordinary crocodile dragons. Meanwhile, in the hotel at the Special Protection Sanctuary, He Fan sat on the sofa, with Liu Qingyuan and Qin Wei beside him. A sealed jar sat before them. He asked, puzzled, why did you rush us back? This is for you. There's still movement inside, it's not dead. After you tame it, there won't be a problem when I'm not around. He Fan said, what's inside? Liu Qingyuan was curious. Tame it first, then open it, He Fan said. Liu Qingyuan used her taming power. After several attempts, she finally managed to tame it, but He Fan still didn't let her open it, instead telling her to continue taming. She used her taming power again. This time, it took a full 10 minutes to successfully tame it. Liu Qingyuan continued to tame it, successfully taming it 4 times in total before He Fan finally opened the jar. Hiss! A hissing sound came from a snake, and Liu Qingyuan and Qin Wei looked over in confusion. How did you get these things? A small green snake, no thicker than a little finger, a dark green poisonous scorpion, a blood-red centipede, and a blue insect, all highly venomous creatures. I went out for an hour. I originally wanted to find ingredients to make a 5-poison banquet, so I caught them. Then I thought they'd be good for your self-defense, so I kept them. He Fan said with a look of regret. Lu Tian didn't get to eat this. What exactly is recorded in your cookbook? Are these poisonous insects also your ingredients? The 2 women felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't your cookbook a little too broad in scope? Chapter 0A4 Determining the Evolutionary Path. The 4 poisonous insects were small, but their venom was incredibly potent, impossible to suppress with ordinary antidotes. If bitten simultaneously by all 4, even a level 9 evolver would be dead within a few breaths. He Fan also felt a slight threat from these 4 insects. That's precisely why he caught them. Ordinary level 9 poisonous insects wouldn't pose a threat to him, but these 4, though small, would be fatal to a level 9 evolver. Evolvers usually carry antidotes when entering beast territories, but antidotes take time to work. If 4 insects were to bite simultaneously, how much antidote would be enough? And Liu Qingyuan still has the wild boar king to consider. When I massaged Lu Tian earlier, his lower back was more vulnerable than other areas, easier to break through. Of course, my martial arts skills made it easier, He Fan said, not forgetting to boast about his martial arts. Here's the download link for the Evolua website. I'll send you a copy, Qin Wei said. Only level 9 access. Nirvana permissions are unlocked only after we achieve Nirvana. Don't you have any knowledge about Nirvana? He Fan frowned. Yes, details on how to achieve Nirvana, a detailed explanation of the Nirvana realm, it's all there, but it requires merit points to purchase, Qin Wei said. The Nirvana knowledge explanation costs 100 merit points. Not much, I'll give you my account. Qin Wei helped him access the Evolua website and logged into her evolution account. He Fan looked at the Evolua website. It had various pharmaceutical shops, weapon shops, and gene fluids, but gene fluids were very expensive. The gene guidance method he needed cost 10,000 merit points, even basic gene fluids cost hundreds of thousands. He couldn't discern gene points on the website, so he just clicked on the Nirvana realm explanation, deducted 100 merit points and downloaded it to his wristwatch. Take your time, let's go rest, Qin Wei said. I'm going to check on my pig king. Liu Qingyuan got up and left. He Fan opened the Nirvana realm explanation and checked its contents. He hadn't found a detailed explanation of the Nirvana realm at the evolution school. He finally had it now. The Nirvana realm is the key to evolutionary transformation, eliminating other genes, leaving only the path of evolution. The key to Nirvana lies in species selection. According to the Alliance's statistics and evolutionary biologists' research, for the average evolutionary, selecting a mythical gene is optimal. A mythical gene refers to those passed down from ancient myths, belonging to our human ancestors, a form of atavism. According to the Alliance's accumulated wisdom through generations, mythical genes generally have corresponding references, offering the most reliable evolutionary path. Of course, novel evolutions are also incredibly powerful. Integrating beast genes provides the defense and strength of beasts not inferior to atavistic evolution. However, choosing this path is best if you have inherited gene data, meaning an ancestor was a novel evolutionist, possibly allowing for the awakening of an evolutionary method. The final type, self-evolution, remains under exploration by the Alliance. During Nirvana, a small percentage of human evolutionists glimpse their own genes, faint yet rarely chosen. In the entire history of the Alliance, only 3 individuals are recorded as having chosen their own genes, rarely seen. 3 people. He Fan's eyes narrowed, immediately checking the records. 1, unnamed and unlisted, achieved Nirvana level 1 through self-evolution, awakening an evolutionary method though the details are scarce. 1 perished during Nirvana and 1 was named Lousy. He Fan's eyes widened, a sense of the unscientific washing over him. Lousy chose his own genes. According to countless evolutionary biologists' research, an Alliance biologist once proposed a hypothesis: where does ancestral gene data come from? Self-evolution or implanted beast genes? Regardless, self-evolution's future is uncertain. Every stage of Lousy's evolution has been lost to the river of time. After reviewing the species selection options, He Fan fell silent. Which path should he choose? Atavism, or somehow implant beast genes, or self-evolution? He didn't believe choosing his own genes would make him surpass Lousy, but he was reluctant to choose other species. Even if it were a dragon, he preferred to be himself. Evolution isn't a mere disguise. When transforming into a new life form, all genes change. The Nirvana details clearly state that once another species is chosen, only that species' genes remain, and human genes are completely removed. The thought of growing fur all over, or developing scales and claws instead of hands and feet was unacceptable to He Fan. How could he be a chef, wielding a cleaver, and sampling all manner of ferocious beasts? Would all his current research be for naught? He chose himself. He Fan made up his mind. With the ability to see gene data and his culinary skills, even with self-evolution, he was confident in success. Furthermore, self-evolution could awaken evolution techniques. Even if it didn't, there were human form evolution techniques available. Taoism, Buddhism, and even the evolutionist website sold them. He wasn't sure he could awaken any other species' evolution techniques, so the choice didn't matter, as long as it suited his development. He Fan continued reading the Nirvana details. Nirvana had 9 levels. With each breakthrough, characteristics of the chosen species would awaken. For example, a monkey would grow hair, a dragon would develop scales. Upon successful evolution, the individual would become a new life form. Having finished the Nirvana details, He Fan had decided on his path. He browsed the evolution website while munching on jerky. His gene data had reached 99.4%. Evolutionary power continued to infuse his cells. He browsed the evolution website, where evolution techniques and martial arts were sold. He saw things like the wind-following blade technique, and 13 sword forms, and wanted to buy them to study, but they were too expensive. I'll definitely sweep through the ferocious beasts in exchange for everything I want. He Fan vowed silently. He browsed a little longer, then closed his wristwatch and prepared to rest. A night passed, and He Fan woke up early. Liu Qingyuan and Qin Wei were already up and had finished breakfast. Did you accept any missions? He Fan asked. Some missions rewarded merit points, while others rewarded star yuan. Yes, but they're all simple missions for you. Kill peak period ferocious beasts, Liu Qingyuan said. Indeed simple, He Fan nodded. It's just a matter of 10 strikes. Incidentally, let me find a few more ferocious beasts for you. With the Wild Boar King as a meat shield, we're still lacking in offensive power to protect you both. Are we calling Liu Tian again today? Qin Wei asked. If not, we can just pay to hire a level 9 evolver. Pay. We'll still use Liu Tian. I'll notify him. He Fan immediately objected. Why spend money when we have a free option? Do you have that much money to spare? He Fan notified Liu Tian, who reluctantly agreed. Although Lin Yang had given him some pointers, he was still somewhat unwilling to face He Fan. I'll try to help you finish this within the next 2 or 3 days, He Fan said. You have something to do. It's so urgent, Qin Wei asked, pausing before continuing. If you have something to do, go ahead. We can ask Fatty Lin to introduce someone. I'm about to achieve Nirvana, He Fan whispered. I really wonder if you have delusions. It hasn't been that long, and you're already talking about Nirvana. Are you sure you're not overthinking it? Liu Qingyuan and Qin Wei felt the blow. After Nirvana, I'll go out to find better ingredients, and I might not be able to take care of you guys then. He Fan said in advance. Once he achieved Nirvana, he wouldn't be able to hang around nearby anymore. He would have to go deeper. Don't worry, once my beast squad is formed, you won't have to help, Liu Qingyuan said. Wherever you go, Lao Huang can call, and I'll handle it. Okay, He Fan said. He was also unsure. After achieving Nirvana, would he still awaken the evolution method? Was the path he chose strong enough? If not, before he saved enough money to buy the evolution method, he would still keep the delusion label. At least it provided a protective umbrella. If it's strong enough, this delusion label can be removed. Chapter 085 Shackles self-opened. Baisho Valley, a place teeming with beasts, from cubs to peak stage ones. This time Liu Tian was very diligent, without any ulterior motive. He was thinking about how to lure He Fan to the crocodile dragon pond and have that crocodile eat him. While Liu Tian was pondering, He Fan had already killed dozens of growth stage beasts. Slightly frowning, he said, "It's troublesome, let's just go find the peak stage ones directly." He was mainly building a beast squad for Liu Qingyuan. He would leave this large-scale beast killing work for later. "I know the lair. I'll take you there," Liu Tian hurriedly said. Led the way. He Fan sheathed his blade and, with Liu Qingyuan, followed behind Liu Tian. Before long, Liu Tian led them to a ferocious beast with spines along its back and scales covering its body. At that moment the beast was resting on a large rock. Without thinking, Liu Tian reached out and touched He Fan's back. He Fan turned to look at him. "What are you doing?" "Just loosening up," Liu Tian explained. "You don't need to push me, I can get out myself." He Fan scoffed and charged forward. A roar. The beast was instantly startled, leaping up to attack He Fan. He unleashed his evolved power, his fist slamming down, connecting with the beast's head. The beast, still in mid-air, plummeted to the ground, creating a crater in the earth. "Liu Tian, why do I feel like you're even more ferocious than the beast? Could the crocodilian dragon really kill He Fan?" Liu Tian had his doubts. If the crocodilian dragon emerged, he wondered if it could even withstand one of He Fan's punches. "Tame it." He Fan dragged the ferocious beast before Liu Qingyuan. Liu Qingyuan quickly used her taming ability more than 10 times in a row, finally successfully taming the beast. This was only possible because He Fan had beaten it into a severely injured state. If it had been at its peak, it would have been extremely difficult to tame. "Next one." He Fan waved his hand. Liu Tian opened his mouth, finally sighing. He Fan had definitely been reborn. With such powerful strength, he was still lingering in this low-level place. What was he thinking? Deliberately leading me on. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. 3 peak stage ferocious beasts had been added to Liu Qingyuan's side, and with the poisonous insects beside her, unless a group of 9th level evolvers, peak stage ferocious beasts, or pre-Napan beings attacked, only someone like He Fan, who was between the 9th level and the reborn stage, could kill Liu Qingyuan. "Alright, now you're fully equipped," He Fan said. "There's attack, defense and poison. Next, only my gene guiding method and my own rebirth remain. I also know there's a powerful ferocious beast, a crocodile dragon, in the crocodile dragon pond. It's a mixed blood tyrant, stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts." "A mixed blood tyrant?" He Fan hesitated slightly, then said, "Tomorrow then. Let's hunt some ferocious beasts today." "Okay." Liu Tian nodded. Liu Qingyuan and Xuanhuan naturally had no objections, providing support to Liu Tian and He Fan as they hunted the ferocious beasts. He wanted mature beasts, not cubs. Wasting time on them was inefficient. "I need to earn enough merit points today," He Fan declared. He needed the gene guidance method, and preferably today. 10,000 merit points was a lot, but with his strength, he could earn them quickly, especially in the Beast Valley, a place teeming with ferocious creatures. He Fan slaughtered beasts with his blade, while Liu Tian couldn't remain idle. As a level 9 evolver, taking down mature beasts was well within his capabilities. After killing a few, He Fan would have Liu Qingyuan transport them. With the beasts already there, several could be transported at once. "Or, you could buy a carriage or something and attach it to a beast," he suggested. "I don't have enough money, and it would take time to build one." "We'll have to," Liu Qingyuan replied. "How about renting a vehicle?" Qinwei offered. "But a vehicle makes a lot of noise and might attract beasts. You'd have to be on guard in the vehicle." "No, let's forget it. Let's get the guide's method first." He Fan shook his head, abandoning the idea. Liu Tian was too slow at killing beasts, and besides, He Fan didn't trust him completely. Liu Qingyuan used a beast for transport. Qinwei provided support, while He Fan and Liu Tian continued the slaughter. They continued until dusk, reducing the Beast Valley's population by 20%. He Fan then led them back. They had more than enough merit points, and had even completed the side quest of killing 3 peak stage beasts. Back at the inn, He Fan purchased the gene guidance method. He discovered it was useful for evolvers as well, capable of guiding latent genetic power. However, it didn't quite suit him, it felt awkward to use, and the power it channeled was meager. "Are we really going to look for the mixed blood overlord tomorrow?" Liu Qingyuan frowned. Could Liu Tian be up to something? "It's fine as long as Nirvana doesn't appear," He Fan said, pausing before continuing. "I'm worried that the power needed for Nirvana won't be enough, so I plan to kill a few more peak stage beasts and save them for Nirvana." "Did you sell the ones we killed today?" "Not yet, I've kept them for you," Qinwei said. "Keep them for me then." He Fan said, "Breakthroughs are energy consuming, especially achieving such a major realm as Nirvana. The pure-blooded ferocious beast meat might not be enough. Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll bring the beasts with me. Even if Nirvana appears, it should buy us some time." Liu Qingyuan said, "By the way, do you know where I can find a very large pot? I want to stew several beasts at once." He Fan looked at Qinwei. "Doing them one by one seems like a lot of trouble. There isn't one that's very large, but I know where to find pots that can be made large or smaller." Qinwei chuckled. "Where?" "The Buddhist temple. The purple gold alms bowl. Only the top-tier Nirvana stage cultivators possess them," Qinwei said indifferently. In his past and present lives, he'd never interacted with monks. He didn't understand the monks of this world at all. But the phrase top-tier nirvana, stage cultivators, made him back down. He couldn't afford to provoke them for now. I'll get one later if I have the chance. Monks don't cook, it's shameless of them to use such a fine pot for alms. And if it gets bigger, who could possibly afford it? Secretly noting the purple gold alms bowl, He Fan pondered the guiding method for a while, then took out and sorted the herbs he'd collected. These were all reserved for nirvana, he'd need to use plenty. He ate the beast meat while looking at the herbal recipe books provided by the base's kitchen, describing various herbs including those related to nirvana. Boom! Suddenly, He Fan trembled, his mind going blank. His cells went wild, a surge of power coursing through him, dark impurities seeping from his pores. A massive amount of evolutionary energy flowed from his cells, merging with the previous energy. The pure power instantly doubled. Looking at his genetic data, He Fan understood his gene data had reached 100%. Was this a perfect state before nirvana? He hadn't chosen a species gene yet, hadn't achieved nirvana. With a massive expulsion of impurities, He Fan quickly showered. Using his senses, he felt an invisible shackle along with various species genes. Once he broke the shackle, he could choose a species gene and achieve nirvana. After 2 hours familiarizing himself with his power, He Fan felt the surging evolutionary energy within him. Just as he was about to draw it into his cells, all the power exploded, and the shackle shattered automatically. Reaching a certain level, the shackle opened itself. Nirvana came naturally! He Fan was slightly stunned, then overjoyed. Was he about to achieve nirvana prematurely? Looking at his genes, the evolutionary power directly infused itself, a vast suction force pulling him in. The evolutionary power surged wildly, causing a stinging pain throughout his body. He Fan quickly suppressed the power. At this point, it was almost depleted and his cells were wilting. Self-induced nirvana, but insufficient evolutionary power. He Fan's expression darkened. After the cleansing and marrow washing, his physique was sufficient to break through to nirvana. He had mastered the newly acquired power, and the nirvana shackles naturally opened, but his evolutionary power wasn't enough to support the breakthrough. His cells had forcibly activated some potential, yet it was still insufficient, nearly causing him harm. Chapter 086. You're all lying to me! Early the next morning, He Fan got up early, standing at the hotel entrance. He closed his eyes, and within a radius of 300 meters, every movement was within his perception, as if he could see it. Although he couldn't see their appearance, he could remember their aura and sense what they were doing. This was the result of his gene data reaching 100%. He Fan's sensory abilities had enhanced, allowing him to do this naturally. Liu Qingyuan came out. He Fan sensed a figure opening the door in his mind, and only then did he open his eyes. This ability is quite strong. Is it used for peeping? No, He Fan am not that kind of person. Besides, I can't see clear images. I can only fill in the blanks myself. If only it were X-ray vision plus telescopic sight. He Fan opened his eyes. He wasn't focusing intently, yet everything within 100 meters remained within his perception. This ability will prevent any more sneak attacks in the future. He Fan felt a surge of joy. If he could avoid detection, he probably wouldn't stand a chance in a head-on fight. I've already notified Liu Qingyuan. Liu Qingyuan said, as Qinwei also approached. Then Let's He Fan said, I checked the information, crocodile dragon meat is delicious. The two women's faces darkened. You only checked to see if it's delicious. Fine, you win. By the way, I've notified Fatty Lin. Qinwei said, just in case, and Fatty Lin is only buying a little crocodile dragon blood. Is that alright? A little blood is fine. He Fan nodded. It's good that they're cautious. Besides, he wasn't currently researching how to eat beast blood. Liu Tian had been waiting at the edge of the energy shield. Seeing them arrive, he greeted them with a smile. Are we going to the crocodile dragon pool now? Let's go now, He Fan said, pausing, then adding, do you know where else there are peak-level ferocious beasts, preferably specific locations? In this area, Liu Tian was practically a living map. Without him, finding peak-level mixed-blood ferocious beasts would have wasted a lot of time. With him, they could just be led directly there. Of course I know there are quite a few near the crocodile dragon pool. Liu Tian didn't hide anything and began to explain one by one. He Fan patted Liu Tian's shoulder with a grateful look. Thanks to you, Senior Liu Tian. Without you, we wouldn't have formed the Savage Beast Squad so easily. As He Fan's hand fell, a small blue insect silently burrowed into Liu Tian's clothing, carefully concealing itself. Crocodile Dragon Pond was 5,000 meters away from the specially approved protection zone. The four of them rode their savage beasts, traveling at high speed. The summoner ability is really amazing, He Fan thought. The tamed savage beasts can both fight and be ridden. After passing through a dense forest and walking several hundred meters further, a vibrant green pond appeared in their sight. Liu Tian pointed toward that's Crocodile Dragon Pond. There's a peak stage crocodile dragon in the pond. Junior sister Liu Qingyuan, use your summoning power to lure it out. He Fan and I will work together to kill it. Okay. The four dismounted from their savage beasts. Liu Qingyuan's body glowed with a green light, her evolutionary power surging as it flowed into the pond. Roar! The moment the summoning light entered the pond, a beastly roar echoed, a water column erupting from the pond. A ferocious aura far surpassing that of an ordinary peak stage savage beast erupted as a crocodile-like beast burst forth, its blood-red eyes instantly locking onto the four humans and their four savage beasts. With the appearance of the crocodile dragon, the four-peak stage savage beasts instinctively took a step back, as if afraid. This beast is quite good. He Fan's face showed a slight hint of joy. It should be helpful in his nirvana breakthrough. His perception, extending hundreds of meters, detected nothing unusual, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! The crocodilus roared, pausing momentarily before the peak stone stage beast, then unleashed a furious roar and charged. Evolutionary power enveloped him, and He Fan's blade flashed again, far surpassing his previous blade attacks. The might of the blade was even stronger. Boom! With one strike, dust billowed, the earth cracked, and the crocodilus tumbled away. However, it was not seriously injured and attacked again. He Fan's face remained calm, his blade aura descending once more. Roar! What's going on? The four tamed beasts suddenly let out roars, their eyes no longer soft as before, but once again displaying the ferocious gaze of wild beasts. Liu Tian, why aren't you killing the crocodilus? Qin Wei instantly looked at Liu Tian. They had been prepared, and if anything happened, they would eliminate him immediately. Kill the crocodilus. Liu Tian looked at the mutated four-headed beasts, a cold smile appearing on his face. Here, this is your burial place. He Fan, is our food that great? He Fan scoffed, his expression nonchalant. We have no personal feed, but you offended someone you shouldn't have, and you must die. Liu Tian sneered. I've already sprinkled the beast-attracting powder. Your beasts will. Liu Tian couldn't finish his sentence because the four beasts had grown quiet again. The beast-attracting powder failed. Liu Tian was stunned. This wasn't right. This beast-attracting powder was personally prepared by him without a single mistake. He'd used this trick to trap many people before. Why did it fail this time? Beast-attracting powder. I said, why aren't they attacking you? Liu Qingyuan suddenly realized Liu Tian had a bad feeling. At that moment his back ached and a plump blue insect fell down. These are azure blue worms. When did you release them? Liu Tian's face changed drastically. He quickly swallowed a detoxification pill, his face turning blue. My beast-attracting powder was all eaten by these things. When I asked you about the peak period beast nest, you were far too careless. He Fan shook his head and sighed lightly. How could you be so negligent? You never believed me? Liu Tian cried out in grief. We were supposed to be teammates, to have each other's backs. You all lied to me. Don't be silly. Didn't you know Fatty Lin calls me sister? Qin Wei produced a list. Fatty Lin sent us your names before we came. Fatty Lin. Liu Tian was confused. Lin Wankai. People who don't know him wouldn't know his identity. He keeps a low profile at school. His family owns a business at the specially approved sanctuary. Qin Wei said softly. Liu Tian, wondering why we kept you until now. He Fan brought his blade down, and the crocodile dragon lay still. Why? Liu Tian instinctively asked. I don't want to tell you. He Fan sneered, raising a palm to encompass Liu Tian. He Fan, my strength may not match yours, but pathetic. He Fan scoffed, striking Liu Tian's waist with his palm. Evolutionary power instantly destroyed his internal organs. Your weakest point, a perfect match for my damaged viscera. Liu Tian never understood until his death, when his weakness had been exposed. You take the crocodile dragon's body back, He Fan said. I'll hunt the remaining peak period beasts. Be careful. Liu Qingyuan nodded, placing the crocodile dragon's corpse on the beast back before riding it back. He Fan left directly. He'd kept Liu Tian around for so long just to find out the exact location of the beasts' nests. Otherwise, searching for them one by one would be too troublesome. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten the location of the pureblood beast's nest. Even more unfortunately, his test subject was gone. At noon, He Fan carried two beasts back in a hurry, then left in a hurry again. He needed to ensure he could achieve nirvana. If it wasn't enough by then, he would have to sacrifice Liu Qingyuan to make up the difference. As for pureblood beasts, He Fan wasn't that reckless. Although his combat strength was very strong, he'd never fought a nirvana-level beast, so he didn't know the gap in strength. A growth stage beast could kill a typical nirvana-level beast, unless he could rely on Xuanhuan and the others again, but that opportunity was clearly gone. Chapter 187 Nirvana. Around 3 in the afternoon, He Fan didn't go out again. He found a place to cook using the ingredients Lin Pangzi had prepared for him. He Fan, congratulations! Lin Pangzi's face was beaming, his chubby cheeks quivering. There's nothing to congratulate me on, you guys will be there soon too. He Fan waved his hand saying, Lin Fatty is also a level 9 evolver, and his family is in business. It won't be long before he breaks through to nirvana. What do you mean we'll be there soon too? Lin Fatty asked, confused. What are you congratulating me for? He Fan was taken aback. Didn't you congratulate me on reaching nirvana? I was congratulating you on getting the crocodile stone. That's an excellent auxiliary material for forging nirvana weapons, Lin Fatty said. He Fan paused slightly. I've never seen a crocodile stone. Where crocodilus live, crocodile stones are usually found. A peak level crocodilus will definitely have a high quality crocodile stone. You didn't take it. Lin Fatty was astonished. You didn't take it, and you're this happy. No one told me about it. He Fan's expression darkened. I checked the information yesterday, and it didn't mention the crocodilus stone. I'll have someone get it for you. Just give me some crocodilus blood as payment, Lin Fatty said. Thank you, He Fan said. Earlier he had hunted beasts near the crocodilus pool. Liu Tian's corpse was still there, so the crocodilus stone probably hadn't been taken. Moreover, he felt his evolutionary power was about to become uncontrollable. It was almost instinctively trying to penetrate his genes. He Fan closed the door, forbidding anyone from entering, and began processing the beast corpses, adding the medicinal herbs as well. The power of inner evolution surged, the gene guiding method activated, and his gene data increased. With his breakthrough, the remaining 0.3 gene points rose to 0.4 and continued to climb with the addition of herbs, finally stabilizing at the 1.
The food wasn't burnt! It wasn't burnt!
Xuanhuan almost cried with relief. No matter how good his appetite, he didn't want to eat burnt food. He'd leave a little to test. What would happen if he used the guiding method after it burnt? He couldn't exactly throw the medic chef's food away and remake it at the base. What if the medic chefs misunderstood and thought he didn't like their cooking? Leaving 0.2 behind, Xuanhuan watched the number intently. It didn't increase at all. The instant it burnt, the 0.2 vanished, leaving no gene points. After activating the genetic power, burning the food only decreased the gene points. Xuanhuan accepted this fact, having previously thought that burning it might increase it slightly. Shaking off the idea of burning the stew, he continued to cook new beast meat. He stewed beast after beast, repeatedly using the gene guiding method and adding herbs, producing several large pots of surprisingly decent looking dishes. 5 at Taiwan, 4 at the 0.4, plus the pure blood dried meat should be enough. Xuanhuan looked at the finished beast meat, found a place to sit, and began to eat ravenously. He was currently suppressing his power, otherwise, the inner evolutionary force would automatically impact the shackles, helping him achieve nirvana. He had to eat quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the evolutionary power. If it surged uncontrollably without a breakthrough, all this would have been for nothing. Xuanhuan devoured the beast meat ravenously, simultaneously suppressing the evolutionary power within him using the evolutionary suppression technique. Soon his cells vibrated violently, feeding back a surge of power. By late night, Xuanhuan had finally finished all the dishes. The evolutionary power within him could no longer be contained and surged wildly towards the chosen gene, initiating self-evolution. Roar! As Xuanhuan made his selection, the other species' genes, those of the dragon, the ape, the Ennua ancestor, and others let out a furious roar, a blend of anger and lament, vibrating violently. Infused with evolutionary power, his own gene trembled, an invisible force spread, filling Xuanhuan's entire body. Strings of strange characters emanated from his self-gene. Gene Nirvana technique: annihilate all other genes, achieving the perfection of the self-gene, one nirvana at a time. Gene burst secret technique: unleash the latent power of the gene, increasing combat power several times over. Results in 3 days of weakness afterward. Can activate latent energy in inanimate objects, lasting a maximum of 2 hours before the gene energy completely dissipates. Secret eye technique: observe the structure of all things, imprinting them within the divine eye, allowing for instant comprehension of the structure of all things with a single thought. Awakened evolution technique. Secret eye technique. Aren't these the very things I was researching? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. What exactly was this self-evolution? Was it giving me what I was thinking about? This time, I chose correctly. This is absolutely the path most suited to me. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. Self-evolution might be the most correct path of evolution, even though the secret eye technique requires cultivation before mastery. But once mastered, who could hide from me? The gene burst secret technique, isn't this just an enhanced version of the gene guidance technique? And it's perfectly suited to me! The gene nirvana technique consumes evolutionary power to kill off other genes, leaving only one's own. Xuanhuan looked at the gene nirvana technique. As long as he accumulated enough evolutionary power, he could simply eliminate the other genes. 2%. Xuanhuan looked at his own data, it had dropped to 2%. The amount of evolutionary power in his body had increased several times and each drop was far more potent than before. These are the slain genes. Xuanhuan looked at the black impurities on his body. Entering nirvana had killed off some of the genes of other species. First, I'll cleanse myself, then familiarize myself with this power, and after that, I'll try the gene burst technique. I also need to verify my strength, Xuanhuan thought. Inanimate objects can stimulate gene activation for 2 hours. This is practically a chef's essential skill. I can ditch the guidance technique, it never felt right for me anyway. It was just a waste of merit points. He left the kitchen, returned to the hotel to clean himself, and began to familiarize himself with his newfound power. A knock sounded on the door. It's unlocked, Xuanhuan replied. The door opened, and Fatty Lin walked in carrying a stone. Your crocodile stone. Also, you need to keep a low profile lately. Keep a low profile. Xuanhuan frowned. Evolutionary school students found Liu Tian's body. The enforcement team is involved, Fatty Lin said. Didn't they say the enforcement squad wouldn't care if someone died outside? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Did the enforcement squad have nothing better to do? The enforcement squad might not care, but that doesn't mean the evolution school won't. And your method of killing Lin. Fatty's expression was strange. Are you a descendant of a heretical evolutionist? For a chef, not affecting the ingredients is normal, you know. Although I don't eat people, these are the only moves I know. Xuanhuan shrugged. He really only knew these few moves. He'd thought about a quick kill, but his knives were for cutting vegetables. Getting them bloody was messy. What would happen if the enforcement squad knew it was me? Xuanhuan asked. He didn't think he could stand up to the enforcement squad. The entire league stood behind them. They'll confirm if you're a heretical evolutionist. If not, they won't bother you. But if you're exposed, the evolution school might go after you, Lin. Fatty said. The Lin Yang faction. Lin Yang and I were never friends. Xuanhuan sneered. But how would the enforcement squad confirm anything? The usual procedure is to detain and then investigate. Lin Fatty pondered. Then next time I'll use severing meridians and crushing bones, He Fan muttered. That doesn't sound like a good name either. Lin Fatty's face turned pale. What kind of moves have you been studying? It's perfectly normal. Mincing bones, severing meridians. Isn't that part of a chef's knife skills? He Fan looked innocent. What other tricks do you have? Lin Fatty's face twitched. This didn't sound like any good tricks at all. Severing flesh and bone. Lately I've been planning to study 1,000 cuts. He Fan stroked his chin, pondering. And 1,000 cuts, 1,000 variations. I've found that after evolving the power of 1,000 cuts, it's also crucial to skillfully control each individual blade of energy.
Lin Fatty, you're definitely from an evil sect!
Look at the Daoist sect. Heaven and earth are boundless. Borrow the power of the universe. All laws return to one. And Buddhism's universal salvation. How can you, a cook, create such devilish martial arts techniques? 5 organs damaged, flesh and bones severed, meridians and bones severed, 1,000 cuts.
Which one of these is normal?
Chapter 088. You graduated too. Looking at the crocodilian dragon stone, He Fan said. I've saved the crocodilian dragon blood for you. It's in the kitchen. Good. Lin Fatty didn't want to stay here any longer. He quickly said, I'm leaving. After Lin Fatty left, He Fan continued to familiarize himself with the Nirvana power. The previous evolution method was still useful, drawing on the cells to refine his body. Tomorrow, I'll begin the Nirvana path. He Fan made up his mind. Killing the genes within his body required the power of evolution, and those ferocious beasts and herbs were the best supplements. He Fan simultaneously controlled his power and familiarized himself with his newly awakened evolutionary method, especially the secret eye. From now on, he'd use ferocious beasts for cultivation, too lazy to transport them. Contribution points were important, but those mixed blood cubs weren't worth many points. It was better to cultivate and cook than waste time transporting them. By dawn, He Fan had mastered all his power and solidified his Nirvana realm. He'd also mastered the secret eye and the gene burst secret technique. Liu Qingyuan and Xuanhuan had been waiting outside, afraid to disturb him. Opening the door, He Fan saw them and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Nirvana achieved. Congratulations! Which evolutionary path did you choose? Qinhuan and Liu Qingyuan asked enviously. Their own evolutionary paths were fixed. He Fan replied, unwilling to reveal his self-evolution path. This world was similar to his previous life. Most people chose the dragon evolution path. After all, they called themselves descendants of the dragon. Only a small number chose other species. Newer ancestors. Evolutionists were rare, almost extinct. Self-evolution wasn't inferior to other evolutionary paths, but it lacked a reference standard. Besides him, if he told them, the 2 women would probably scorn him. Next, are you planning to go to the depths? Liu Qingyuan asked. Well, I plan to stay a few more days and come back in a few days, He Fan said. Be careful, shouldn't you find a few teammates? Qinhuan frowned. You've just entered Nirvana. The depths are still dangerous. No teammates. He Fan shook his head, refusing. How many teammates here can you trust? In danger, they'll likely abandon me and flee. Besides, I'm mainly here to hone my martial arts skills. Parting ways with Liu Qingyuan, He Fan gripped his broadsword, his brow furrowed. His cleaver needed replacing. It no longer allowed him to fully utilize his strength. Crocodile dragon stone could only be used as a Nirvana level auxiliary material. He still needed to find the main material. He Fan made a call to Lin Pangzi, inquiring about the price of Nirvana level weapons on the Evoluti website. Lin Pangzi's answer made him abandon the idea of buying one. Even the lowest quality ones cost over 10,000 merit points. Merit points: 1 point for a mixed blood juvenile, 10 for a growth stage 1, 100 for a mature one, 500 for a peak stage 1 Nirvana level. Forget it. I don't know if I can even handle that. How long would it take to get even the worst one? By then, I'll probably be several levels into Nirvana. Stepping back into the beast territory, this time He Fan wandered more aimlessly, paying attention to his surroundings to avoid entering the territory of a pure-blooded beast and getting eaten. He Fan moved quickly, penetrating several thousand meters. He occasionally saw other evolutees along the way. A ferocious beast roared, its cries echoing from all directions. This was the beast's territory, teeming with countless creatures. He Fan closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings. After his Nirvana, his perception had increased again, extending to roughly 700 meters, sharper than before. The surrounding landscape appeared in his mind. Within 700 meters, dozens of beasts moved through the forest, one of which was heading towards him. Its aura was strong, a mature mixed blood beast. He Fan quickly moved to meet the beast. Upon encountering him, the beast roared and charged, regardless of He Fan's strength. He Fan muttered, pointing a finger. His evolutionary power transformed into a blade of energy, cleaving the beast in two. 1,000 cuts, the hardest to master. He Fan sighed, looking at the beast's corpse. Parts of the beast had been separated by the energy blade, forming chunks of meat, though uneven in shape and thickness, requiring further processing. No, I need to use evolutionary power to remove the skin directly. He Fan lamented the difficulties of his path to becoming a culinary god. This martial art was proving incredibly challenging. He retrieved his pots and pans and began to stew the beast meat. He didn't see any gene points this time, but it didn't matter. He could use it to practice his martial arts and fill his stomach. Looking at the simmering meat, He Fan activated his gene burst technique, unleashing the power within the beast's flesh. Raw, he unleashed the gene activation technique on the beast's meat. A low growl emanated from within, followed by a loud bang as a powerful force erupted, causing the meat to explode. He-Fan quickly shielded his pot, his face frozen in shock. The beast meat had exploded, trying to cook some meat, only to have it explode. This was unbelievable. He-Fan stared at the remnants of the exploded beast meat. Breakfast was ruined. After a moment of contemplation, he cleaned up and went in search of other beasts. He activated his perception ability again, swiftly dispatched a beast with his blade, honing his swordsmanship, and studying the beast structure along the way. He felt a slight burning sensation in his eyes, as if they were recording the beast's internal structure. He experimented again, this time hunting two beasts, one a mixed blood in its growth phase, the other a mature one. Using the same gene activation technique, the meat exploded again, even faster this time. He prepared the mature beast's meat, reducing the evolutionary energy this time. The meat exploded after a short while. Was it because the mixed blood beasts couldn't withstand the gene activation technique? He-Fan mused, forming a hypothesis. If that were true, wouldn't his activation technique only work on pure blood beasts? As He-Fan pondered, he sensed three figures approaching, one of whom emitted a familiar aura, though he couldn't place it. Who's making all this racket? Oh, He-Fan. Three evolvers stood there. One of them had a grim expression, but upon seeing He-Fan, his face turned and
Zhou Wen!
You graduated too. He-Fan was surprised. The speaker was Zhou Wen, whom he hadn't expected to meet here. Wasn't this guy a level 3? How did he get out? Hearing He-Fan, a mixture of hatred flickered across Zhou Wen's face, as if he'd been insulted. Graduate.
I wish I could graduate.
But how? Because of you. I was expelled from evolution school. Graduate, you seem to hate me, He-Fan said, observing Zhou Wen's simmering resentment. Zhou Wen let out a cold laugh and gestured to the two beside him. This is He-Fan. Kill him, and young Master Lin will handsomely reward you. Fan, did you kill Liu Qingyuan? The two evolvers' eyes were icy, gleaming with cold light. No, he was killed by the roar of the Crocodilus Rex. I wouldn't have that kind of ability, He-Fan denied swiftly. He couldn't admit to anything. What if Zhou Wen had recorded him? Whether you did or not, killing you will earn us a reward from young Master Lin. The two evolvers' faces were grim, their long swords flashed from their sheaths, the blades light engulfing him. Why are you so eager to die? He-Fan shook his head, flicked a finger, and a burst of evolver energy shot out, transforming into two blades of energy that instantly enveloped the two evolvers. A thud. The blade's energy instantly pierced both of their bodies. They both tumbled to the ground lifeless. How is that possible?
They were both level 9.
Zhou Wen's face was filled with terror and disbelief as he stared at He-Fan. Oh, I forgot to mention I've been reborn. Just broke through, He-Fan said with a smile. Be a good boy, tell Uncle where Lin Yang is. Uncle won't kill you, okay? You took advantage of me again. Zhou Wen's face flushed with shame and anger. Uncle, we're practically the same age. He-Fan's face turned cold. He was about to make a move when a sense of danger emanated from Zhou Wen. He retreated sharply, his evolutionary power surging through his body. A beam of light shot another first-line needle. They're really loaded. The first-line needle flew out, and Zhou Wen turned and ran, launching two more first-line needles at He-Fan. Chapter 089. This humble chef He-Fan unleashed his blade, his evolutionary power enveloping him as he blocked the three first-line needles. His face was dark as he retrieved the needles. He'd read about these things. The poison only released when they hit a beast or a person. Hitting the ground was a waste. He carefully pocketed the three needles and started chasing after Zhou Wen. This guy's fast, He-Fan muttered, in the slight chill in his tone. In the short time it had taken, Zhou Wen had already run hundreds of meters away. He-Fan was quick, but then a figure appeared in his perception, bringing him to a halt. Father, save me! Zhou Wen cried out in terror. He-Fan is gonna kill me! Zhou Heng, He-Fan murmured, returning to the two corpses. He dragged them away to dispose of them. His martial skills were indeed a bit frightening. He searched the two corpses. Aside from wristwatches and a few herbs, all that remained were their longswords. The wristwatches had passcodes. He-Fan wasn't technically inclined and couldn't open them, so he decided to bury them as well. He-Fan pondered for a moment, then went to look for Zhou Wen. Since Zhou Wen was Lin Yang's man, following him might lead him to Lin Yang. They were targeting pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and following him might yield some gains. When he returned, Zhou Wen had vanished. Examining the surrounding traces, the other party had erased them well. It must have been Zhou Heng. His perception ability activated again, covering a 700-meter radius. What's that? He-Fan sensed something unusual and quickly walked over. It was a pile of powder emitting a strange fragrance, and as he sensed it, ferocious beasts were approaching.
Beast luring powder!
He-Fan thought of the beast attracting powder Liu Qingyuan had mentioned, but left it untouched. He turned and ran. Running was the best option. With a Nirvana-level Zhou Heng by his side, he should focus on honing his martial arts skills first, lest he prove incapable. Leaving the lure behind, I pressed deeper, slaying beasts as I went, honing my blade skills and incidentally my gene activation techniques. Though I couldn't cook a decent meal with them, the practice helped me become familiar with the process. Plea 1. He didn't know how far he'd walked when a small, blood-red herb caught his attention. He quickly approached and carefully dug it up. This was definitely Nirvana grade. Since reaching the Nirvana stage peak, mixed blood herbs hadn't helped him at all, let alone provided a +1 boost. Now it seems I've reached a Nirvana grade activity zone, he thought. Looking ahead, the towering ancient trees were gnarled and intertwined, the weeds half a person's height, casting the area in shadow. Under the trees, 2 red mushrooms were hidden amongst the weeds, each displaying a Xuanhuan. 2 more herbs, not bad luck. He picked the red mushrooms and carefully stored them. Passing through the weeds, the trees here were almost all towering ancient trees with intertwined roots and old vines, their age unknown. The entire primeval forest was quite dark, but thankfully, having reached nirvana, his perception was strong, so he wasn't afraid of the darkness. The dense forest was deathly silent, so quiet he could hear his own footsteps. Such a quiet old primeval forest. Could this be the territory of some ferocious beast? Alertness rose in his heart as he cautiously proceeded. What's this? Not long after, he found a tattered piece of clothing and some ash from a fire, clearly showing that a human had made a fire here. He Fan's vigilance lessened slightly. If humans had made a fire here, and there were no signs of a struggle, it meant there probably weren't any large ferocious beasts around. A wooden hut. After walking several hundred meters, he Fan saw some wooden huts built in the large trees. A new face. As he pondered, a wooden hut opened and a head poked out. Are you a lone traveler, or are you affiliated with any faction? I came here with a friend, but he had urgent business and went ahead. He Fan replied. A friend, hurry up and don't disturb my sleep. Go through this forest to the Jiaolong River, look for him there. The wooden hut closed and there was no further sound. He Fan offered a word of thanks and quickly left. It seemed this was a dwelling place for nirvana evolved beings. The person who had given him directions had given him a powerful impression. He Fan felt he wouldn't stand a chance against him. He hurried along. There were at least dozens of wooden huts. He wondered if they were all occupied. Passing through the forest, the sound of rushing water reached him. He Fan looked up and saw a river stretching as far as the eye could see, the Jiaolong River, as the other person had said. At that moment, there were about 10 people by the river. Some were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, others were cooking alone, and still others were sunbathing. No one paid him any attention. He Fan scanned the crowd, then approached a young man cooking alone, not much older than himself. He went over and softly asked, "Excuse me, have you seen my sworn brother Zhou Heng?" The young man cooking paused, looking up in confusion. He seemed puzzled, wondering how someone as young as He Fan could have sworn brotherhood with Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng took his son home. You're his brother, don't you know? We met on the road, and he asked me to come here first. He Fan explained, then added with indignation, "This sworn brother of mine is really unreliable." The young man sprayed, staring blankly. "Zhou Heng is your sworn brother?" "Yeah, when we swore brotherhood, whoever was younger was the older brother." "What's wrong with that?" He Fan looked at him strangely, a look of condescending disdain on his face. The young man, "Is there such a way to swear brotherhood? Can I find an older nirvana and swear brotherhood like that? You're really Zhou Heng's sworn older brother?" The young man recovered, asking incredulously. "Absolutely genuine. I know everything he does." He Fan winked. "My name is Fang Hong. May I ask your name?" "Brother," the young man asked as he continued cooking. "My name is Xiao Dangjia." He Fan introduced himself. "Xiao Dangjia." Fang Hong twitched his lips. "That's a code name, right?" "Correct. My mother gave it to me." He Fan nodded. "By the way, I'm also a medicinal chef. Let me cook for you. My sworn brother isn't here, so I hope, Brother Fang Hong, you can give me a tour. This is my first time here." "You're a medicinal chef?" Fang Hong was surprised, then quickly stepped aside. "Then you cook? I'll tell you about the situation here. There's nothing special here, just an area where nirvana evolutionaries are active. The dense forest behind us has quite a few pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even nirvana evolutionaries need to be cautious." Fang Hong explained, then pointed to the Jiao Dragon River. "This is the Jiao Dragon River. Legend says there's a Jiao Dragon inside. Incredibly powerful, but that's just a rumor. I've never seen it, and maybe it left long ago. Do you see that peak over there, disappearing into the clouds? Although it's difficult for us to reach it with our current strength, I still need to warn you, don't get close unless necessary. There's a peak pure-blooded golden peng bird on that mountain peak." Fang Hong spoke incessantly, then abruptly changed the subject, asking, "How did you become sworn brothers with Zhou Heng?" He Fan paused slightly, then immediately replied, "It's because of his incompetent son. He offended someone, and if it weren't for me, he would have been killed. Zhou Heng was so grateful that he insisted on becoming sworn brothers with me. By the way, what's your relationship with my sworn brother?" Fang Hong was silent for a moment, then whispered, "You're really very close to Zhou Heng. He's really your sworn brother. How else can I make you believe me? Should I reveal the whole pure-blooded thing?" He Fan also lowered his voice. Fang Hong was stunned. Pure blood. He had only overheard a rumor, but from He Fan's expression it was clear he knew the truth. This was Zhou Heng's secret. How could anyone else possibly know? Confirming the news, Fang Hong whispered, "Brother, could you speak to your younger brother and get me in?" Chapter 9, a growth stage, pure blood. Looking at Fang Hong's eager, almost pleading face, He Fan frowned, looking troubled. "Big brother, can I call you big brother? As long as you get me in, let me earn a lot of merit points, and I'll give you a detailed account of the situation here," Fang Hong said excitedly. "Well, that's not up to me. My younger brother's always handled this. I'm only here because he's in trouble," He Fan said helplessly. "It's fine, I'm not in a hurry," Fang Hong quickly said. "I can wait until Zhou Heng returns and I'll complete any test." He Fan nodded slightly. "Alright, I'll mention it to Zhou Heng then. Once Zhou Heng arrives I can run. Like hell I'm gonna help you talk to him. He Fan cooked, frowning. This is a mixed blood peak stage ferocious beast. A true culinary master. Fang Hong laughed. You spotted it right away. I can't kill any pureblood ferocious beasts except for the young ones. I have to make do with mixed blood ones to fill my belly. Take me to the pureblood territory later, He Fan said. It's my first time here, I'm not familiar with the terrain. No problem, Fang Hong agreed. I'll take you there after we finish eating. It wasn't long before He Fan finished cooking and the two ate together. Fang Hong was a lone wolf without any friends. While they ate, Fang Hong explained his situation here. His power base was similar to a specially authorized sanctuary, only lacking a law enforcement team. They used to have one, but now who knows where they've disappeared to. The primeval forest behind them was the territory of the pureblood ferocious beasts. Previously, a pureblood beast had resided in the quiet forest, but it was killed by other purebloods. Without the pureblood beast, the area was occupied by the evolvers as a base. However, that base wasn't safe. Sometimes purebloods would intrude. If they could win, they'd team up to kill it. If not, they'd run as fast as they could and return after the pureblood beast left. Through Fang Hong's explanation, He Fan gained a general understanding of the surroundings. No place was safe here, not even this riverbank. Golden peng birds could swoop down and snatch someone away at any moment, and a giant beast could emerge from the river to swallow a few people as a snack. After finishing the pot of meat, most of it had gone into He Fan's stomach. Fang Hong ate less, not because it wasn't delicious but because his appetite wasn't as big as He Fan's. Let's go, little chef, Fang Hong said, putting away the pot and standing up. I'll take you for a stroll, let's go. He Fan stood up and followed Fang Hong into the dense forest. It was a primeval forest just like before, only here the traces of human activity were more apparent. Some weeds had been cleared away. Addy! Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. A golden light flashed in the sky. A ferocious bird circled overhead. With a beat of its wings, a gust of wind swept through. Fang Hong's face changed drastically. He quickly pulled He Fan and plunged into the undergrowth using the weeds for cover. A golden peng bird, peak pure blood. Don't make a sound. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden peng bird swooped down, directly attacking the Nirvana level evolvers by the river. A group of evolvers scrambled into the forest, unleashing a flurry of sword light and blade energy, enveloping the diving bird. The cry echoed again. The ferocious bird beat its wings, a gale sweeping past, all attacks instantly crumbled. The golden peng bird's speed suddenly increased, its talons seized an evolver and it soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that's it. He Fan was stunned. A Nirvana level evolver just like that. Gone, Fang Hong said, his face grim. The golden peng bird appeared half an hour early. Early? He Fan was taken aback. Yes, it came early. It always followed a pattern before, which is why we dared to linger by the river. We didn't expect it to come out half an hour early, Fang Hong said with a grim expression. Why didn't we kill that bird? He Fan swallowed hard, his eyes following the disappearing golden peng bird. Peak condition, it must be delicious. The golden peng bird is too fast, we couldn't even chase it. Its nest is on a sheer cliff face. How could we kill it? Fang Hong sighed. Let's go. In the future, be careful, Nepan. Even survival here is difficult. The two stopped thinking about the golden peng bird and quickly moved through the dense forest. They had already explored this area, there was no danger here. The danger lies deeper within. Wait, I see a medicinal herb. He Fan, after walking a short distance, found a medicinal herb in the weeds and carefully put it away. Your eyesight is really good. Fang Hong was slightly envious. He had passed this way several times and hadn't noticed it. He Fan smiled. Don't worry, I'm a medicinal chef. I'll use it to make medicinal cuisine later, and we'll eat it together. Good. Fang Hong nodded, then paused. How did you become a medicinal chef? I liked it. I did it because I had an interest. He Fan chuckled lightly. As they walked and chatted, Fang Hong started to pry into Zhou Heng's affairs. He Fan just chuckled and evaded the questions. I'm not his real older brother. Why would I know everything? Roar! A beast's roar suddenly echoed. The earth trembled, and the primitive trees ahead shattered. A monstrous beast as huge as a small mountain, with blood-red ferocious eyes, charged wildly towards them.
Little chef, get behind me!
This is a pure-blooded, growth stage beast, a saber-toothed tiger. Fang Hong instantly stood in front, a long spear appearing in his hand, carrying a fierce spear light. Unafraid of the beast's oppressive aura, he charged towards the beast. Aren't you a little too eager? He Fan sneered, his evolutionary power surging. A growth stage beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he should be able to escape. And with Fang Hong they might even take it down. Gripping his broadsword, He Fan didn't hesitate, the blade's light flashing, golden light blinding, as he slashed down with one blade after another. He Fan slashed out, his brows instantly furrowed. The broadsword in his hand trembled, as if it were about to shatter. He had only poured in 7/10 of his evolutionary power. Roar! The beast's roar echoed, a violent aura raging. The saber-toothed tiger, huge as a mountain, raised its enormous, sharp claws, sweeping towards the two. Clang! A resounding crash. The spearlight exploded, a bloody gash appearing on the saber-toothed tiger's claw. Fang Hong's arm trembled, his spear swept across, his figure retreating violently. He Fan's blade was also enveloped by the beast's claw. The blade energy slashed down, most of it shattering, only a small portion barely piercing the wound in the claw, causing the saber-toothed tiger to pause. Little chef, this growth stage beast has incredibly strong defenses. Even if we team up, taking it down will be difficult, Fang Hong said, his spear moving like a dragon as he clashed with the saber saber-toothed tiger again. Let's try. It's a pity my knife isn't up to the task. He fan sighed regretfully. If I had my full evolutionary power, I could definitely inject it into the saber-toothed tiger. Even facing it alone, I could wear it down and kill it. He fan pondered for a moment, then attacked again. The broadsword isn't ideal, but as long as I find the right wound, I can still injure it. The blade flashed again. With Fang Hong engaging the saber-toothed tiger head-on, He Fan used his knife to harass it, looking for an opening to inject his evolutionary power. Several times He Fan wanted to abandon the broadsword, as it was hindering his abilities, but remembering Fang Hong was holding the line, he endured, remaining cautious and wary of being betrayed. Little chef, if you can't hold on, we'll retreat, Fang Hong said, his spear swirling, golden light vibrating as his evolutionary power transformed into spear energy. Let's try. We'll retreat if it doesn't work, He Fan murmured, charging forward with his knife again. Chapter 091 And you shouldn't be involved. The spear moved like a dragon, its energy sharp and overflowing, devastating the 100-meter radius around them. Dust flew, grass and ancient trees instantly shattered. The blade's light was blinding, its energy condensed. He Fan moved nimbly, searching for the wounds inflicted by Fang Hong, attempting to inject his evolutionary power. The saber-toothed tiger roared repeatedly, its massive body shaking the earth. Its powerful limbs swept at the two men, its enormous teeth gleaming coldly, sharper than most Nirvana weapons. The commotion alerted the other Nirvana beings. They watched from a distance, but did not approach. What about those people? He Fan asked in a low voice, unfamiliar with them. They won't interfere. If we die or retreat, the saber-toothed tiger will become their prey. If we ask for their help, they'll take a share, that's the rule, Fang Hong replied, his spear striking the saber-toothed tiger's fangs with a clang. He recoiled, the fangs unscathed. I want half, including the fangs, He Fan said. Those saber-toothed tiger fangs should make decent cleavers. I don't want any. Fang Hong shook his head. Then we'll use that half to get them to help, He Fan said. He was tired of fighting. Just the two of them? Fang Hong could only inflict minor wounds without a full power burst. It was anyone's guess who would wear down whom. Half the saber-toothed tiger, the fangs are ours. Who's going in? Fang Hong roared, his spear trembling again. I'll do it. A middle-aged man leaped into the fray, radiating golden light like a descending god. A sword flash sliced through the saber-toothed tiger's body with ease. I'll take one fang, the middle-aged man said. The rest is yours. Several evolved humans, though tempted, refrained from intervening as a middle-aged man took action, turning to leave. No problem, thank you, Mr. Chu Xin. Fang Hong readily agreed, a hint of delight on his face. He Fan pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Fang Hong's expression clearly indicated the man's exceptional strength, capable of easily obtaining even a single fang. The middle-aged man's strength was indeed formidable. He Fan felt immense pressure from him. Each sword strike was deep and bone-piercing. The saber-toothed tiger howled in pain repeatedly, but it was no match for Chu Xin, who relentlessly pressed the attack. This is Chu Xin, a lone wanderer, very powerful. I can't be certain, but he's definitely above Nirvana level 4, Fang Hong whispered. He Fan's heart sank. Nirvana level 4, no wonder he could overpower the saber-toothed tiger. Pure-blooded ferocious beasts can defeat average Nirvana level fighters during their growth period. This means that a level 1 mature beast could defeat a level 4 fighter, and a peak level beast could defeat a level 6 or even 7. As for Nirvana level 9 and stronger beasts, He Fan had no knowledge of them. Above Nirvana level 4 was complete domination. He Fan felt it necessary to befriend such a powerful individual. With Chu Xin's participation, the two essentially watched as he handled everything. Half an hour later, the saber-toothed tiger fell. Chu Xin took a fang, said nothing, and left immediately, not giving He Fan a chance to befriend him. He's really strong, He Fan muttered, but what kind of evolver is he? Why isn't he furry? And he doesn't have scales. Fang Hong's face darkened. They all have evolution methods to conceal their appearance. You don't even know that. He Fan coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. Ahem, I just wanted to see what kind of evolver he was. This guy's always been a loner, rarely interacting with others. He doesn't reveal himself, so no one knows, Fang Hong explained, hoisting the saber-toothed tiger corpse. Let's go to my place and deal with this saber-toothed tiger. Okay. He Fan glanced at the saber-toothed tiger corpse. Data apply 3. Before the breakthrough, I could get 25 during the growth period. Now that I've reached Nirvana, it's directly dropped by 2 points. Carrying the saber-toothed tiger's body, they returned to the quiet primeval forest, arriving at an ancient tree. This was Fang Hong's residence, with a wooden house he had built above. It's all yours. I don't need it, Fang Hong said, putting down the saber-toothed tiger. He Fan raised an eyebrow. You really don't want any of it? Fang Hong laughed. As long as you put in a good word for me with Zhou Heng. If that works out, I'll earn merit points and I'll definitely buy you a Nirvana level gene liquid. He Fan understood and said with a smile, don't worry, I promise to put in a good word for you. Removing the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, He Fan looked at Fang Hong. Do you know where I can find materials to forge Nirvana weapons? These saber-toothed tiger fangs are far from enough. For Nirvana weapons, the best materials are pure-blooded ferocious beast bones and high-quality ores, Fang Hong said, glancing at him. A saber-toothed tiger in its growth stage can also be used, but the quality won't be good. It'll only be considered average. It's suitable as an auxiliary material. If it's a mature stage or above, the resulting weapon will be of excellent quality. I can't even beat a mature one, He Fan sighed lightly. No worries, I'll buy you one once I earn enough merit points, Fang Hong said, slapping his chest. He Fan secretly rolled his eyes. If I really introduce you to Zhou Heng, you won't be buying me a weapon. You'll be shooting me. Help me skin it. My knife isn't up to the task. He Fan sighed. How can I get the bones of a mature one? Fang Hong skinned the beast while He Fan asked again, where can I find those high-quality auras? Don't even think about it. We've searched everywhere nearby. Only the pure-blooded ferocious beast's lair might still have some. Fang Hong said, pausing before continuing. You're Zhou Heng's older brother, how come you don't have a good quality knife? Zhou Heng is so rich, you can't even afford a knife. Oh, I just joined too, He Fan sighed. Before, they didn't want my help, but now they're begging me. I heard about that. Fang Hong whispered. I heard the enforcement squad is keeping a close watch lately, and Zhou Heng probably can't show his face, so he asked you to come out. He left in such a hurry, and didn't explain much. Did I expose myself? He Fan looked at Fang Hong with a wary expression. Not as serious as you think, just a bit of a rumor. Fang Hong chuckled softly. The enforcement squad can't just arrest someone based on suspicion, can they? From the sound of it, you know quite a bit. Do all the evolvers here know about this? He Fan frowned. Of course not. I just happened to find out. If everyone knew, it wouldn't just be me by your side. Those people would probably be lining up to chat with you. Fang Hong explained. That's good. He Fan breathed a sigh of relief, sliced the saber-toothed tiger meat, and began to cook. This time, he didn't use the gene activation method, planning to try it out himself tonight. If the meat gets fried again this time, wouldn't that be a disgrace to my reputation as a medicinal chef? This time, just right. Fang Hong took out his own pot. His pot was bigger, and He Fan planned to commandeer it. After the meat was stewed, He Fan happily ate. Fang Hong only ate a little. He couldn't stomach any more after a short while. 2.8% reviewing his own data, He Fan once again found the feeling of rapid improvement, hoping to get a new weapon soon so he could hunt mature pureblood ferocious beasts on his own. After dinner, He Fan put the remaining meat into his spatial bag, along with Fang Hong's pot. The two of them went out again to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain. It wasn't until evening, as night fell, that Fang Hong remembered something. I forgot, you just arrived here and have nowhere to live. I should build a wooden hut for you. Go back first, I have something to do, He Fan said, glancing at the sky. What about you? It's very dangerous here at night, Fang Hong said with concern. I have something to do that you shouldn't be involved in, He Fan replied. Right. Fang Hong's mind raced. Shouldn't be involved. This means a meeting with Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng should be back by now, having taken his son home. Should I secretly watch from the shadows? He Fan stood with his hands behind his back, eyes closed, sensing his surroundings. Within a radius of 700 meters, everything was within his perception. Fang Hong walked for a moment, then hesitated. He Fan frowned slightly, and a blade of energy sliced through the air. I understand your feelings, but don't be too impatient. Sorry, Fang Hong apologized, secretly amazed by the young chef's astonishing sensory abilities. He had suppressed his aura, yet he was still discovered. Chapter 092, maybe you should change partners. Confirming Fang Hong's departure and sensing no immediate danger, He Fan quickly retrieved pots, pans and bowls from his spatial bag. This was an endeavor best kept private, an experiment with his gene activation technique, coupled with a clandestine feast. He had already prepped the meat and bones during the day, reserving the toughest ones for Fang Hong's hut, intending to incorporate them into new knives later. He Fan built a fire and set the pot to boil, his sensory abilities constantly active. The area had been cleared of other evolvers. If danger arose, escape would be possible. A rich meat aroma wafted into the air. He considered adding a few herbs but ultimately decided against it. This was for his consumption alone, with no one to test the dish on. He'd try it out on Fang Hong once his gene activation technique improved, or perhaps experiment with a captured beast later. He still hadn't used many of the herbs he'd gathered in the dark forest. His poison concoctions had only been tested on Liu Qingyuan, so he needed more opportunities to experiment. The savory scent drifted, thankfully unnoticed by any passing humans or beasts. Time to unleash it. He Fan's evolutionary power shimmered, slicing through the night, infusing the beast meat. He once again employed the gene activation technique. Roar. With the gene activation technique deployed, a beast's roar echoed from within the pot. Golden and crimson light radiated, a fierce aura emanating as miniature spectral saber-toothed tigers roared, their cries piercing the night. Little Master Chef of China, He Fan excitedly gazed at his pot of food. It even glowed, and a saber-toothed tiger appeared. It practically had its own special effects, right? Okay, he admitted the golden light was his evolutionary power. Genes activated, the saber-toothed tiger roared, the numbers rapidly climbed from 1 directly to 1.5. His latent power had been unleashed, activating the beast gene. He Fan felt the abundant power contained within the pot. This time it didn't explode. His gene-bursting method only worked on purebloods, it seemed. He Fan watched the numbers in the pot, still increasing. The saber-toothed tiger's roar grew louder, echoing through the night. A beast's roar. In the silent night, the sound carried far. In the deathly quiet forest, the ever-vigilant evolvers were instantly alerted. How could a beast suddenly appear nearby? Judging by the sound, it must be a pureblood, some Nirvana evolvers speculated. The Nirvana evolvers emerged from their wooden huts, heading towards the source of the roar. He Fan remained oblivious. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger's roar gradually subsided, returning to calm. The number reached fully 2, showing no signs of further increase. This wasn't bad. Except the meat was a little tough. It needs to simmer longer next time. I should trigger the late stage evolution a bit later. He fan commented on his own cooking while eating. Pureblood beast meat is inherently tough. All that melts in your mouth, tender and smooth. Nonsense from past lives is complete bull. If I hadn't sliced it so thin and simmered it for so long, and if my teeth hadn't improved after nirvana, I wouldn't have been able to eat it at all. These beasts have defenses stronger than steel. Try biting into steel first, then talk about tender and smooth, melting in your mouth. Do they think their mouths are giant furnaces capable of melting anything? Someone's coming. He fan sensed a dozen figures approaching, several of whom possessed powerful auras. The beast eating. A voice called out. A middle-aged man arrived, looking around before spotting He fan eating. What are you all doing? The beast. He fan was taken aback. They heard the sounds he made while cooking. Did you see the beast? Several more figures arrived, looking at He fan questioningly. No, He fan replied. The evolvers exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. They dispersed to search but still couldn't find the beast. You cooked this beast meat? An evolver asked. It was Chushin, yes. He fan glanced at the evolvers. Except for Chushin, he didn't recognize any of them. Fang Hong wasn't there. Did you hear the beast roar just now? Chushin asked. I did. It was roaring in my pot, telling me to eat it quickly. He fan pointed to his pot where chunks of sizzling saber-toothed tiger meat sizzled. The Nirvana evolutionists' faces darkened. They coldly snorted and turned to leave. Chushin's face stiffened. He waved his hand and said, then eat slowly. Roaring in your pot. Are you kidding me? It's all just chunks of meat. What's it roaring with? And telling you to eat it quickly. What nonsense? Are you deliberately mocking us? He fan watched the departing Nirvana evolutionists and sighed helplessly. Why is it that when I tell the truth, no one believes me? Next time, I'll just lie and point in a random direction. Those guys would probably chase after it. With such a commotion, where did Fang Hong run off to? He fan wondered. The evolutionists were all alarmed, but Fang Hong was nowhere to be seen. After leaving He fan, Fang Hong didn't return to the dense forest. Instead, he bypassed it, entered the beast's territory and sped towards a cave. Fang Hong, how did you get back? A man in a law enforcement team uniform looked at the arriving Fang Hong, a look of joy on his face. Could it be you have news? Team leader Huang, after waiting so long near the Jiaolong River, I finally found someone who knows Zhou Heng and successfully approached him. Soon I'll be able to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Fang Hong said happily. This time I met Zhou Heng's sworn brother, Little Chef, and successfully gained his trust. The enforcer was none other than Captain Huang Shu. They haven't dared to show themselves. To continue their operations, they'd have to use new faces. I never thought they'd hold out this long. Huang sneered, then questioned, when did Zhou Heng get a sworn brother? Little Chef, is there anyone with that name? Rumor is he saved Zhou Heng's son. Zhou Heng was grateful and swore brotherhood. The name is probably a code name. Fang Hong explained. He was familiar with Zhou Heng's affairs, but not this area. This was his first time here. It's likely Zhou Heng knew we were watching closely and sent him. How did you? Aprong frowned. If they're using new faces, they should be keeping it secret. How did you meet him so easily? I suspected that too. I think they might be deliberately using Little Chef to distract us. Fang Hong mused. Keep an eye on Little Chef, observe carefully, and report back if you find anything. Confirm his identity. Old Huang pondered. It'd be best to get a photo and send it to the bureau for a background check. Little Chef's senses are very sharp. I can't hide from him. Taking a picture would be difficult. Fang Hong said. Then be careful. If a photo is impossible, draw him. Old Huang instructed. Draw him. Fang Hong looked at his hands, then at Old Huang. Or maybe you should send someone else. Get to it. Don't be a smart aleck. Figure it out yourself. Old Huang snapped. Sending someone else is out of the question. Here, only Fang Hong is a new recruit. The others, like Lin Yang, have known them for a long time. How could they approach them? Fang Hong returned to the wooden hut. He fan hadn't come back yet, and he didn't go looking for him. Otherwise He fan might catch him and accuse him of spying. He fan was eating the saber-toothed tiger meat, his evolution method running, rapidly eliminating the remaining genes and strengthening his own. After eating the saber-toothed tiger meat, his data reached 3.8% and his evolutionary power increased slightly, only half as much, because the other half was used to eliminate genes. Pureblood enhancement was still the fastest. He just wondered when he could eat that golden peng bird. He fan hadn't forgotten the golden peng bird from the day before. A peak level beast, definitely a huge boost. Should he eat the rest? He fan looked at the remaining saber-toothed tiger meat. He wasn't full yet. After thinking it over, he temporarily gave a deciding to find a secluded place tomorrow to eat it slowly, lest he attract a bunch of other evolvers. Chapter 093 The Xuanhuan. Back in Fang Hong's wooden hut, He fan sat cross-legged, slowly running his evolution method, gradually eliminating genes. After a moment of cultivation, he gave up. This slow and tedious process simply wasn't suitable for him. He'd rather think about how to get more ferocious beasts to eat. He fan sat under the tree all night, pondering how to get ferocious beasts and incidentally how to replace his cleaver. Early the next morning, Fang Hong got up early. Little Chef. Fang Hong jumped down from the ancient tree and landed beside He fan. Let's go. He fan stood up and said, where to? Fang Hong paused slightly then said, don't go by the river. It's dangerous there in the morning. into the dense forest to forage. Don't you eat breakfast? He Fan glared at him and said, in the past I had 2 beautiful girls waiting on me. Breakfast would be ready when I woke up, and I'd enjoy a massage while I ate. Fang Hong, what do you mean you want me to find you 2 girls? He Fan looked at Fang Hong, sighed softly and said, you're so dense! I've made it so obvious. I want to see breakfast every morning. If there are no girls, then it's not important. The 2 men ventured deep into the beast-infested forest, treading carefully. The morning forest was also dangerous, with many beasts active at dawn. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, the earth trembling. Through the gaps in the trees, they saw a massive body moving through the forest, more than twice the size of yesterday's saber-toothed tiger. The 2 men changed direction. This beast was terrifying, at least a mature adult. A roar! A deafening shriek pierced the air. A giant ape nearly 10 meters tall lumbered through the forest, its rapid pace shaking the very ground. Ancient trees exploded in its wake, a small hill flattened under its destructive path. I'm skipping breakfast. He Fan swallowed hard, turning to leave. This wasn't just dangerous, it was a death trap. He'd only traveled a short distance and already encountered 2 mature apex predators. If he went any deeper, he wouldn't live to tell the tale. Fang Hong followed, equally unwilling to continue. A puzzled expression. Isn't always this dangerous, he murmured. This has only started recently. Purebloods are constantly roaming around. What was it like before? He Fan asked. Before, purebloods would appear in the mornings but not in large numbers, Fang Hong explained. Never like this. We've encountered 2 in such a short time. Everything here is becoming increasingly erratic, just like the golden peng bird appearing half an hour early. Could it be some hidden treasure about to appear? Some legendary herb reaching maturity? He Fan mused, recalling the tropes of his past life stories. Fang Hong rolled his eyes. You're Zhou Heng's older brother. Don't you know what's going on? You guys, what are you doing? I can guess. You probably stole a beast's offspring, causing the parents to come looking for it. The 2 returned to the quiet forest's edge. Numerous evolvers lingered at the perimeter, observing the direction of the beast's forest, murmuring amongst themselves. It's getting increasingly abnormal, a low voice muttered from one of the evolvers. A few days ago I saw a Xuanhuan, a pureblood apex predator rarely seen. Xuanhuan. The other evolvers exclaimed in surprise and shock. Are you sure you saw a Xuanhuan? Yes, I'm sure, but it was a mature Xuanhuan, thankfully not at its peak, otherwise I wouldn't be alive to tell the tale, the evolver said. How strong is a Xuanhuan? He Fan asked. Very strong. Fang Hong nodded, his expression grave. Xuanhuan, like the golden peng bird, are the dominant purebloods. These pureblood dominants, as long as they aren't killed, will absolutely surpass Nirvana in the future. He paused, then looked at He Fan strangely. You don't know this. Aren't you brother Zhou Heng? You're in this line of work, you don't know about Xuanhuan. Of course I know, but I've never encountered one. I've only heard they're very strong, never clashed with one, so I'm not sure. He Fan explained. A mature Xuanhuan, where did you see it? An evolver approached, asking with a hint of excitement. Chujin, don't tell me you want to hunt a Xuanhuan. A mature pureblood dominant. Your strength isn't enough, the evolver said. We'll work together. Chushin said gravely. I need Xuanhuan blood. If we join forces it might work. I'll take you to look for them once things calm down, the evolutor said. He Fan wanted to interject, but considering his own strength was inferior to theirs, he decided against it. By 9 o'clock the dense forest had quieted down. The evolutors entered the forest one after another, beginning their operations. He Fan and Fang Hong were among them. This time He Fan's main objective was to search for medicinal herbs. The 2 of them wandered for 2 hours, finding a few herbs but not a single pureblood. They only hunted 2 peak-stage mixed-blood creatures. The other evolutors ventured deeper into more dangerous territory. Fang Hong went to the Jiaolong River to fetch water and cook in the forest. Things were getting increasingly abnormal around here. No one lingered by the river anymore. You never knew when a golden peng bird might swoop down and snatch someone away. Were they in the beast territory at noon? He Fan glanced at the few evolutors nearby, then at Fang Hong. Yeah, only a small number will return, Fang Hong said. They're experienced and strong, so they went deeper. After eating, the 2 entered the forest again. Not long after, they saw Chu Xin and several others, covered in blood, fleeing back. Several of the evolutors had deep, gaping wounds across their chests. That's brutal, He Fan muttered. Here's some healing salve. Fang Hong tossed a bottle of medicine over, not caring whether they caught it or not, and directly pulled He Fan away. Thank you. Chu Xin glanced at him, took the medicine, and carefully applied it to the wound. Are you trying to win their favor so they'll give you a share of the Sun Lion later? He Fan asked. No. Fang Hong shook his head. I just saw they were badly injured, and I happen to have some healing salve. Besides, even if they invited me, I wouldn't go after a mature Sun Lion. He Fan nodded, looking around. You know, never mind. What's wrong? Fang Hong frowned. Nothing. He Fan shook his head. He had originally wanted to ask Fang Hong if he knew of any secluded places nearby, but after further thought he withdrew the question. If he asked about a secret location, Fang Hong would immediately think he was referring to a meeting place with Zhou Heng. How could he ask about that here? This time, the 2 ventured a little deeper, collecting several more medicinal herbs. Their luck was good. They caught a pure-blooded cub. You can have it, Fang Hong said, his words full of meaning. Thanks. If I run into Zhou Heng, I'll put in a good word for you. He Fan patted his chest. Zhou Heng and his group had caught the pure-blooded cub, and of course the cub was best given to He Fan. After all, he was
Zhou Heng's older brother.
As twilight descended, the two returned to the wooden hut. Chu Xin, his wounds mostly healed, leaned against a tree. Seeing them arrive, he spoke. Stay close to the hut these days. Don't venture too far. The Xuanhi are hunting. You actually went to hunt Xuanhi. Fang Hong frowned. You absolutely need Xuanhi blood. Xuanhi blood accelerates my evolution, Chu Xin said calmly. Your strength is too weak. Just stay nearby, don't venture deep. Having said that, Chu Xin got up and left. He had only come to inform them, not to invite them to hunt Xuanhi. Wait. Fang Hong quickly said. My friend is a pharmacist. If you run out of healing potions, you can ask him to prepare some medicinal meals to restore your strength and heal your wounds. Pharmacist. Chu Xin stopped and looked at He Fan. While a pharmacist primarily focuses on restoring vitality, He Fan, in his spare time, dabbles in a few unique medicinal recipes, mostly for personal amusement, with varying degrees of success. But his knowledge of herbs and their properties and combinations undoubtedly surpasses theirs. Chapter 1094. Should I run for it? He Fan was confident in preparing medicinal meals he had made before, but those he hadn't, especially those involving Nirvana-level ingredients, were a different matter entirely. He had no confidence whatsoever. I'm just beginner pharmacist, a massive exaggeration at that. I can't even identify most Nirvana-level herbs, let alone prepare medicinal meals for a group of Nirvana-level beings. Fang Hong, why do I feel like you're setting me up? He Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to say, I can't. Then come with me, I have some healing medicine. Chu Xin said, looking at He Fan. What kind of reward do you want? Can I not do it? I just got my beginner's certificate, and I'm not very good with Nirvana-level things. He Fan hesitated. He really didn't know how to handle Nirvana-level injuries. We're going to hunt the Xuanhi tonight. It's too late to go back and buy new medicine. It will delay our recovery. Chu Xin frowned. It's the same as before, as long as it's not excessive. Just tell me your conditions. If you don't do it, the Xuanhi's blood is very important to me. Although he didn't say what would happen if he refused, He Fan could tell that refusing would mean facing violence. After a moment of silence, He Fan said, how about a Xuanhi? I want its bones to forge a knife. Since he had to agree, he might as well secure enough benefits for himself and take a risk. Change it. Chu Xin shook his head. One Xuanhi isn't enough for all of us. Then what can you give me? He Fan scoffed. You'll need a knife. That's no problem, it won't be top quality, but it'll suffice for now, Chu Xin said. Alright then. He Fan agreed, handing the young beast to Fang Hong to watch before asking, you really do have healing herbs? Are you sure? Chu Xin affirmed. Then let's go. By the way, can I get paid up front? He Fan finally relaxed. A typical apothecary just mixes the healing herbs together and simmers them in a pot. It shouldn't be a problem. We'll find a quiet place if things go wrong. Everyone here is already injured, and once I unleash my gene, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Chu Xin said flatly. Do you have any pure blood beast meat? He Fan asked. If we can incorporate pure blood beast meat, the effect will be much better. They just hunted a grown one. I'll go get some, Xin said. That's perfect. You guys just wait and eat. I guarantee you'll recover quickly, He Fan said. Following Chu Xin to a wooden hut, 5 evolved humans sat cross-legged, cultivating their evolution techniques to recover. Their wounds had already scabbed over. Complete healing wouldn't take much longer. The apothecary chef doesn't know your name. Chu Xin was about to introduce him, then awkwardly realized he didn't even know what He Fan's name was. Xiao Dangjia. He Fan introduced himself, an apothecary chef, and also a Nirvana evolutionist, recently achieving Nirvana. Young and promising. We appreciate your help. The 5 evolutionists exchanged glances, looked at He Fan and nodded in greeting. I'll go get some beast meat and make a medicinal meal. Those of you with healing herbs, take some out as well, Chu Xin said. Chu Xin left, and the 5 evolutionists each took out 2 herbs and gave them to He Fan. He Fan didn't recognize the herbs, but they did. As long as they didn't show it, asking the names of the herbs would be fine. These 5 people trusted Chu Xin quite a bit and surprisingly didn't test his knowledge of herbs. Chu Xin quickly returned carrying half a beast. He Fan glanced at it. Gene Data 1.2. Go ahead, here's a knife for you. Chu Xin took a large knife from his spatial bag. It was far less exquisite than He Fan's tang blade. My cooking makes quite a bit of noise. Is there a secluded place? He Fan considered, saying. There are too many people around here. If they're attracted, my secret recipes will be seen. Good, I'll take you there, Chu Xin said. The 5 evolvers also rose, one muttering dismissively under his breath. That's the caliber of our cooks, he sneered. A few privately concocted recipes, ineffective and guarded more tightly than state secrets. The other evolvers remained silent, but their disdain was evident on their faces. Cook truly not a prestigious profession. He Fan said nothing. He was inspecting his new cleaver. While not entirely satisfactory, it was undeniably Nirvana grade, allowing him to utilize his full strength. He would acquire a better one later or perhaps melt it down and recast it. Chu Xin led him out of the dense forest to a branch of the Jiaolong River. Few people come here, he said. It's safe enough. Cook here will give you space. He Fan nodded, eyeing the half-beast carcass. Golden light shimmered on his large cleaver as a blade of energy sliced out, instantly transforming into countless strands of energy, enveloping the beast's flesh. In a flash, the half-beast was reduced to uniformly sized and thick slices of meat. He Fan's sensory ability flared again. His cooking secrets were not to be shared. He stewed the beast meat, adding all the herbs. He watched the numbers slowly change, the healing potions gene-enhancing effects increasing, some by 0.5, some by less 1, others by less. Different herbs, different boosts. He constantly monitored the pot. After half an hour, the numbers fused into one, a total of +8. Just in case, He-Fan glanced at the river branch again, his sensory abilities activating. The branch was deep. If things went south, he could jump in and escape. Should I sample it myself? He-Fan considered, then decided against it. Let them try it first, he thought. It's a whole pot. Even though they're all healing potions, the combinations of herbs are unpredictable. Some highly beneficial herbs, when combined, can become highly toxic. Even the cooks always say, every medicine has its poison. The gene activation method word infusing potent evolutionary energy. Roar. Another beastly roar echoed, causing waves to ripple across the tributary of the Jiao Dragon River. A ferocious aura spread, shimmering with golden light. He-Fan desperately wanted to shout, damn, it's blinding. What's going on? Chu-Xin and the 5 others materialized instantly, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Finding no beast, their gazes fell upon the golden glowing pot, their eyes widening in shock. Isn't it dazzling? Don't you think it's amazing? He-Fan stood with his hands behind his back, affecting the air of a culinary master. This is a medicinal stew made by yours truly, little chef. It's not something just anyone can accomplish. Did you add something to it? The 6 looked at the glowing pot, feeling this was far from typical cooking. Dishes don't usually glow, and that condensed beastly figure, it's still roaring. Don't like it. He-Fan waved his hand, dissipating the evolutionary energy and the golden light. It'll be ready soon, don't worry, He-Fan said. The gene activation method successfully raised the data point by 1, reaching 29, and it's still climbing. After simmering it for a while longer, confirming that the data wouldn't increase further, He-Fan extinguished the fire. Alright, eat up. Thank you. The 6 accepted the bowls and chopsticks, each ladling a bowl of stew. He-Fan stood at the edge of the tributary, prepared to jump into the river and escape at any moment. No more little chef, from now on he'd be little fortunate. The 6 of them ate quickly, polishing off several large bowls of food. A languid feeling washed over them. One of them even fished out several chopsticks full of medicinal herbs to eat. He-Fan glanced over, only 4 remained. These guys, are they eating only the herbs? Excellent cooking, they all praised, their complexions flushing as they circulated their evolutionary energies. Such good medicinal food. I was worried I wouldn't recover tonight, but at this rate, I should recover at least half by tonight. Indeed, this medicinal food is excellent. He-Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the herbs weren't conflicting. Glad you enjoyed it. The medicinal effects are incredibly strong. I can feel my injuries healing. But there's also a strange feeling. One of the evolvers praised, his smile freezing as he clutched his stomach and darted into the forest. I feel the same way. I'll go take care of it too. The remaining evolvers also clutched their stomachs and hurried into the forest. He-Fan, should I run? Chapter 09 for this time we'll go that way. Chu-Xin didn't last much longer before he too clutched his stomach and ran off. Holy shit, run. Let's take this pot of food with us, it shouldn't be fatal. He-Fan quickly covered the pot of meat. It's a shame about Fang Hong's little brother, but getting a knife was worth it. What are you doing? A voice suddenly came from behind, making He-Fan freeze. He turned around to see one of the evolvers. Forcing a smile, he said, let's clean up. Your cooking has a strong medicinal effect. It's very helpful for our recovery. However, the diarrhea effect is also very strong. The evolver rubbed his stomach and said, you're finished. He-Fan chuckled dryly. Aren't you having diarrhea? Hurry up and go. I was wondering if you have any toilet paper. I've run out. The evolver said, I have a little left. He-Fan always carries daily necessities. He tossed him a roll. Thanks. I'll come find you next time. The evolver took the paper and turned back into the woods. Just diarrhea. Are you pulling my leg? He-Fan fell into thought. Maybe I don't need to run away after all. Then I'll wait. He-Fan gritted his teeth, deciding to wait, keeping his gene bursting technique at the ready, prepared to flee at any moment. With a Nirvana grade blade in hand, his strength was comparable to that of an average growth stage beast. With a gene burst, overwhelming these 6 injured men would be difficult, but a retreat would still be manageable. After a quarter of an hour, the 6 evolvers emerged from the woods. Aside from minor imperfections, the efficacy of the medicine was undeniable. Chu-Xin nodded, then turned to He-Fan. You pharmacists can't make medicine that lasts longer and doesn't cause diarrhea like the market drugs. That's what you requested. He-Fan, relieved to see them unharmed, said solemnly. I know you were eager to recover, so I used all my skills to make highly effective medicinal meals. The diarrhea is a side effect, I forgot to mention it beforehand. He paused, then continued. As the old saying goes, all medicine has some poison. I can only minimize the toxicity while ensuring sufficient genetic potency. Besides, while evolutionary drugs are convenient and potent, dare you say they are entirely without a small amount of toxicity. The 6 of them were stunned. It seemed quite reasonable. Watching the 6 dumbfounded figures, He-Fan appeared calm, but his heart was pounding. He wondered if this fabrication would work. He didn't know how to remove the toxicity, nor had he ever considered it. He'd just thrown everything in the pot and stewed it. Alright, make us another batch in the second half of the night, and if necessary another one tomorrow at noon, Chu-Xin said. Oh, a Nirvana quality blade can be exchanged for quite a lot of healing potions, but in exchange, you'll make 3 medicinal meals, Chu-Xin said calmly. Alright, but you provide the ingredients. He Fan considered it's true a medicinal meal for a weapon. With them supplying the ingredients, no chef would refuse that deal. Are you guys still eating? He Fan looked at the remaining medicinal meals. Of course the six replied. As long as it helps us recover. A few minor side effects are nothing. Your medicinal meals are far more potent than those of ordinary chefs. They're comparable to the best evolution healing potions, Xuanhuan commented. By the way, could you tell me the difference between chefs and evolutionists? He Fan's mind shifted, and he said, I've only recently become a chef, and I've always heard that chefs have a low status. I'd like to understand. You've got it all wrong. Xuanhuan glanced at him and said, chefs can't be compared to evolutionists, they can only be compared to evolution potions. Evolutionists develop gene fluids, evolution armor, various instruments and even some evolution weapons that can rival or even slaughter, Nirvana, level beings. Chefs just cook. Then how do they compare to evolution potions? I think chefs are also well-rounded, they can enhance, heal and restore stamina, He Fan said. Of course they can, and some chefs conduct private research, but it's just for their own amusement, it's not something that can be showcased publicly. One of the evolutionists said, the gap between chefs and evolution potions lies in three aspects: inconvenience, gene control and resource utilization. Chefs cannot carry a load of equipment into a beast territory. Thirdly, chefs cannot fully utilize the power within medicinal herbs and beast meat, leading to waste. These 3 points alone determine that chefs cannot become a major force. There's one more thing, Xuanhuan said coldly. Evolutionary drugs already exist, why would we need chefs to research them? Actually forget it. He Fan had originally wanted to mention the counterfeit drugs, but considering the sheer volume of evolutionary drugs already available, he decided against it. No one would buy counterfeits unless they were incredibly cheap and effective. This culinary profession, unless you can create evolutionary drugs that don't already exist, I'll go take care of it. An evolutionist said halfway through his sentence before clutching his stomach and dashing back into the woods. He Fan, I can't stand watching this anymore, can we leave? You guys eat. Wash the dishes afterwards and bring them to me, I have something to do, He Fan said. Okay, Xuanhuan nodded, agreeing that it was probably best for He Fan to leave. Back at the wooden hut, Fang Hong greeted him with a beaming smile. Little chef, you made a killing this time, didn't you? You almost got me killed, He Fan said, his face dark. While I'm a skilled culinary chef, I mainly specialize in enhancement drugs, I rarely make healing ones. Most importantly, there were 6 of them, and even with his gene burst he couldn't win. I'm doing this to help you. Xuanhuan is a reasonable guy, he won't shortchange you on what he promised. You're short on knives, so he's the best person to ask, Fang Hong said. So you're not worried I can't do it? He Fan's face turned green, forcing me to make medicinal meals, and you call that reasonable? You understand herbs better than we do. Just whip something up, as long as it's effective, Fang Hong said. Besides, their situation is critical right now, there's no room for picking and choosing. He Fan gave him a contemptuous look. You have absolutely no idea what my situation is like. A typical chef might understand herbs, and can whip something up without guaranteeing the gene data, but they can guarantee it won't cause problems. I'm the complete opposite, I can guarantee the gene data, but not that it won't cause problems. Forget it, I've got to go out. He Fan glanced at the sky. Night is coming, and I need to deal with the pure blood cub. Remember to put in a good word for me, Fang Hong quickly said. Don't worry. He Fan waved his hand, dragging the pureblood cub away. Night fell. He Fan returned to the place where he cooked yesterday. Although he wanted to find a more secluded spot, Xuanhuan and the others were making too much noise searching for the Xuanhuan, so he decided to stay here. If they're disturbed, so be it. He Fan looked at the pureblood beast cub. He thought that once he achieved nirvana, the cub would be of no further use, but it seems there's still a little something left, an unexpected bonus. By the way, He Fan also stewed the saber-toothed tiger meat, cooking it all together. Roar. The gene activation method was running, and the beast roared again. 2 condensed beast shadows howled once again, startling the evolvers. You again. A group of evolvers looked at He Fan, frowning. He's off again. Another beast is screaming in his pot. An evolver sneered. No, this time it went that way. He Fan pointed in a direction. Since you all want to hunt beasts so much, I'll satisfy you. Go find it yourselves. Let's go check it out. A group of evolvers exchanged glances and hurried in the direction He Fan indicated. He Fan, damn it, he only tells lies. What can I do? Xuanhuan and the 5 others, their injuries almost healed, looked at He Fan strangely, then at the group of evolvers chasing after the beast. Thinking back to last night's screaming in the pot, He Fan hadn't lied to them. Chapter 096. I know this herb, healing medicine. Little chef. Fang Hong, who'd also arrived, looked at him questioningly. Shouldn't you be with Zhou Heng? What are you doing cooking here, Fang Hong? He Fan greeted him with a smile. Come and eat together. Shouldn't you? Fang Hong's expression darkened. Why do I feel like you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes? That ferocious beast shadow in the pot, that's the young one you just got. You cooked it. I'll explain later, He Fan whispered. Fang Hong nodded and sat down beside him. Xuanhuan and the 5 others exchanged glances and left directly. They still needed to find the Xuanhuan. After the numerous evolvers left, He Fan closed his eyes and sensed, confirming that only the 2 of them remained. Before lowering his voice, I deliberately lured them out, letting them see this pot of food. Why is that? Fang Hong frowned. I suspect there are people from the enforcement team among those evolvers. He Fan said in a low voice. The enforcement team has been watching too closely recently. A chill ran down Fang Hong's spine. Had he been discovered? Were they suspicious of him? I was too reckless when I arrived. He Fan murmured, his face grave. If I kill a few more young beasts, the enforcement team will likely lose interest. Even if they're still watching, they won't be paying constant attention. Fang Hong nodded, a slight tremor in his heart. That's a valid concern. Have you discovered anything? You're the most suspicious, He Fan said, looking meaningfully at Fang Hong, a complete fabrication. Fang Hong's heart pounded. I'm actually part of the enforcement team. Little boss, you're joking. How could I be with the enforcement team? Fang Hong laughed nervously. I don't think you are either, but my sworn brother is shrewd and needs to observe you further. He Fan sighed. And the coming time, you need to work harder, catch more young beasts and try to hunt some adult beasts to dispel my sworn brother's suspicions. He Fan didn't know if Zhou Heng was nearby, having completely lost track of him. But with the enforcement team watching so closely, Zhou Heng showing himself would be incredibly unwise. He figured he could still fool Fang Hong for a while longer. Good. To infiltrate the enemy, Fang Hong readily agreed. A friend of mine hunted a grown beast the day before yesterday. I'll go get some from him. Go ahead. He Fan nodded, inwardly elated. As soon as Fang Hong left, He Fan quickly devoured the meat. The saber-toothed tiger and the young beast, combined with the gene activation method, resulted in a final gene stability of 2.2 in the pot of meat. It seems it wasn't a doubled increase. He Fan ate the meat without being disheartened. The gene activation method is unpredictable. Eating the meat and running the evolution method to eliminate the remaining genes, He Fan's data increased again. Originally at 38%, after finishing the meat, it reached 5%, reduced by half. He Fan thought to himself, half used to eliminate genes and half to increase his own. He Fan leaned against a tree, waiting for Fang Hong's return. Cultivation was out of the question, it was too slow. He didn't want to cultivate in this lifetime. Not long after, Fang Hong returned carrying a large chunk of a beast with gene data of 2.3. He Fan separated Pl1, making another pot. It's nighttime now. Is it easy to capture peak mixed blood beasts? Pure-blooded cubs would be best, He Fan said. It's a matter of luck. Many beasts come out to hunt at night. Fang Hong replied. Could you please help me catch one? He Fan looked at him expectantly. A peak mixed blood would be fine. It's okay if you can't catch one. Your safety is the priority. I'll go look. Fang Hong nodded, shouldering his spear and stepping into the dense forest. He Fan took out the herbs he'd found, gazing at the clay one pot with a hint of excitement. It had been a while, time to research some new dishes. He tossed in several blood-red herbs along with the others. He guaranteed that the blood-red color wasn't from blood yon grass and wouldn't attract ferocious beasts. Those evolutionists who'd ventured into the dense forest hadn't returned yet. He wondered if they'd actually found any ferocious beasts. Roar! Gene activation technique. The beast's roar echoed again. Brilliant golden light shine. He'd added his own special effects again. He was cooking 2 pots simultaneously. One pot showed normal growth. The 1.3 pot was increasing slowly, while the other Ple1 pot, which originally had a Ple4 data point thanks to the various herbs, was growing rapidly. With the gene activation, it quickly reached Ple5 and was still climbing. Constantly monitoring the data, He Fan waited for Fang Hong's return. Now that all the evolutionists were in the forest looking for ferocious beasts, he wouldn't attract any more attention. He Fan's brows furrowed. His senses detected a ferocious beast, its aura not particularly strong. A peak mixed blood beast delivering itself to his door, 300 meters away. He Fan glanced at the 2 pots of meat. Both were stable. There were no ferocious beasts or evolutionists nearby. He could go and capture it himself. It wouldn't take much time. He Fan took a step, instantly traversing 10 meters, heading towards the ferocious beast's location. Roar! He Fan didn't hide himself. The beast sensed his arrival, letting out a roar, its ferocious eyes gleaming gold as it pounced. Now he had something to test his cooking on. Unfortunately, pure-blood cubs were rare and it was difficult to kill them during their growth period. He Fan sighed. Testing his cooking now clearly meant finding a pure-blood, but pure-bloods were hard to find. Evolutionary power flickered. He Fan enveloped the beast with a palm strike, unleashing his skill to sever tendons and shatter bones. The evolutionary power transformed into a forceful energy, penetrating the beast's body and surging into its 4 limbs. Crack! Thump! The beast's forelimb instantly snapped, and it collapsed, letting out a pained roar. It struggled to rise but couldn't manage it. In the darkness, a low growl echoed. He Fan's eyes narrowed, his sensory abilities reactivating. A young beast was running through the woods. My luck is incredible today. He Fan quickly gave chase. This young beast was a pure-blood cub. In the night, blood-red eyes shone. Its fur was a vibrant green, but its tail was a thin scorpion tail tipped with barbs. Its body, about a meter long, moved with incredible speed. He Fan didn't recognize this ferocious beast, nor did he care to know its name. He only wanted to capture it, but its speed truly surprised him. It was almost as fast as he was. He Fan bellowed. He didn't expect the beast to understand, of course. The main purpose was to draw its attention. Such a vicious creature would usually attack immediately. However, this time the beast didn't charge. Instead, it ran even faster. Could this beast be different? He Fan frowned. Roar! Roar! The forest echoed with roars. The night was far from peaceful within the dense woods. At He Fan's cooking location, a group of evolvers returned in disarray. Xin and 5 others carried a golden beast from the forest, their bodies bearing severe injuries. At least we succeeded, Xin said, a hint of joy on his face, ignoring his wounds. Let's hurry. We need to find Xiao Dangjia, eat something to stabilize our injuries, and then go to the shelter to buy medicine. Right? The other 5 evolvers nodded.
You had a successful hunt, yet you didn't say you were hunting a Swanee there.
The beast territory shook, and we almost died in there. The other evolvers grumbled, their own injuries evident. We'll stew some of the sunlion meat later to compensate everyone, Xin said, but it's only a small portion. Even a whole beast wouldn't be enough for so many people. Hey, where's little chef? Why are there only 2 pots of food? Xin arrived, looking at the 2 pots of meat but not seeing Fan. Little chef must have known we'd be injured in the hunt, and specially stewed 2 pots of beast meat. This pot has herbs in it, I recognize that one, it's a healing herb. An evolver pointed at Fan's haphazardly prepared dish, saying, Chapter 0970. Are you all collectively blowing bubbles? Little chef is truly a reliable person. Xin nodded, then looked at the other evolvers. These 2 large pots are medicinal dishes. Let's share them and stabilize our injuries. Little chef owes us 2 meals. Good. A group of evolvers didn't stand on ceremony, taking out bowls and chopsticks from their spatial bags and helping themselves. Most evolvers had small spatial bags to store daily necessities. This dish is really potent. Looking at the beast meat, it seems to have a faint beast phantom. 1 bite is like eating a whole beast. An evolver said, when did a medicinal chef become capable of making such potent medicinal dishes? I've seen many medicinal chefs. Apart from those in large organizations who have equipment and conduct private research, they can only make medicinal dishes slightly inferior to evolutionary drugs. Those without equipment are even worse, beyond description. An evolver commented, Little chef's medicinal dishes are different from ordinary ones, his secret methods are unique. Xin ate a piece of meat and said with a smile, the taste is also excellent. Deep within the dense forest, a group of evolvers surrounded 2 pots of meat, devouring it with gusto. Soon both pots were almost empty. Does anyone else feel off? One evolver asked. It's normal, Xin said nonchalantly. Little chef said, a little poison in every medicine. With such a powerful effect, some side effects are to be expected. Does foaming at the mouth count as normal? An evolver wiped the foam from his lips. If that's normal, then I'm relieved. Foaming at the mouth. Xin froze, looking at the evolver. He ate a slightly reddish herb. What you ate was that blood poison grass. I saw him eat a blood mushroom. Does anyone have any antidote? Xin began to foam at the mouth as well. We've been here so long. We used it all up already. The evolvers stared blankly, their faces turning a collective shade of green. Didn't you say it was normal to have a few minor side effects? The evolvers glared at Xin, but this time the side effects seem a little severe. My head feels a bit dizzy. Xin looked up at the sky, feeling stars appear before his eyes. Do we have enough time to get to the shelter now? Pounded blood poison grass, once moved, seems to intensify the poison. An evolutionist muttered. A group of evolutionists stared blankly at their bowls, then at each other, finally activating their evolution methods, collectively remaining motionless, staring wide-eyed at each other, watching as their companions foamed at the mouth. Such a huge beast, dead before me, it's only right that I wait. What are you all doing, blowing bubbles? Fan dragged 2 beasts back just in time to see the golden giant beast circled around, completely dumbfounded, a group of evolutionists foaming at the mouth here.
Foaming your sister!
The evolutionists inwardly screamed, you freaking made the dish yourself, don't you know what's going on? Little chef, quickly detoxify us, Xin hurriedly said. Detoxify? Fan froze slightly, glanced at the pot of food he had prepared, and lost his composure. You guys finished both pots. Didn't you even look to see what was inside? You just picked up your chopsticks and ate. Aren't you guys too casual? Did you even get my permission?
Forget all that, quick detoxify us, the evolutionists urged. We feel weak all over. Our heads are dizzy. Is this a sign that we're gonna die?
Antidote, no way. Fan was bewildered, looking at the cannibalistic gazes of the evolvers, and helplessly said, I really don't know how. If you don't know how, why did you make the medicinal dishes? Xin was dumbfounded. You made them even though you don't know how. I was researching new dishes, Fan explained. I specifically caught 2 ferocious beasts to test them out. Well, now the beasts are unusable. He looked down at the 2 beasts he'd caught. They weren't going to eat this. What do we do now? The cook who made this poisonous medicinal dish doesn't know how to make an antidote. Then please hurry and go to the special permission shelter to buy some antidote for us. Xin said, his face turning pale. We should be able to hold on until you get back. Fan hesitated. How am I supposed to buy it? With merit points, I don't even have an evolver certificate. Am I supposed to buy Nirvana level antidote? And buy it with star yuan? So many Nirvana level evolvers need it. Can I even afford it? Don't hesitate. Use my evolver certificate. I still have some merit points in there, Xin urged anxiously. Are you trying to scare us to death? Alright, I'll try to be quick, Fan said, taking Xin's evolver certificate and preparing to buy the antidote. Little chef, I'm back, Fang Hong's voice echoed. Good luck, I caught a pureblood cub. What are you all doing? Collective bubble blowing. Can you not mention bubble blowing? Are you blind? Can't you see what's going on? The evolvers were inwardly collapsing. Fang Hong, do you have any antidote? Fan looked at Fang Hong as he returned. Yes, but what kind of poison did you ingest? I only have 10 pills of the universal antidote. Fang Hong's face changed, and he quickly took out the antidote, administering it one by one. Did you encounter a highly venomous beast? We didn't encounter any venomous beasts, we encountered 2 pots of food. The evolvers felt utterly defeated, they hadn't fallen to beasts but to He-Fan's cooking. Then I'll go buy more antidote, He-Fan said. You distribute the antidote, I'll go buy more, I'm faster. Fang Hong said, intending to find team leader Huang. With so many people poisoned, running back to the special permit shelter to buy more and then returning, I don't know if they can hold on. Team leader Huang has a large supply of medicine, then I'll trouble you. Here's Chuxin's evolution certificate. It has merit points. He-Fan handed it over, no need. Fang Hong waved his hand and quickly left. He-Fan distributed the antidote, and the evolvers, after taking the pills, circulated their evolution methods to quickly cleanse the toxins. Fang Hong was very fast, returning in less than a quarter of an hour. So fast. He-Fan was stunned, and the evolvers were surprised as well. You didn't go back. I suddenly remembered I had some left at the cabin. Fang Hong explained, taking out the antidote and giving it to them. After taking the antidote, the toxins in the evolvers gradually cleared, and they stabilized. They were out of life-threatening danger but still somewhat weak. My unparalleled medicinal meal. Seeing they were alright, He-Fan's expression immediately changed. Looking at the now empty pot, he shrieked, my unparalleled medicinal meal, just like that, eaten by you all. The evolvers, we were poisoned and you haven't even faced our anger, yet you still have the nerve to talk about your medicinal meal. Poisonous medicinal meal, better left uneaten, the evolvers muttered. You don't understand, you completely don't understand my good intentions, He-Fan said, dissatisfied, pointing towards the mountain peak where the golden peng bird was. Do you remember that golden peng bird? I was trying to make a medicinal meal poisonous enough to kill a peak stage beast. When I first arrived, I saw evolvers being carried away. As a fellow human, my little chef heart was filled with anger and humiliation. The beasts preyed on my compatriots eating human flesh. I, little chef being a chef, had no other means, so I could only try to concoct a highly poisonous medicine to kill the golden peng bird. He-Fan said, portraying himself as someone who sacrificed greatly for humanity. The evolvers were stunned. You're so great. Highly poisonous things are available on the evolvers website, but those capable of killing peak stage beasts are rarely sold and are also restricted. Even with enough merit points, you can't necessarily buy this kind of poison. But you ate it all. And this pot, do you know what's in this pot? The meat of a peak pureblood ferocious beast, my prized possession. Combined with my secret method, it would have boosted me to Nirvana level 6, He-Fan lamented bitterly, his face a picture of misery. It's all gone! Everything's gone! All my hard-earned foundation! My Nirvana level 6 all ruined by you! Can you stop bragging? You managed to get the meat of a peak pureblood ferocious beast, and it would have directly boosted you to Nirvana level 6. Don't be ridiculous! Even the gene fluid from the evolutionists isn't that amazing. The evolutionists looked at him, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions. How should they deal with him? Chapter Zodo 98 Colleagues, you still owe me 2 medicinal meals, Xuanhuan said calmly. Let's call it even. Peak ferocious beast meat, plus various precious herbs, my dedication to avenging my fellow countrymen, my resolve to slay the golden peng bird. You want to call it even? He-Fan refused. You guys provided the ingredients for the medicinal meals anyway. This is all mine, alright? Let's take advantage of their weakness and get something out of this. I'm not unreasonable. I could have killed you all while you were poisoned and stolen that beast. He-Fan pointed at the golden giant beast's corpse. But I wouldn't do that. I've always acted with integrity. Even if I wanted the Xuanhuan bone, I wouldn't say it. The evolvers' expressions were a picture. After all that talk, they just wanted the Xuanhuan bone. Where's your shame? This is supposed to be an open and honest transaction, isn't it? Or, you could just give it to him. Fang Hong pondered, then said, this detoxification will be considered my trade for the Xuanhuan bone with you. This is a great chance to curry favor with the little boss, Fang Hong thought. The evolvers fell silent. They didn't have the authority. It was hunted by Xuanhuan and the others. Xuanhuan glanced at his 5 companions, fell silent for a moment, then said, fine, give me the 2 pure-blood cubs. Good, He-Fan quickly agreed. A treasure sword forged from a Xuanhuan bone would be of superior quality. Xuanhuan personally extracted the Xuanhuan bone and handed it to He-Fan. Let's go. Xuanhuan took the 2 pure-blood cubs, the other evolvers shouldering the Xuanhuan carcass, and left. The remaining evolvers also got up and left, returning to their huts to sleep. They didn't want to stay any longer, vowing never again to eat the cook's food recklessly. Especially He-Fan's! Looking at the bloody bone, He-Fan discovered that this Xuanhuan bone was unlike ordinary bones. It actually had a hint of gold. He could guarantee that it wasn't a special effect he added with his evolutionary power. Xuanhuan are mythical creatures, descendants of the Xuanhuan. Fang Hong explained they are the rulers among the ferocious beasts. Are all ferocious beasts mythical creatures? He-Fan questioned. He had captured a young ferocious beast, but there was no record in the previous life's myths of a beast resembling a wolf, yet with a scorpion's tail. Of course not. There are too many kinds of ferocious beasts. Even the Alliance hasn't catalogued them all. Some ferocious beasts' ancestors are mythical beasts, while others can't be found in myths and legends. Fang Hong shook his head. Let's forget about that. I need to find someone to forge my sword. He-Fan held the Xuanhuan bone, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Do you know any master weapons smiths? I do. Fang Hong nodded, questioning. You should know some too, right? I can't leave right now. He Fan shook his head and sighed softly. You know the situation, I can't leave here now. Although Lin Pangxi's family is somewhat wealthy and he does business at the specially approved protection shelter, this is a Xuanhuan bone from a mature, dominant ferocious beast. Forging a high-quality Nirvana weapon is beyond Lin Pangxi's capabilities. He could only ask Fang Hong if he knew anyone. As for Fang Hong running off with the Xuanhuan bone, that's unlikely. During this time, Fang Hong has been focused on getting close to him and Zhou Heng to earn merit points. He got the Xuanhuan bone for him, so there's no reason for him to run off with it. Alright, I'll help you find someone to forge it. Fang Hong pondered for a moment before agreeing. As quickly as possible, I have a great use for this sword. He Fan handed him the Xuanhuan bone, then took out his Tang Dao and the crocodile stone. This is crocodile stone, and here are the saber-toothed tiger teeth. Forge it in the style of this Dao. Good. Fang Hong accepted the items and replied, I'll set off early tomorrow. Be careful. How much will it cost? He Fan asked. He was willing to pay for weapon forging, as long as he could afford it. It won't cost much, I have it covered. Fang Hong smiled, then rose and left. He didn't charge for weapon forging because the Enforcement Bureau had professional smiths. He Fan watched Fang Hong leave, feeling he'd met a truly kind person. He felt bad about deceiving him, even considering telling him that his name wasn't Xiao Dangjia and he wasn't Zhou Heng's brother. Of course, it was just a thought. What did Xuanhuan want with two young, ferocious beast cubs? He Fan suddenly thought of this. With Xuanhuan's strength, purebred cubs wouldn't be of much help. If he wanted merit points with his abilities, he could easily hunt adult beasts. There was no reason to specifically request two cubs. Could it be that he wanted to minimize his own losses? The night passed quietly, and early the next morning Fang Hong left. He Fan planned to take a solo trip to the ferocious beast forest. With his greatsword in hand, as long as he didn't encounter adult beasts, he was confident he could retreat safely. Xuanhuan, as He Fan was leaving, he saw Xuanhuan dragging two ferocious beast cubs into the forest. If it was to exchange for merit points, shouldn't he go to the special permission sanctuary? He Fan was puzzled. Releasing them was out of the question. There were countless ferocious beasts outside, and purebred cubs weren't easy to find, so releasing them was impossible. Forget it, none of my business. Wait, could Xuanhuan be working for Lin Yang? He Fan was about to ignore it, but then he remembered Lin Yang, his enemy. Anything to do with his enemy deserved sabotage. Watching the direction Xuanhuan went, He Fan quickly followed, his senses constantly alert to the surroundings, wary of sudden beast attacks. He's fast. After chasing for a quarter of an hour, weaving through the dense forest, Xuanhuan's figure disappeared. Looking at the ancient trees and thick undergrowth, He Fan had no idea where he was. Fang Hong had never brought him here before. Forget it, I'll explore the area first. Those other evolvers will probably come here too. He Fan mused, beginning to search for herbs nearby. He Fan scanned his surroundings, but didn't find any herbs. Since evolvers had been active here, there wouldn't be many left. It was all down to luck. Raw, the morning forest was teeming with beasts. He Fan avoided them, trying not to engage in combat. He could wear down a growing beast, but that would attract others. He Fan's enhanced senses proved invaluable, allowing him to avoid the beasts and proceed without incident. What's that? After wandering aimlessly for half an hour, He Fan saw a cloaked figure lying ahead. Its aura was subdued. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, his senses wouldn't have detected it. This cloaked figure gave him a familiar feeling, but it was just a feeling. He couldn't be sure who it was. Broad daylight and you're wearing a black robe. Are you up to something shady? He Fan's mind raced. He pulled a blanket from his spatial bag, wrapped himself up tightly and slowly approached. Fellow traveler. He Fan's footsteps alerted the black-robed figure. The person didn't move, but a raspy voice carried on the air. Yes, fellow traveler, I don't know what you're doing, but fellow traveler should be accurate enough. I found it first, the black-robed figure hissed. Find somewhere else. I found it days ago, He Fan said in a low voice. I had some things to attend to, so I only came today. Days blanket. The black-robed figure turned about to speak, but was utterly bewildered by He Fan's attire. Everyone else wore black robes for this sort of thing, but he was wrapped in a blanket. Are you too poor to afford a black robe? Chapter 99. You talk too much. I was in a rush and forgot to change. I only brought a blanket. He Fan mumbled. Brother, I've been watching this place for a while. I had things to take care of, which is why I delayed until today. The black-robed figure rasped. Just leave. Why shouldn't you leave? He Fan wasn't pleased. Are you using my line? Had things to take care of. The cloaked figure was silent for a moment, then said, or we could do it together. I'll take both ends. Then let's do it together. He Fan nodded, paused, and then asked, both ends of what? Didn't you figure it out earlier? The cloaked figure was agitated. You were messing with me this whole time, weren't you? I noticed early on, but I had other things to attend to, so I didn't pay much attention. He Fan said. Things that took even longer than your business. The cloaked figure took a deep breath and said, from my observations over this period, there's one mature pureblood beast inside, and 3 pureblood cubs. The mature one goes out hunting at night and returns in half an hour. So, we're gonna wait here until nightfall? He Fan asked. Yes. The cloaked figure nodded. Can't we find a way to lure the mature pureblood beast away? He Fan frowned. Or you can go lure it. The cloaked figure eyed him coldly. He Fan shook his head decisively. The cloaked figure was well hidden. He couldn't see their face at all. Fortunately, the cloaked figure was also well wrapped, bundled up tightly in a blanket. What if someone else comes? He Fan asked again. The robed figure remained silent. This guy, why so many questions? Why not use blood on grass? He Fan tentatively asked. The robed figure was too lazy to answer him, closing his eyes to rest. He Fan asked a few more questions, but the robed figure didn't respond. He felt embarrassed to ask further and waited patiently. By the way, are you hungry? Shall we find something to eat? By noon, He Fan felt hunger pangs. The robed figure remained silent, making the situation incredibly dull. Not hungry. If you are, go find something yourself, the robed figure said coldly. And don't come back. Then I'm not hungry either, He Fan said, thinking, what if this guy hogs everything once I leave? The robed figure was furious, his teeth itching. He couldn't get rid of this guy, and he talked endlessly. If he wasn't worried about alarming the beast by fighting here, he would certainly teach this guy a lesson. Ahead, a huge cave loomed. Pitch black inside, giant beast footmarked the entrance. The two lay there, the cloaked figure motionless, like a statue. He Fan's senses flared, his expression suddenly changing. Are you sure you're not moving? Can you shut up? The cloaked figure groaned, barely containing their irritation. I'm trying to observe, you're so talkative. Fine, I'll shut up. Bye, He Fan muttered, quickly slipping away. So quick to leave. The cloaked figure frowned, shaking their head. They didn't dwell on it, the annoying fellow was gone, finally leaving them in peace. He Fan hadn't gone far, crouching in a hidden spot, keeping watch on the cloaked figure. His senses extended 700 meters, ready for a quick escape. The cloaked figure remained prone, their breath shallow and controlled, eyes fixed on the pureblood beast's cave. Roar! Suddenly a beast's roar echoed, coming from behind the cloaked figure. The ground trembled as a massive, scale-covered beast charged. Where did that come from? The cloaked figure's face paled, instantly rolling away and fleeing. The monstrous beast roared, pursuing the black-robed man who moved with incredible speed. He dared not engage nearby and could only lure the beast away. Roar! From within the mountain cave, a earth-shattering roar echoed. The beast chasing the black-robed man shuddered, then accelerated its pursuit, unwilling to linger. This shouldn't be happening, it's just a pure blood in its growth stage. Why would it dare approach mature one? Did the beast get lost? He Fan was puzzled, concealing himself as he watched the man and beast run far off. From the cave, a roar resonated, and a gigantic beast emerged. Its body was a deep emerald green, resembling a giant lizard, its skin marked with black lines. The enormous beast emerged, surveying its surroundings for a moment, seemingly confirming the other beast's departure, before entering the cave. Good thing it didn't come back. He Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If it had, he would have had to flee as well. All was quiet. He Fan lay in his old spot, observing the cave, awaiting nightfall. Half an hour later, the bubman returned, battered and bruised, his black robe torn in several places. His tone was sour. You knew the beast was coming. You talk too much, He Fan grumbled. Just keep quiet and watch. The cloaked figure. Me. Taking a deep breath, exhaling slowly, the cloaked figure calmed himself. How did you know the beast would come? Because I have a strong ability to sense things, He Fan said calmly. Then why you told me to shut up, He Fan retorted, pouting. Fine, I'm speechless, the cloaked figure thought, feeling a sharp pain in his liver from being around him. The two lay there waiting, He Fan too lazy to speak, the cloaked figure remaining silent, maintaining the quiet. Night fell, and after their long wait, the beast finally emerged from its cave, entering the dense forest to hunt. Only half an hour, let's move quickly, the cloaked figure whispered. Don't cause any trouble, and let me know immediately if anything happens. We're short on time. I haven't caused any trouble, He Fan said, pouting again. It's your fault for not listening. I didn't attract that beast. Their evolved powers erupted, instantly propelling them into the mountain cave, ignoring the darkness as they plunged into its depths. Roar! A young beast's roar echoed from the cave's depth. 3 ferocious beast cubs whimpered in their nest. He Fan's gaze fell not only on the 3 beasts but also on a sprig of dark green herb. A 3 roar! At their arrival, the 3 cubs growled, instantly rising to their feet and lunging at the pair. The cloaked figure waved a hand and 3 beams of light shot out, sinking into the cubs' bodies. The cubs instantly collapsed, falling into a coma. 2 for me, 1 for you. Let's go. The cloaked figure grabbed a beast and departed. He Fan plucked the herb, carrying a beast cub, and quickly followed. Emerging from the cave and swiftly moving away from the entrance, the cloaked figure whispered, team up to find the sugar daddy. Sugar daddy? He Fan paused slightly, then said no, let's split up. Very well. The cloaked figure nodded, paused, and then said, you owe me a potion. Leave your contact information, and I'll return it next time, He Fan replied. Take this golden flute, infuse it with your evolutionary power, and I'll sense it. You should be living in the wooden house, right? Just call out to me nearby. The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment, then remembering He Fan's sensing abilities, took out a golden flute. Good, He Fan accepted the flute and whispered, next time, I'll return you a young beast. Hurry, go, mature beasts will follow the scent, don't get caught. The cloaked figure left a parting remark and quickly departed. He Fan's eyes flashed, the blade gleaming coldly as he instantly killed the young beast. I'm not selling it, I'm going to eat it! With another slash, the beast's meat was cut and packed into a spatial bag. He Fan quickly followed in the direction the cloaked figure had gone, his sensing ability constantly active. The cloaked figure wasn't moving quickly, walking and stopping as if discerning the direction. Occasionally, he would stop and emit a strange whistling sound. A similar whistle echoed back from the dense forest, and only then did the cloaked figure proceed. He Fan, careful not to lose track, subtly concealed his presence, holding his breath and focusing intently as he followed and investigated. Chapter 01 I'll give you a delightful surprise later. Deep within the dense forest, two figures in black robes met. One dragged two monstrous beasts, the other was empty-handed, a single flamboyant flower embroidered on his chest, his gaze fixed on his companion. 2. The robed figure with the flower on his chest showed a hint of delight. What I need. The robed figure hauling the beasts eyed the other warily. This is the latest enhancement serum. It'll help you quickly eliminate genes. The robed figure with the flower produced a vial and handed it over. Thanks. Accepting the vial, the robed figure dropped the beasts and turned to leave. Same rules next time. The robed figure with the embroidered flower said flatly, okay. With a single reply, the robed figure leaped into the forest and vanished. So this is the sponsor he mentioned. He Fan's eyes flickered as he followed the robed figure with the embroidered flower. In the beast territory, the main objective is capturing pureblood cubs. He only knew one Lin Yang. As for the enforcement squad, if they were buying, they wouldn't hide their identities, nor would they risk venturing so deep into beast territory for acquisitions. Holding his breath, He Fan carefully trailed the sponsor, noting his relatively weak strength and managing to remain undetected. He followed the benefactor secretly to a cave entrance. The benefactor stopped, carefully circling the mouth of the cave before entering. Is there a trap? He Fan muttered, using the weeds for cover. Facing someone who might be Lin Yang, He Fan had the patience. He had to stake out the location to figure things out before he could make his move. Soon, the cloaked figure emerged. He Fan followed him, watching as he whistled a strange tune. Another cloaked figure emerged dragging a cub, exchanging it for a vial of liquid. Acquiring pureblood cubs and potions substantial wealth, He Fan pondered, wondering how many pureblood cubs they were acquiring. He followed them back to the cave entrance and continued his vigil. Time passed. The cloaked figures would put the cubs inside and then leave. He Fan attempted to approach the cave, his sensing ability spreading. He detected two more evolvers inside. He didn't want to alert them, so he retreated back to his hiding place in the weeds. He Fan watched the cloaked figures continuously transporting the pureblood cubs. He had learned how to bypass the traps at the entrance, but the problem was the two evolvers inside. Their strength wasn't overwhelming, but if the three of them worked together, even if he could take them, it would be a struggle. The cave stirred again. A cloaked figure dug at the entrance, retrieving a small box. The two evolvers behind him dragged out some iron cages, covering them with black cloth and sprinkling them with an unknown liquid. The three then produced some strange instruments, placing them on the cages. The cages surprisingly began to float, following the three figures as they moved forward. Where are they going? He Fan frowned slightly. He Fan secretly followed the three, heading in an unknown direction. After about a kilometer, they stopped and whistled a strange tune again. Although it was still a whistle, He Fan could detect a subtle difference from the one used during the transaction. Whoosh! The dense forest swayed, and a piece of animal skin flew out, landing at the feet of the three. One of them picked up the animal skin and whispered, 100 meters away, the new base Lin Xiao prepared. We'll contact him tomorrow. The other two responded, following the directions on the animal skin map and entering an area near a huge rock. The men in black moved the boulder, revealing a large cave. They began to move the iron cages inside, while one of them buried the small box near the boulder, setting another trap. Hurry up and move them in, one of the men in black said resentfully. The enforcement team has increased the frequency of their cave searches lately. We have to dig our own holes now. Those enforcement team members are really something. The other two black roadmen grumbled. We're not causing trouble in the city, so why are they chasing us so hard? It's because they're worried about beast riots. The one burying the box sneered. We've captured so many young beasts. If we use this to lure beasts to the specially authorized sanctuary, and the purebred beasts break out, the sanctuary definitely won't be able to hold them. Jiang City isn't like those large cities that have armies constantly suppressing beasts. These bastards, He Fan coldly snorted, intending to leave. He'd contact them tomorrow. These people probably changed locations daily. These people must be Ling's men. A beast riot. If it was a riot, He Fan couldn't imagine the scale. A single peak stage golden peng bird had scared a group of Nirvana-level cultivators into hiding. A mature Xuanhuan lion took Chu Xin and his team a long time to kill. Even then, several were severely injured. If these pure-blooded beasts really broke out and the Alliance didn't provide timely rescue, forget about the specially approved Guardian Station, the entire Jiang City would be finished. Night fell. He Fan listened to the roars of beasts around him, pondering. Going back now, he didn't know how many beasts he'd encounter. Maybe it was better to find a place to hide. He Fan avoided the beasts while paying attention to their movements. If it was a pure-blooded beast around the growth stage, he planned to follow it and see. He didn't bother with the young ones. Watching the beast slaughter and hunt in the darkness, some eating their prey on the spot, others carrying it back to their nests to feed their young. He Fan focused only on those in the growth stage, ignoring the rest. Time passed and the night wore on. He Fan stayed awake the entire night. In the beast territory, sleep was impossible at night. He also took the time to practice his whistling, mastering the differences in their trading whistles. Thinking about the beasts he'd tracked last night, He Fan headed towards the location of a growth stage pure-blooded beast. A huge cave home to two beasts, one mature, one in the growth stage. He Fan observed and recorded the beasts' outing times, just like those black-robed men, to find an opportunity to strike. The mature beast went out at noon and in the evening. The growth stage one only went out at night, just wandering nearby, never going too far. That evening, He Fan checked on the three figures in black robes, watching them move to their new location before leaving. Early the next morning, He Fan returned. Fang Hong was still absent. He Fan, wrapped in a blanket, hid in the dense forest, infusing the golden flute with evolutionary power. The golden flute glowed, silent yet radiating a strange power in all directions. "You're going to return my potion." A black-robed figure appeared, his voice raspy. "Give me a black robe, and I'll return it," He Fan said. "Constantly wrapping myself in a blanket is rather unusual." The black-robed figure tossed him a robe from a spatial bag. "You'll be pleasantly surprised," He Fan said, disappearing into the forest, changing into the black robe. "What should I call you?" "Lin," the black-robed figure replied flatly. "Little Lin." He Fan knew the other man was just making it up. They were all dressed in black, only an idiot would reveal their real name. "Follow me." He Fan led Lin, swiftly moving through the forest, arriving at the lair of the growth stage beasts. "You're very strong. Why are you doing this kind of work? Quick advancement, aren't you?" Lin murmured. "This cave hides two ferocious beasts, one a young one and the other a mature adult. The mature one goes out at noon and in the evening," He Fan said, pausing before continuing. "So, as long as we can catch the young one, you're in, correct?" Lin replied coldly. "Nothing." He Fan pondered, then said, "What if someone else gets there first? Then we find another," Lin said indifferently. "What if they steal mine?" He Fan complained. "Kill them and take them back," Lin said coldly, adding, "I'll take half." "No problem." He Fan smiled. "I'll take you to get them back. As long as you help me, you won't be short of anything in the future. My sensing ability is very strong. In this beast territory we can find many pure blood young ones. Let's deal with this one first," Lin said calmly.